Chapter 96. I look around as the white light from the transfer magic dissipates to find myself standing in a wide-open dirt patch. There are odd hills and valleys as far as the eye can see, but beneath my feet, there's just boring, brown dirt. The further I look out into the unfamiliar dungeon, the more the lack of trees and plants irks me. The ground is a little damp, and the sky is blue with white fluffy clouds. But there isn't a single sign of life anywhere. A flash of light appears behind me, and Maria comes flying out moments later. "You're so lucky, R." I turn to her with a smile. "What do you mean?" She rolls her eyes and sighs. "The boss. How was it?" "A good fight." I smirk and nod. "Yeah, I had to get a bit serious. It was a fun one. How about you? Did that mutant give you a run for your money, too?" What? It wasn't that hard, was it? Maria shakes her head. That's my point exactly. Right as I was about to enter, the portal returned to normal. You must have taken out the mutant already. I faced the normal boss. One hard hit and it was over. She pouts and crosses her arms playfully. Well, the next mutant is yours. How about that? She grins as a flash of light appears behind us and a green-haired girl appears. Whew, that was a rush. Abby glows green while healing a large gash on her upper thigh with her right hand and drinking an MP potion with her left. I reply as she walks over to us. "Oh yeah? How'd you, beat it?" "There were no rocks or anything." She rolls her eyes. "You know I don't need to have stone around me to use my skill." Abby places a hand in the air while glowing even darker green. A small circle of stone begins to form into a long, sharp spear. I raise an eyebrow. "Oh, cool!" She twirls the weapon around, then sticks it in the ground as a bright light flashes behind us again. Nessa walks out on fire with her own battle-crazed grin from ear to ear. She spits out a mouthful of blood on the ground, then walks over to us without speaking a word. We all stare into the spawn zone and wait eagerly. A few moments later, the white light flames once again. Thud it. A large hammer hits the dirt ground with a thud as Bruce appears in front of us with his own toothy grin. That bird for brains never stood a chance. He swings the hammer over his shoulder and walks toward our group. I call out. We all made it. Let's head out. With unanimous nods of agreement, we all turn and begin the trek into the new dungeon terrain. The soft dirt ground sinks under the weight of my body a few centimeters every time I take a step. It's an odd sensation. The ground feels very unstable under my feet. We walk for about 10 minutes on moderately flat ground until coming across one of the most absurd sights I've seen in a while. We stop in our tracks as I peer over the edge of a long, twisting ravine. The ground is split in two, divided by a narrow hole about 10 m deep that twists and turns as far as the eye can see. It looks like something long and cylindrical was dragged through the dirt for kilometers. I look to Maria and give her a nod. She jumps forward and begins glowing bright blue to create a bridge of ice for us to cross. One by one, we cross the mysterious hole and continue our journey. Another 15 minutes of walking go by and we come across an enormous mound of dirt piled up over 30 m high into the sky. It looks like an artificially crafted hill. Right behind it, there is a similar ravine. I scratch my chin with curiosity. What is going on here? Maria creates another bridge of ice and we cross one by one, each peering into the ominous depths below. The moment I step back onto solid ground again, I feel movement beneath my feet. The ground is shifting ever so slightly. It's not rumbling, it's more like churning. I turn my head back and forth, but there's nothing in sight. I activate Inspect and Enemy Detection to take a closer look. 200 m, LV 275. I call out. There's something coming. I ignite my sword and continue to look around, but all I see is flat ground. The odd sensation of churning dirt continues to grow more and more prevalent the longer I wait. We all back away from the empty ravine as Bruce smashes the ice bridge behind us. All 5 of us stand in a line, moving forward slowly while looking on into the distance where I point my sword. Maria speaks up. What is it? I grit my teeth and squint my eyes. I don't know. Do you feel that? There's silence. Abby glows light green, then replies, I feel it. The ground. It's moving. Yeah. The flames of my sword crackle as I stare out into the open plain of nothingness. I even ignite my body into a ball of fire to activate Berserker and Bloodlust to boost my senses. Still, nothing. 100 MLV, 275. The ground shakes, and the churning sensation grows even more. My eyes dart back and forth over the horizon as I try to pick up on where this beast may be hiding. I murmur under my breath. How could a level 275 be hiding from me at this distance? It's like the thing went underground. Or my eyes open wide as I piece together the puzzle staring me straight in the face. 50M, LV, 275. I yell out to my teammates, it's underground. The moment these words leave my mouth, there's a massive explosion of dirt less than 40 m in front of us. The brown cloud of fresh soil flies high in the air as the monster I tracked all this time erupts from underground, where it was hiding. My eyes open wide, and I smirk as the flames on my sword crackle in the wind of the debris. Let me handle this one. I want to try out a new move. An enormous worm's head pops out of the ground, showing off 5 rows of razor-sharp teeth in its never-ending abyss of a maw. The monster's purple skin looks alien to the dull brown environment as it lets out a malicious roar. Dirt flies everywhere. My teammates step back and let me handle the beast as instructed. Its body is just under 10 m in diameter, and from what I can see, over 50 m sticks out of the ground as it points down at me from high up in the air, but I have a feeling it's much longer than that. Its mouth opens up wide, showing every last jagged tooth as it lets out a roar and dives down at me. Its long body continues to come out from hiding underground as it dives down with its humongous open death trap of a jaw. I take both of my hands and grip the handle of my sword tight, focusing a large amount of MP into the core of my blade. It reacts instantly and begins to glow red. I smirk, realizing this is the first time it's changed colors on my direct command. With a deep breath, closed eyes, and a focused mind, I let the fire magic build up in my blade as the purple monster plummets toward me. I tilt my head upward and open my eyes while activating my new skill, Wind Summoning. With an upward swing of my blade, I let the dark crescent of fire energy leave my sword encapsulated by a layer of refined wind energy. As the attack leaves my glowing sword, the wind surrounding it pushes my fiery attack upwards with blinding speed and precision. The excess air pushes my flames to ignite even brighter, growing the flying crescent of fire into a dazzling display of bright red light in the sky. The massive energy collides head-on with the incoming monster, and it's split clean in two. Without an ounce of resistance, the fiery attack slices the jagged maw of the beast clean in half. It follows through, cleanly cutting the monster all the way in half the long way through. I control my wind summoning magic to keep the fatal strike on track as it makes its way all the way to the monster's tail. Then deep underground, with a massive explosion of dirt and fire, the 2 monster halves fall to opposite sides of the newly formed crater in the ground before us. I stand up tall, deactivating all my skills and admiring my work. What was that? I hear Abby yell out from behind me as the rest of the group comes running over. I grin and turn to meet their surprised faces. As I said before, I just wanted to test out a new move. Abby replies, a new move? That was literally the definition of overkill. Maria interjects. That was so cool. We all go silent for a second. Then Maria and I burst out in laughter. Yeah, it was really cool, wasn't it? I wasn't sure if it would go all the way through, but it did. Abby stares at me wide-eyed. But how Nessa pats her on the shoulder as Maria and I keep laughing and pointing at the burning remains of the massive purple behemoth. Just go with it. Nessa sighs and continues. These two are, for a lack of better words, insane. Well, insanely strong. You'll get used to it. Abby nods slowly while staring at the dissolving creature. I guess I will. Chapter 97. As the giant purple worm disappears, 2 shiny items drop from its corpse. I use appraisal as I pick up the large mana crystal and a round white orb. It is slightly purple tinted, similar to the monster's skin color. Purple worm's pearl. There is no info on this thing. It lets off a light hum. The orb is no more than 1 kilogram and rests firmly in the palm of my hand. I toss it up and down a few times before shrugging and throwing it into my item storage with the mana crystal. Everyone else in the group catches up and we continue to roam the flat dirt wasteland of a dungeon. Over the next half an hour, we trek straight forward and run into 2 more giant worms. I let Maria handle the next one. In one long continuous slash, she is able to freeze the front half of its body, taking out the beast in a single hit. Nessa, Abby, and Bruce take on the next attacker. As the monster erupts from the ground, Abby skewers it in place, with 8 massive razor-sharp cones of dirt and rock. Nessa bursts into flames and slices the worm's front side wide open, forcing it to squirm and squeal in agony. Bruce follows at the rear, with an onslaught of hammer hits leaving the beast's jaw unable to function. With a series of fiery slashes and jagged rock stabbings, the monster is defeated with ease. Abby speaks up with a wide grin after the creature disappears. I gained 2 whole levels from that. Nessa nods in agreement. Yeah, I gained 2 as well. Bruce nods happily. I gained 1 myself. He looks over to me. Us 3 should handle the worms for now. I assume you and Maria aren't leveling up at all here. You are right. We'll step back. You 3 need the levels more than us. We all agree and continue forward. Over the next hour and a half, the 3 of them improve tremendously. They fight 4 worms together, then 3 more individually. I use Inspect and monitor each of their progress closely. Bruce uses 2 MP potions in total while making it to level 276 over the next couple of battles. He comes up with a new move, using the sharp end of his hammer to rip the monster apart in just a few hits. Nessa consumes 3 MP potions and makes it up to level 274. Her firepower is decent, but it still takes a few hits for her to slice the monsters in half. The long way, that is. Nessa really tried to copy my move. It didn't work out as well as she'd hoped. It still got the job done eventually. Lastly, Abby grew the most in my opinion, while only drinking 2 MP potions. She grew to level 274 as well. I witnessed a new battle technique from her. While capturing the beast in a prison of rock spears, she conjured 2 reinforced stone daggers. With a graceful jumping maneuver, similar to the stone pillars she used facing those griffins, Abby threw herself over the worm and slid down its back, with both daggers piercing its thick skin while growing them in size. By the time she reached the ground, the creature split into 3 separate parts. How do you like that? Abby walks back over to our group after this final battle with a confident smirk across her face. I reply, not bad at all. Thudded. The 2 parts of the beast hit the ground on either side simultaneously as its middle piece crumbles to the floor. I use enemy detection as Abby collects her mana crystal, and the rest of the group praises her for the unique kill. While squinting my eyes, I look out into the distance. We're either at the boss room or we're in trouble. I can sense a lot of high-level beings less than 500 m away. Maria laughs and points forward. That is the boss room. Come on. We all begin running forward toward the specks on the horizon. We make it there in record time. Just under a dozen hunters are standing in an orderly line in front of a floating boss room portal. The heavily armored monitor beside it speaks up. Newcomers, welcome. This is TH. I cut him off. We got it. He tightens his lips, then nods abruptly. Next, the hunter up front steps through without another word. I inspect and appraise all the hunters in line. They all appear to be well equipped for this boss room. Not a single one of them is under level 270. I guess the weaker hunters are either leveling up as we speak or already got disqualified. Next, the line moves forward as I finish my assessment, then look toward the monitor. Hey, how many hunters have come through here already? Just curious, he grins. Oh yeah, just curious. You getting nervous? He chuckles to himself, then a few others in the front of the line let out small laughs as well. I roll my eyes. Yeah, terrified. I grin and continue. So, how many? He looks up at the sky, momentarily counting on his fingers, then looks back at me. I'd say 50 or so. You are all still pretty much at the front of the pack. I nod slowly and squint at him for a moment. Thanks. He nods back. No problem. Next. If he is telling the truth, we're making pretty good time. The line continues to move slowly. Another 5 minutes of waiting go by as 2 more teams arrive behind us. I turn to my own party, looking them up and down. We all set. The 4 of them give me confident nods as the monitor yells out again. Next. I turn to the swirling portal and jump through with my sword pointed straight ahead. Moments later, I enter the boss room. It is dark, damp, and disgusting. I erupt into flames, lighting up my surroundings. It seems like an endless abyss all around me. I can't see the ceiling or walls, but the flat dirt ground shoots off in all directions indefinitely. I use enemy detection and inspect. 200 MLV 285. I put my sword into my item box, then pull out the pair of daggers I've been itching to try out. This won't be nearly as hard as that griffin. I guess I can try a few things out in the meantime. I run forward while lit up in a ball of flames. The ground begins to shake and rumble as I get closer. Then, like clockwork, a massive purple worm erupts from the damp soil less than 50 m away from me. It is barely visible in the dim light, but its sharp white teeth reflect off my flickering flames. I continue to sprint toward the beast at full speed while focusing on both my blades, summoning a layer of wind magic around each of them. The worm lets out a horrendous roar and dives toward me as I release my attack. With 2 swift slashes, I bring both my black shimmering blades across my body with a powerful strike. 2 invisible sharp gusts of wind fly at the incoming monster. Ching! The invisible slashes make contact with the beast's ravenous jaws. Its entire front half is pushed backward on impact as blood explodes in all directions. The rows of teeth are split into 3 parts as the massive worm flails about releasing a deafening cry. Not what I was going for, but not bad. I grin and jump up at the beast, activating Berserker, Bloodlust, and Intimidation. The monster stops flailing immediately as it is struck with a wave of fear. I concentrate on my glimmering daggers once again and release 2 more wind slashes straight at the injured monster's defenseless body. The beast is shredded to pieces moments later. Thudded portions of its lifeless body hit the ground as I land on the damp soil next to it. While twirling my jet black daggers, I walk over to the pile of sliced up flesh and wait for the beast to dissolve. Moments later, it drops a large mana crystal and a triangular jagged tooth. Click and click, 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 and click going. Click of come, click going. I tap one of my blades against the hard white surface, then throw both items in my storage with a smirk. The white transfer magic appears moments later, and I am transported to the next floor while placing my daggers into my item box and bringing out my sword. I step out onto hard orange rock and look down into a deep canyon. There are twisting rock patterns and tall, smooth structures shaping various walkways throughout the endless pit. There is small green shrubbery in the shade of larger boulders, but no sign of a water source in sight. The artificial yellow sun is beating down on the landscape, sucking it dry of any life. A white light flashes behind me as Maria appears and takes in the view with me. One after another, Abby, Nessa, and Bruce all make it through. I smile and confidently nod, then point down into the canyon leading to the backside of the dungeon. Onwards. Our trek begins. We take a long, winding path deep into the canyon. I use enemy detection and discover most of the creatures around here travel alone. They're pretty high level, but nothing we can't handle. After 20 minutes of walking, the 5 of us make it to a portion of the trail that branches out into an open field with more shrubbery than any other place in the canyon. It is still rather desolate, but the bright shades of green are calming on the eyes after walking in the sun for a while. There are 2 massive boulders at the back of the clearing. There seems to be an unspoken group consensus that we're taking a break here. We stop for a moment to drink water, eat a bit, and account for all our gear and potions. Just to make sure, I do one more sweep of the area with enemy detection. My eyes sharpen, and I draw my sword as an entity shows up in my mind's eye. 100 MLV 290. Hey, we can take a break in a second. We have a visitor, incoming. I point my blade at one of the 2 boulders on the edge of the field. As it splits in 2, a murderous roar comes from behind it as a truly disgusting creature appears. A 6 m tall behemoth of a beast, stomps out from behind the broken rock. It looks rather humanoid, with light orange skin, long fangs, an ogre's stature, a giant's body, carrying a massive club, and wearing a long necklace with a green gem dangling from it. The monster's arms are hairy and much longer than they should be, reaching down to its overgrown toes. It is well built, but a layer of grime and fat covers up the muscles beneath. An overwhelming smell of body odor and rotting flesh fills the air as the beast approaches. I grit my teeth and run at the beast, coating my blade in a layer of wind magic. Shengem moments later, I slice clean through the beast's thick neck-like butter and turn around. Well, that was easy. A little too easy. The monster's head rolls to the ground by my side. Its beady red eyes and long, sharp teeth glare at me even after death. Thudded, thud, hide. It begins to stomp its feet. I turn around to watch the beast grow back its head in a matter of seconds, then use appraisal while jumping backward. 290 active items, heavy club, plus 400 attack. Desert Troll's charm, plus 45% mental strength active skills. Self-regeneration. We're dealing with a troll. Everybody get back. I erupt into flames while pointing the tip of my blade at the monstrosity as it turns toward me. It has been a while since I fought a monster like you. Chapter 98. The massive troll in front of me lets out a roar as it turns. I've fought trolls before, but nothing quite like this. These must be a unique desert variant, and supersized. The beast begins charging at me with flailing limbs and its heavy club showing off a newly grown pair of red eyes and sharpened teeth. With my blade on fire, I activate Bloodlust and Berserker just for good measure, while charging right back at it. In 2 clean cuts, I slash a fiery X across the monster's front side, cutting it into 4 pieces. The massive chunks of burning flesh hit the hard orange rock floor with a thud. I watch the remains burn to ash. While deactivating my skills, I turn to my team members. These are going to be a bit tough. We need magic to defeat them, preferably fire. Nessa smirks and raises her sword. Looks like I'm all set then. She lights it on fire, then Maria speaks up. I've fought similar monsters back in basic training. Ice magic works too. It's just not as effective as fire. I nod slowly then, turn to Abby and Bruce. The green-haired girl speaks first. There's a troll dungeon in the capital. I've trained there a few times. Bruce gulps and turns to her. So, how do you beat them? Abby grins. It's pretty simple, brute force. I open my mouth with a confused look on my face, but tighten my lips and hold back as Bruce replies while swinging his hammer around. Oh yeah, so I can just smash them to bits. Abby nods with a light chuckle. Kind of. Once their MP runs out, the regeneration property they possess also loses its effect. The longer we can keep them fighting, the better chance we have of killing these trolls off. They both nod at each other with a serious stare. I smile. Well, looks like the two of you have some work to do. The troll dissolves and I pick up the mana crystal it drops. The 5 of us sit around planning our descent into the canyon while enjoying a small break to eat and drink some of our rations. I continuously keep track of our surroundings with enemy detection, but we aren't disturbed at all for over 25 minutes. Eventually, our moment of peace is over, as another impossibly large desert troll stomps into our general vicinity. Maria perks up. Let me take a crack at this one. We all sit back and enjoy the show. Maria glows bright blue as she draws her silver sword at the bellowing giant. The beast readies its club and runs at her. In the blink of an eye, Maria slices the troll's left, arm clean off, leaving a large amount of ice residue behind. The severed limb freezes and shatters as it hits the ground. The injured area is another problem entirely, though. The flesh around its wound ripples and shakes, regenerating at rapid rates to counteract the ever so slowly moving ice magic creeping towards its neck. Maria jumps in for another slash, taking out the monster's right leg and injuring its left. An explosion of ice brings the beast to its knees as it roars and angrily swings its club while trying its best to keep the ice magic at bay. With a precise slash to the neck, and the troll's head falls to the floor, the malleable flesh of its open wounds continues to squirm as it attempts to fight off the magic residue left behind. A few moments later, the tortured creature stops moving and solidifies into a statue of ice. Maria brings her blade down on the beast one last time, shattering it into a million tiny pieces, then turns back to us. Not too hard, but you were right, Jay. This thing did take a few more hits than expected. I cross my arms and nod, then look over to Bruce and Abby. Let's go find you two an opponent. You'll need practice before we make it to the boss room. We wait for the frozen troll remains to drop Maria's mana crystal, then head off deeper into the canyon. My enemy detection skill is showing a large number of high-level beings at the backside of the dungeon, and not many in between. It seems like way too many to all be hunters, but that's where the boss room should be. So it doesn't make much sense otherwise. Another 30 minutes of walking go by, and there is not a single troll in sight. The light wind blows orange dirt around in the depths of the canyon, making a whistling sound as the air currents flow through the rock walls all around us. I kick a few small pebbles off a ledge as we continue down the winding trails, just to hear the echoing sound of rock, hitting rock over and over again until it disappears into the nothingness below. Maria starts humming a cute and simple song. No one interrupts her as it fills the silence to go along with our footsteps as we venture further and further in. Another 20 minutes pass. We all zone out rhythmically, walking one by one until a voice calls out from below. Help! Somebody! Anybody, please he. A monstrous roar cuts off a young man's cries for help. This seems to be coming from just beyond the nearest bend in the large rock wall on our right side. To our left, the canyon slopes downward. After this bend in the path, there's an overlook to the final portion of the dungeon. I run forward while igniting my sword in a fresh coat of fire. Moments later, I take in the scene before me. My eyes light up with awe taking in the view. A flash of white light goes off as a massive troll swings its club down, defeating the hunter that called out for our aid. There's gear scattered all along this wide path that slopes downward. The troll responsible for that young man's demise turns to me and grunts. I grin as I see two more walking up behind it. I got the middle. Maria and Nessa take the right side. Bruce and Abby take the left. Without hesitation, we all run forward at the beast with our weapons at the ready. The putrid smell travels through the air, hitting our noses more than 30 mem away. I burst into flames and glow red, activating my stat-boosting skills to create a deadly strike. Mid-charge, I think of an interesting idea and activate my wind magic to conduct a test. Just before impact, I summon a massive gust of wind beneath my feet, boosting my speed while flying in the air at the vile creature. I feel my body shoot forward as I jump off the ground with incredible speed, releasing a deadly fiery slash across the troll's front side. It barely lets out a grunt. The club drops from its hands to the floor as the sorry excuse for a monster gets incinerated on the spot. Its remains are unidentifiable piles of ash on either side of my trail of flames. I look to my right side to see Maria freezing their troll's legs solid while Nessa decapitates the monster with a fiery slash. After a few more hits for good measure, the two of them defeat their beast with ease. Lastly, I look to Abby and Bruce. Bruce is keeping the troll occupied with his hammer and shield. They seem to be similar strengths, but the troll is having a bit of trouble moving forward with the large spears of rock stuck through its legs. Abby darts around the troll, hitting it with cheap shots. As the monster focuses on the tank, the two of them tag-team the oaf, landing hit after hit. Every time Bruce's hammer makes contact, portions of the monster's flesh are blown away, but unfortunately mended on the spot. Abby's spears of rock create holes in the monster's legs and vital spots, but they're all regenerated in a matter of seconds as well. Of course, this is going all according to their plan. Nessa, Maria, and I let our trolls dissolve and collect the mana as we watch the two of them work. It takes a while, and 1 MP potion each, but after these series of cheap hits and defensive maneuvers, the two of them break down the troll's MP and start to deal actual damage. The first sign of this is a solid hit to the side of the head by Bruce. He breaks the monster's jaw and it roars out in pain. Usually, it would grunt to itself and regenerate its shattered teeth and droopy lower jaw, but this time around it just stares the tank down with murderous intent, Both Abby and Bruce grin ear to ear, making eye contact with each other, then going in for the kill. Abby creates two massive spears of stone, in each hand glowing bright green while running at the beast. Bruce yells out a battle cry while lifting his hammer high in the air. Abby skewers the beast in two places. One massive spear stabs directly through the chest, while the other lodges itself in the troll's right eye. Finally, Bruce jumps high in the air, bringing down his mighty warhammer with impressive strength. Bones crunch under the pressure as it makes contact with the top of the giant monster's head in an explosion of blood and brains. The troll falls to its knees with a final whimper. The two of them smirk while turning toward the three of us. Abby jumps in the air excitedly. Woohoo! I gained 2 levels for that. Bruce grins and throws his hammer over a shoulder. Say me. We're going to need to be able to do that ourselves, though. I'm not ready to face the boss alone. I nod while walking near the edge of the overlook. I peer down toward the back of the dungeon, while my other 4 teammates talk amongst themselves. The massive number of high-level beings on my enemy detection radar finally becomes clear to me. It was not other hunters, after all. I turn around and wave the other over. If we can make it through this, I'm sure the boss will be a walk in the park. The 5 of us take in the view. There's a pit 500m below us. It's around 1 kilometer long and 1 kilometer wide. At the very back, I can see the faint glow of a boss room portal. Guarding the entrance, I see over 100 giant desert trolls. They all pace around frantically, attacking each other and anything that moves. The disgusting creatures are covering every last square meter of land between us and that portal. Bruce gulps. Abby glows green. Nessa draws her silver sword, lighting it on fire. Maria glows blue, freezing the ground beneath her feet. And I stare out at my prey in awe. It's time to burn every last one of these trolls to ash. Chapter 99. A long, twisting pathway leads down to the pit along the cliff on our right side. I can hear the faint sounds of stomping trolls and grunts approaching from below. We start making our way down. I'm grinning excitedly, thinking about all the new moves I'll get to try out on over 100 fresh moving targets. No more than 50m of travel downwards. A lone desert troll comes bustling up the canyon pathway. In the distance, I can see half a dozen of them slowly making their way up the trail as well. Nessa, Abby, and Bruce. You 3 need to gain some serious levels before reaching the boss. Take care of these monsters. I point my sword down the path, then continue talking. Maria, watch over them until they can handle these wanderers alone. I'll go take out the source of the problem. Maybe I'll even leave a few for you, but probably not. I smirk playfully and dart off to the left before any of them get a chance to reply. The smartest, or no, possibly the dumbest idea popped into my head, and I can't wait any longer to test it out. With a graceful leap, I jump off the edge of the winding path with nothing but an endless pit of trolls 500m below me. What are you? I hear a few concerned voices drown out in the wind as I quickly plummet off the face of this massive orange rock wall. For a moment, I close my eyes and let the cool air wrap around my entire body as I fall weightlessly to the ground. Wind summoning. After a brief moment of peace, I concentrate my wind magic to form strong gusts beneath me. I visualize a wall of wind and try to let it catch me. The first attempt pushes my upper half backwards, spiraling me out of control. I grit my teeth, regain my composure, and try again. The second gust is much more stable and slows my descent ever so slightly. I keep a constant stream of air rushing up to slow my fall more and more. Finally, I begin creating small, denser pockets of air beneath my feet. It's very hard to stay upright. My body naturally wants to twist and turn. I'm still falling through the air very fast, but I work best under pressure. Once less than 100m from the hard rock floor, I've slowed myself down considerably. With a bit of trial and error, I've managed to control the small dense currents under my feet. With very slight movements, I can change my position and turn toward any direction in mid-air with ease. I focus on creating one final gust of wind from below before hitting the hard rock ground. Thudded. I brace my feet with body-hardening crystals and push upwards with wind magic to lessen the fall. My impact with the ground still creates a small crater about 4m in diameter. It's not exactly what I was planning for, but this entrance is pretty epic either way. I grin and draw my sword. as the orange dust cloud around me settles. Over a dozen trolls surround me on all sides. I burst into flames while focusing my mana into my sword. Moments later, it begins to glow red as I activate my Bloodlust and Berserker skills. With much greater precision than before, dense wind magic forms beneath the soles of my feet, and I push off of them, blasting forward at my enemies. Shenging, one hit, and the first monster disintegrates to ash. I plunder its MP and turn in midair to face my next opponent. I plant my right foot into empty space and summon a dense pocket of air behind me. The gust of wind explodes on impact, with my foot forcing me to make a 90-degree turn in midair. Shengeng. Another troll is eliminated in the blink of an eye. I let out a loud, chaotic laugh and begin zigzagging around the battlefield with incredible speed and precision. I jump through the air, getting more in tune with my new wind summoning skill with every strike. In a matter of seconds, the 15 or so trolls that approached me were all dead on the floor in a wide circle of black smoke and crackling flames. With all the flashing lights and excess mana in the air, many of the trolls in the surrounding area have started to come charging my way. Little do they know, they're just running into their own imminent demise. The entire pit turns into a bloody massacre. The burning corpses of trolls begin to pile up as I dart around with a fiery blade. After 20 minutes of pure destruction goes by, and the trolls begin to thin out. Their roars and grunts die down, and the smoke and dust settle. I'm left with piles of mana crystals, 4 large troll clubs, and 3 desert troll charms. I equipped one of the charms, placing it around my neck, then put the rest of the loot into my item storage. It's an impressive haul, but I'm more excited about the improved use of my new skill. I look out toward the end of the canyon, activating enemy detection to see hardly any trolls remaining. My team is also steadily making its way down the sloping pathway. I can see them on the side of a cliff about 200 m above me, fighting a battle of their own. They've made it down a considerable distance as well. I start my trek forward in their direction. Another 10 minutes go by before I'm finally within range. Hey, over here. I call out to them with a wave while running over, sporting a wide smile. So, how'd it go? Maria looks at me with both hands on her waist and an angry expression. How'd it go? You just jumped off a cliff, Jay. You tell me how it went. I stop to scratch my chin and think carefully about what to say next. But Maria continues without a response. It's fine. I'm glad you had some fun. I lift my hand from my chin to scratch my head awkwardly. Then we both let out a long laugh. So, Abby and Bruce, leveling updates? You two ready for the boss or what? Bruce grins. It'll be tough, but I think I can handle it. I made it to level 286 and took down 2 trolls by myself on the way down here. I nod while crossing my arms and turning to Abby. She responds immediately. Yeah, same here. I hit level 288. I used up a lot of MP, but I can take these creatures out easy as long as I'm stocked up on potions. I smile. Great, great. Well, I cleared a path for us. The boss room should be right over here. We begin to turn toward the distant glow of a portal, but the sound of an incoming stampede of trolls echoes throughout the canyon, interrupting our friendly greetings. Nessa yells out, "Let's move. Whatever that is, it can't be good." This pit seems to be the respawn spot for all the monsters in the dungeon. At least, that's what it seems like. The 5 of us sprint toward the boss room without another thought. I use enemy detection to pinpoint the test monitor's exact location, just to make sure we're headed in the right direction. Finally, the floating gray portal comes into our clear line of sight. Nessa calls out again with a smirk. I want to go first this time. I look at her with tight lips but nod politely mid-stride. Sure, go for it. We approach the towering back wall of the canyon. If not for the boss room portal, we would be completely cornered in. The monitor speaks up. So it was you guys. There sure was a lot of noise in here. It's been a while since a new group came through. We all stop to catch our breath for a moment. Then the monitor continues. Well, if you've made it this far, you know the rules. Who's first? With a grin, Nessa readies her long silver sword and jumps through the portal. The rest of us are left in silence with the faint rumbling of giant trolls approaching in the distance. It's an eerie sound, but I'm not too worried about it. I speak up. Hey, I'll go last. Just in case this wave hits, I'm confident I can handle them. Maria nods. I'm second to last, just in case. Bruce and Abby look at each other wide-eyed, then shrug. The tank speaks up. Well, I'm going in next. There's no need for me to fight an entire stampede if I don't have to. I leave the unnecessary battles to the junkies. Abby nods. Agreed. The monitor laughs. You're up, champ. Go ahead. Bruce jumps through holding his hammer high and the large shield close to his side. We wait as the rumbling gets louder. Next! Abby jumps through and disappears into the boss room as well. The first wave of trolls finally comes into view. Next! Maria looks me in the eyes, then turns to jump through. Let's hope this boss is actually hard. I want to have some fun. She disappears into the swirling mass of energy. The stampede is less than 100 m away now. I look over to the test monitor and he rolls his eyes. I know that look. Kid, you're going to leave this mess in my hands. I chuckle and throw my hands up in the air, raising my sword with a goofy grin. Sorry, it's not my fault. He chuckles back. I know. Am messing around. It's fine. I'll get to see some action. I'm not supposed to kill any monsters while other hunters are around, so it'll be a nice change of pace. He stretches his arms in anticipation as I stare into the swirling portal. Go for it. The boss is all yours. With a grin, I give him a firm nod goodbye and jump through. Chapter 100. I spawn into the boss room and ready my sword. Walls of orange rocks surround me on all sides, creating a circular battlefield about 50 m in diameter. A flash of light obstructs my vision as an enormous troll appears across the makeshift arena. It is very similar to the ones in the dungeon. This one is just 2 m taller, hairier, darker skin. But its disgusting stench remains the same. After using Inspect, the monster registers at level 298. The massive beast immediately charges at me with its heavy club raised high in the air. I activate Berserker and Bloodlust while igniting my blade. With one swift kick off a dense pocket of wind magic, I fly toward the monster and slice it in half without a second thought. I turn around to watch both parts of the defeated troll burn to ash. Well, that was probably my fastest boss room win ever. I let my flames die out, then walk over to the dissolving corpse to collect the mana crystal with a long sigh. Moments later, the transfer magic appears and a white flash of light takes me to floor 14. I look around in awe as I take in a surreal sight. The ground is so dark brown, it almost looks black. The terrain is completely flat for as far as the eye can see, and there are very short, jagged dead trees every 50 m or so in all directions. The sky is such a light tone of blue it looks white. There are very small dark particles that float in the air. When I try to touch them, my hand just slips right through. What is this place? I look up to see my other 4 group members in a similar confused state. They're all looking around aimlessly trying to touch the particles in the air with no success. Maria turns to me. I have no idea. Creepy, right? She grins cheerfully. It lightens the mood, so I reply back with a thin smile. Yeah, let's get moving, I guess. We begin to walk straight ahead. We're all on edge quite a bit. I take the rear with Maria while Bruce, Nessa, and Abby travel up front in a triangular formation. I activate enemy detection, but to my surprise, less than 10 enemies show up. Even when I expand my range throughout the entire dungeon, it is only 10. That is it. Although there is no threats nearby, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. It is like there is eyes peering into my soul from just behind my shoulder. Guys, does anyone else feel like there is someone watching us? Yes. Abby turns with a crazy look in her eyes. I can't take it anymore. I thought I was going crazy. She starts looking over her shoulder furiously as Bruce and Nessa turn to me as well. The tank speaks up. I feel it too, eerie, but bearable. Nessa smirks as I see a fire light up in her eyes. Whatever it is, I want to fight it. Maria chuckles. Yeah, I felt it the moment I entered this place. I agree, Nessa. Freezing it solid is high up on my priority list. I nod. We continue walking, and I continue scanning the area with enemy detection. This goes on for a while. Over an hour of consistent walking goes by, and not a single monster appears the entire time. The landscape remains exactly the same as we walk further in. The feeling of being watched hasn't changed one bit either. My enemy detection skill finds 3 targets in the distance. 2 of them are close together directly in front of us, while another is off to my right side, but still a ways away. 600M LV 303, LV 299 800M LV 300. I call out to the group while pointing my blade forward. We're about to have some company. Maybe we'll get to see what this dungeon is all about. Stay alert. I get a round of head nods and grunts of agreement as we continue forward into the eerie wasteland. It is so silent, and we've already walked so far. The endless flat void goes on forever around us in all directions. The only noises I hear are the footsteps in front of me. Finally, about 10 minutes later, Abby's voice breaks the silence. "Hey, I see someone, 2 people actually." She turns back excitedly while pointing forward. I grit my teeth. People. So, they aren't monsters. Nope, they're definitely people. I continue scanning our surroundings as we trek forward, and 2 shadowy humanoid figures come into view. 150M LV 303 LV 299 300M LV 300. I can sense a third, but as I look around, it is nowhere to be found. Stay on guard. Bruce tightens his grip on his hammer. Nessa lights a small flicker of a flames on her sword. Abby begins glowing green. Maria starts leaving small patches of ice behind with every step, and I stare straight ahead trying to figure out what exactly we're walking into. Less than a minute later, we are all within battle range. I mutter under my breath as the figures become more clear to me. They were just hunters after all that. Where are the monsters? I roll my eyes and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, my pouting gets rudely interrupted by a light elbow to the gut from Maria. "Hey, look, it is them." It is the one of the tall figures steps forward, and my eyes widen as he yells out at us with a smirk across his face. Who would have thought I'd get the pleasure to see your face again? It looks like Portal Boy and his girlfriend have a crew. Isn't that nice? He looks over to his partner with a sly grin. I immediately use inspect and appraisal to confirm my suspicions. The first man is middle-aged, wearing silver armor with a large axe and a shaved head. LV 303 active items. High Ogre's axe plus 350 strength. Enchanted steel armor set plus 500 defense. Stealth boots plus 300 speed plus 300 agility. Dragon scale pendant plus 50% magic resistance serpent. Ring plus 70% mental strength. Desert Troll's charm plus 45% mental strength. Rodrigo's silver bracelet active skills. Combat magic. Lightning summoning. His partner is on the shorter side with much heavier armor, short black hair, a long silver sword, and a toothy grin. LV 299 active items. Steel sword plus 300 strength. Enchanted steel armor set plus 600 defense. Enchanted leather boots plus 300 speed. Dragon scale pendant plus 50% magic resistance. Gargoyle's ring plus 60%. Mental strength desert troll's charm plus 45% mental strength. Rodrigo's silver bracelet active skills. Swordsmanship extreme defense. It is them. I look at the 2 men in front of me, remembering back to when we met at the beginning of this exam. Maria and I were no match for the 2 of them. I had to use my Dungeon Walker ability to run away. I guess that is where I got the nickname Portal Boy. I look at him with a blank, annoyed stare for a moment, then gulp, realizing the seriousness of this situation. Run! Everyone run! We're no match for them. The lightning user stares me in the eyes and lets out a long, bellowing laugh. "You got that right, kid." He begins glowing bright yellow. I yell again. "Run, I'll hold them off. We'll meet by the boss room." Maria turns to look at me with concern filled her eyes. I ignite myself into a ball of flames, activating Berserker and Bloodlust before replying. "Trust me, I can handle them." She nods, then darts away, calling out to the others. "This way, Jay can do this." Maria forms a massive wall of ice as the lightning user lets out an enormous attack. Arcs of electricity fill the air as her white crystal wall explodes into a million pieces. I give Abby, Nessa, and Bruce a firm nod before the cloud of snow and ice fills our vision. I hear the angry lightning user yell out, "You are running away from us again. You cowards!" I run in between the two of them and my escaping teammates before I reply, "Don't worry. I won't miss out on the fun this time around." The snow cloud settles, leaving me face to face with the two overpowered warriors. The last time I faced them, I had much less gear, no bloodlust or wind summoning skills, and had the burden of protecting Maria while I fought. This time, I'll get to go all out. I see malicious grins appear on both of their faces as they look me up and down. The swordsman speaks up. "I didn't have the pleasure of finishing off your partner last time we met. I guess you'll have to do." His eyes widen with anticipation as he stares at me. The lightning user turns to him, steps back, then crosses his arms. "Go for it, Abe. This runt is all yours. I'll only step in if it gets dicey. He does have a few good moves, so be careful." Without another word, the muscular swordsman runs at me with his sword at the ready. I smirk and run back at him. Our battle has already begun. Clang. Our swords collide with the loud sound of metal on metal. He grits his teeth as I push him backward with pure strength alone. After a moment, I summon a dense wall of wind to push my sword forward even further and ignite my flames to burn red hot. "You damar!" Zap-a-pee. The moment the swordsman loses his balance, I feel a familiar painful shock of electricity surge through my entire body. I let out a loud yell and fall to my knees. Just as I thought. "Looks like you learned a few more tricks, Abe. Sorry to cut you short, but he is all mine." The fallen swordsman nods and gulps. With heavy breaths, I regenerate my scorched flesh and pick myself back up and stare the lightning user in the eyes. "Scared already?" Zap pee. I fall to my knees again, letting out a chaotic laugh while reaching into my item box for an HP potion. I regenerate my sizzling skin one more time while darting backward to drink the HP potion and think of a strategy. Not so fast, Portal Boy. The lightning user is hot on my tail, less than 10 behind me. I jump up into the air and summon a dense pocket of wind magic directly in front of me. It is time to put this practice to use. I plant my right foot in the open air and push off it while spinning a full 180 degrees. With my flames burning hot, berserker, and bloodlust at full blast, I activate intimidation while flying straight at the lightning mage. My sword glows red, and I focus on my prey. His eyes open wide in confusion as I land a critical hit across his chest. A dark wave of fire is released from my sword, and I let my wind magic carry it forward with immense power. On impact, I am shocked to the core with a counterattack. An intense current of electricity drops me to the floor. I watch my opponent collapse in front of me with a fiery wound as well. Both of us cough up a mouthful of blood and stand to our feet moments later. Black dust from the ground fills the air. He grins, rubbing the wide-open gash in his chest through a shattered thick plate of steel armor. Not bad at all. I look back at him with my sword at the ready. "You are not too bad yourself." He smirks and looks over his shoulder. "Abe, we're not taking any more chances here. Time to double team him. This is our toughest opponent yet." I grit my teeth as the swordsman walks over. Then I hear footsteps. Very faint, very quick footsteps coming from behind me. I reactivate enemy detection. 10 MLV, 300. I grip my sword even tighter, then duck and swerve out of the way as a cloaked figure jumps over my head with alarming speed. Shinging. I watch the mystery man in black slice at the swordsman's neck with a pair of gleaming daggers. A flash of white light fills our battlefield as Abe disappears and the dust settles. The mysterious rogue darts behind the lightning user and readies his blades again. I stare in awe. He took out that tank of a swordsman in just one hit. The man speaks up in a low but clear voice. "Care to team up? I like your style." The hooded man lifts his head to look me straight in the eyes. I nod at him firmly one time, then point my glowing blade at the lightning user's head. "Works for me." Chapter 101. We're all alone in this desolate dungeon. It's just the three of us. The axe-wielding lightning user yells out while arcs of electricity begin flowing off of his body. You two are really asking for it. I keep my bright red blade pointed at his head, staring the man straight in the eyes. The hooded figure has him cornered from behind with his daggers at the ready. I release an attack. With a swift and powerful swing of my blade, I release a wind-powered slash of dark fire magic straight at him. With a rigid movement of his axe and an explosion of lightning, this monster of a man turns the trajectory of my attack to narrowly twist his body out of the way. In doing so, it leaves him open from behind. The hooded man darts in with overwhelming speed. I hear the faint sound of blades slicing flesh. Then, see the axe wielder fall to his knees, coughing up blood, while the rogue pulls a dagger from his side. The mystery man grins at me and darts backward, putting away his daggers while reaching into his item box as the lightning mage yells out again, releasing arcs of dark yellow energy. I produce another fiery slash of magic, sending it hurtling at him. He grits his teeth and raises his axe to block my attack. The wave of fire makes contact with his weapon, making a loud clang almost like metal on metal. He barely fends off the crescent of dark magic as he's pushed 3M backward, attempting to stand to his feet. This is it, you runt! I watch him explode with anger as he manages to deflect my attack off track, once again narrowly avoiding death. His bloodshot eyes meet mine as he sends a bolt of electricity at me. There's no blocking these attacks. I must endure it. My vision is filled with yellow light, and I'm hit with an immense wave of lightning once again. It burns my skin and leaves my insides sizzling, but I keep running forward. With a yell, I jump towards him to clash sword against axe. My dark red aura filled with flames collides with his yellow static energy. We're at a standstill. Both of us push forward with all our might. I release wave after wave of intimidation while erupting into flames. He holds his ground while shocking me to my core. We both let out yells as neither of us wants to lose this brawl. Again, I hear faint footsteps in the distance. Then, a whistling sound. My eyes are locked on my opponent, so I can't keep an eye on the rogue. It seems like he's made his move. The lighting user lets out a final shockwave as I release an enormous display of flames. I fall to my knees. After taking 3 full-on attacks, my HP is nearly 0. I look up at my opponent while reaching for an HP potion. He's burnt to a crisp as well. The slash from earlier did a lot of damage. The dagger to the side was a good hit too, and my excess fire residue from our clash couldn't have made it any easier on him. One more solid attack from either of us, and the other would be finished. I cough up another mouthful of blood and bring the HP potion to my lips as he lifts his axe high in the air. The axe wielder lets out a yell while releasing a final lightning axe combo. Then, moments before his blade comes down on me, I watch a glowing white arrow pierce through the side of his head. The lightning mage's eyes widen as a white light flashes, and he disappears into nothingness before the arrow can even make it through to the other side. I'm left half kneeling on the ground in shock. I gulp down the rest of my HP potion to twist my head toward the direction that glowing arrow came from. The rogue's low and clear voice rings out again. "Good fight. You set up the perfect shot." I see the hooded man standing 20 m away holding a bow with another white glowing arrow loaded. He grins as I look at him in awe. No prob. You know, I could have handled him." He laughs. "You know what? I think you could have." I just wanted in on the fun too. I grit my teeth and walk over to him, still covered in a dark red aura of flames. I point my glowing blade at his head. "What do you want? Why'd you even help me in the first place?" The cloaked man puts his bow down and the arrow disappears. He puts one hand up in the air to pull the hood off his head. It reveals him to be a young tan-skinned man with short silver hair. His eyes are very light blue, and he wears a pair of thin black dangling earrings. He smiles at me again while placing both hands in the air. "Whoa there. I just watched you sacrifice yourself for your teammates, so I came to enjoy the show. It's not that deep." My eyes and lips tighten for a moment, then he continues. "My name is Eri. Nice to meet you." I stare into his light blue eyes for a moment, then lower my sword. "I'm Jay. He puts out his right hand. I stare at it for a moment, then take a step forward to shake it. Nice to meet you too. That's a neat bow, by the way. And the arrows are interesting as well. I've never seen anything quite like it. We both let out a light sigh of relief as the tension lessens. He picks up the bow and summons an arrow, pointing it off into the distance, then lets it soar. Yeah, it's a unique skill, actually. And, well, it's a legendary grade. He winks. I raise an eyebrow, then use Inspect and Appraisal. Elf. 300 active items. Cloak of Swiftness, plus 60% speed, plus 60% agility. Lesser Demon's Dagger Set, plus 40% strength, plus 40% agility. Enchanted Ring of Defense, plus 55% defense. Enchanted Ring of Magic, plus 55% mental strength. Enchanted Range. Ars Bow, plus 400 strength, plus 400 speed. Earrings of Alignment. Rodrigo's Silver Bracelet, active skills. Dagger Mastery Spirit Archer, legendary grade, I reply. A unique skill, huh? And a legendary grade? That means what exactly? He smirks, then crosses his arms. Let me join your party. Hey, wait a minute. I asked you a question. You have a unique skill too, right? Or at least a special grade of some sort. I know for a fact that wasn't regular fire magic. I eye him carefully. It's mostly my blade. It has a fire aspect buff. I lift up my sword, hoping he'll believe my bluff. The real reason my flames are so special is because they're powered by half a dozen skills at once. He examines it carefully, then rolls his eyes. Figures. I got my hopes up for nothing. Anyways, let me join your party. Hey, you need a ranged hunter. I've seen you all fight. I gulp, you've got a point. Hey, when did you see us all fight? He grins. See, I'm great at stealth missions too. What do ya say? Add me as a temporary member? Come on. I pause for a moment to think. Fine, there's only 2 more floors anyways. He smiles and turns towards the back of the dungeon. Great, let's get going. His entire demeanor has drastically changed. Moments ago, he was a dark and dreadful stealth rogue. Now he's grinning cheerfully with heavy footsteps. I don't fully trust the guy, but he's strong. It's better to ally with him now than to be pointless enemies. I guess... yeah, let's get going. We walk side by side deeper into the dungeon. I use enemy detection to locate my team. They're roughly 600 m away, straight ahead. Eri speaks up as we pick up the pace. Did you guys find any monsters in this dungeon? I shake my head. Unfortunately, no. Odd, right? He nods. Very. We continue onward. I keep a distance between us and continue gripping my sword to be ready for battle at any moment. But the tan-skinned bow wielder just continues to merrily half-skip alongside me. I don't sense any hostility, and he did kind of save my life. I would have been fine, but he definitely helped me out. I let out a sigh as the faint sight of 4 hunters comes into view in the distance. They stop moving and draw their weapons. I reply by pointing my sword in the air and shooting off a ball of flames to show them it's me. I watch the swords drop, then a flash of blue light comes running at me. It stops 30 mem away. Maria stands before us covered head to toe in a thin layer of ice with squinted eyes. Who is this guy? I grin and point to the bow-carrying rogue with an open palm. Maria, meet Eri. Eri, this is Maria. He grins. It's a pleasure to meet you. Maria lifts her sword. Okay, and again, who is this guy? We slowly walk over to her as I speak up again. He helped me out with the battle earlier. He's just tagging along for now. You sure about this, Jay? I'm sure. Okay. Maria lets her sword down as we walked past. She lets out a sigh, then looks me in the eyes. I'm glad you're okay, Jay. I mean, I knew you would be, but ya know. I let out a chuckle and smile as she turns to walk with us. Good to see you again, too. The rest of our team members arrive soon after. The 3 of them stand in a line sharing similar confused expressions while eyeing the tan rogue up and down. I nod to all of them, then look over to the hooded man. This is Bruce, Nessa, and Abby, he nods. Geez, this is Eri. He'll be our temporary ranged fighter. He may turn out to be a solid ally, so keep an open mind. They all nod hesitantly, but Bruce breaks the awkward silence with a thud from his hammer hitting the ground. Jay, if you think he's a good fit, it works for me. I smile. Great, it's settled. Eri, welcome to the team. The 6 of us head off to the dungeon's boss room. As we travel forward, the small talk continues. The others begin to lighten up to Eri a bit. He's an interesting character. Only time will tell how he fits in with the crew. Chapter 102. As we walk closer and closer to our destination, the odd feeling of being watched from a distance doesn't change at all. The air feels rather dense with mana, almost like a dungeon break. But not quite. The peculiar dark floating particles become much more visible in the air. I hear Abby's high-pitched voice call out from the front of our formation while watching her green ponytails bob up and down as she jumps in the air. Look, it's right there! We made it! My eyes perk up as I see the faint glow of a boss room portal twisting and fluctuating on the horizon. There's only one hunter beside it, the exam monitor. Maria replies to her in an optimistic tone. Exciting! Then scrounges her nose and clicks her tongue lightly. But are we ready for this? I smirk. I am. I've been itching for a fight. Eri chuckles. You just had a pretty intense battle? I roll my eyes and look back at him with a scowl, then a playful smile. Yeah, but it was cut short. Somebody had to jump in and save the day. He sighs. Maria laughs. I'm sure we'll get a good fight. And win. I'm confident in my abilities. She looks over to Bruce, Nessa, and Abby with concern plastered across her face. Abby's face goes red as she replies. Hey, what are you trying to say? I can handle whatever is thrown at me too, just watch. Nessa tightens the grip on her sword nervously as Bruce smirks and replies while lifting his left wrist in the air. Don't worry about us. We'll fight until the end, no matter what. Even if we face an opponent too tough, we've got. He looks Maria up and down, then locks eyes on her left arm. Where's your bracelet? She hides her wrists behind her back. The thing is, I cut her off. It's a long story. I'm surprised it took you this long to notice. Everyone's eyes are focused on Maria, but she breaks the silence after a few seconds, bringing her hands back to her front side. As I said, I'm confident in my abilities. You all just worry about yourselves. She blushes a bit, and the group takes it as a sign not to push her any further. We continue forward, and I hear Eri whisper something under his breath. Very, very interesting. As the 6 of us approach, the monitor waves us down and calls out, Welcome, welcome. You all know the rules. Line up. Abby looks back and gives us all a firm nod. I'm going first. I look over to Maria to see her sifting through her item box. She pulls out over half a dozen MP potions and splits them between Bruce, Abby, and Nessa, just in case. I want them back once you all make it through. It's really just in case. They accept them hesitantly. Then Abby replies with a grin while glowing bright green. Thanks. I appreciate you, Maria. I'll see all of you on the other side. She jumps through without another word. Bruce and Nessa stand up front. Maria is behind them, followed by me, and Eri patiently waits at the back of the line. Next! One by one, my teammates jump through the swirling portal in front of me. Next! The monitor nods to me. Then I jump through with my sword, held tightly between my palms. I step through the twisting wall of energy to find myself in a very similar environment on the other side. The ground is flat and stretches out in all directions. There's no end in sight. The black particles floating off the ground are even bigger and more visible. The eerie feeling of being watched becomes much more intense. I can feel the weight of 10 times the eyes watching my every movement. There is malicious intent, but whatever is observing seems to be more curious than eager for a brawl. I grit my teeth and begin activating all my relevant skills. A dark red aura forms around my body as I scan the area with inspect. Enemy detection and appraisal in all directions. I feel a shift in the energy as the gaze upon me blinks momentarily. So you don't like it when I look back at you. I grin as its stats show up in my mind's eye. 150 M LV, 310 active items. Amulet of Protection plus 50% Defense Medallion of Mental Fortitude plus 50% Mental Strength Active Skills. All-Seeing Eye Telekinesis. The moment I lock onto my target, I turn my head to look in its direction. To my surprise, the moment I do, an eruption of rock takes place 100 m or so in front of me, obstructing my vision. I smirk and ignite my sword into a dull flicker of flames while darting off in the direction of the flying rock. Within a few seconds, I close the gap between us to under 50 m. Another explosion blows chunks of stone up to 3 m wide up in the air. They seem to float for longer than normal, letting whatever beast is behind the barrier of rubble slip away unnoticed. Come on out. Let me get a good look at ya. I burst into flames while cutting through the flying rocks, making my way closer and closer to the elusive monster. The piles of large black rocks begin reforming as I cut them down, slowing me as I draw nearer and nearer. Telekinesis, huh? Two can play that game. I stop in my tracks while focusing on the floating debris all around me. The force of a monster with incredible mental strength is controlling these slabs of stone. The rocks shift and begin closing in toward me from all directions. The aura around me darkens, and I release a wave of telekinesis to sense all the mounds of earth hurtling my way. An invisible force of artificial unwavering gravity pushes these stones at me while watching from a distance. The monster feels my mind attempting to push back, but doesn't give me much attention at first. It's focused on a singular task. It must eliminate the threat without being seen. That threat is me. I let out a loud yell while straining my brain to gain control of the walls of massive incoming rocks. With a violent release of my intimidation skill, a wave of energy is sent out into our battlefield's mental ether. The invisible wave of energy travels through layers of stone for over 50 m before hitting its target. Then, I feel the monster experience a moment of shock and awe. The creature's mental grip loosens for a fraction of a second, so I jump in for the kill. Thudded. All of the mounds of projectiles fall to the ground with the deafening thud of stone on stone. I strain my telekinesis ability to its limits while clearing a path toward my new prey. This unknown monster is less than 30 mem away now, and the suspense is killing me. What kind of beast has powers like this? I continue ripping through fallen rock with a fiery sword while battling the startled monster in a duel of wills. Its mental strength has fully returned, and it's attempting to lift the rocks again. The monster stays in the same place while doing so. Its multitasking skills must be limited while expending this much mana. I smirk as I come within 10 m, blasting away the final walls of debris with wind magic and slashes of dark crimson fire energy. As the dust settles, I take in the view of my opponent and let out a declaration of war. It is time for the great Revia. What? An enormous floating eye blinks at me 2 times very slowly as we stare at each other in awe. The top of its body is nearly level with my own. It's much smaller than I imagined it'd be. The monster hovers about half a meter above the ground and has close to a dozen tentacles protruding from its dark green circular body. Its skin is coarse-looking, and the faint rotten smell of old sour bread lingers in the air. Each of the beast's slimy limbs is no more than a few centimeters thick, but they flow outwards in all directions, exceeding its actual body's length by 2 or 3 times. A wide open mouth of razor-sharp, jagged teeth directly below its eye growls at me as the creature takes advantage of the break in fighting. I watch it fly upwards, attempting to escape from its imminent demise. Not so fast. I begin forming dense pockets of air beneath my feet and follow the monster upwards. I step onto nothingness, but continuously use the force of my wind magic under each of my long strides to push me farther into the air. I grin as I feel the airflow by my face, and the rush of a difficult chase fills my blood with adrenaline. My acceleration stays constant as the distance between me and the floating monstrosity decreases. My blade begins to glow bright red, and my aura burns darker and darker. I creep up to it within striking distance and launch an attack. The 2 of us are flying over 20 m in the air. I bring my sword down on the creature with a powerful, swift motion. Half of its tentacles are under my blade, and it's surely a direct hit to the main body as well. As my glowing weapon travels downwards, I feel the odd sensation of being watched again. It's like there's eyes on me from all directions. Any way I turn my head, I won't be able to see where it's coming from. No matter what I hide behind, these eyes will always see me. Shengang, I follow through with my attack, despite the odd violating sensation. My eyes open wide as I watch each individual tentacle twist and turn to avoid my blade by mere millimeters, and the large round body makes a 90-degree turn in midair to avoid my attack. The movements look so natural and graceful. I grit my teeth and kick off an invisible pocket of my wind magic to mimic its sudden turn and follow close behind. The feeling of being watched from every single fathomable angle does not stop. This must be a result of its all-seeing eye ability. It appears this monster is going to be a tougher opponent than I thought. Chapter 103? After our abrupt change in direction, I decide to pick up the pace. With a loud yell and a burst of flames, I push myself forward using swift gusts of wind beneath my feet. I focus my mana deep within my sword's core and let out a dark crescent of energy from a distance aimed directly at the monster. At first, it looks like a direct hit. To my surprise, I feel the familiar sensation of being watched grow greater and greater as the slash approached its target. Just like before, the creature shifts its body in the air ever so slightly to avoid the oncoming attack with incredibly graceful, natural movements. I grit my teeth while watching the slimy tentacles twist and turn to Natalie avoid my fiery crescent of death, like it's a slow-moving pitch. With another loud yell and an enormous air step forward, I let out an even bigger slash. Take this! Then another. How about that? Then another. I release over half a dozen full-force attacks until my MP nears 0. The elusive monster keeps wiggling and squirming around every shot I throw at it with ease. While taking a deep breath, I reach into my item storage and take out a few mana crystals to plunder my MP back up to full. The massive floating eye begins slowly changing its direction toward the ground. It's aiming to make its way toward the piles of stone it previously manipulated with its telekinesis skill. Going down is much easier than flying up. I smirk and follow it with haste. While locking my eyes on the target, an interesting idea comes to mind. If it can't see the attack coming, maybe it won't be able to dodge. Wind, summoning. I concentrate on the monster's main body in front of me as I plummet to the ground behind it. 8 large spears of invisible wind magic form all around me in a circle, collecting strength. Once we're less than 10 m off the ground, I let my weapons fly. The dense pockets of wind soar at it from above. The monster doesn't change its trajectory at all. I finally outsmarted this disgusting creature. Mere seconds before impact, I feel the heavy feeling of being observed once again. This time, it's with even greater depth. It feels like every last cell in my body is being poked and prodded by infinite invisible eyes. I gulp, then watch sharp spears of wind whiz around the monster as it spins its body, flapping its tentacles around in a mocking manner. The main eye looks at me and I see its wide smile create a malicious grin showing every last finely sharpened tooth. The ground below begins to rumble as I see it shift and crack, forming an uncountable amount of jagged stones. The monster continues twisting its body out of the way. I manage to change the direction of my wind spears, but they're blocked by a barrage of floating rocks. I grit my teeth and let out a grunt of frustration as I kick off the air on my left side to follow its movements even further down toward the dark-colored ground. The air around me pushes my hair back and makes it difficult to keep my eyes open, but I keep pushing forward. The large pieces of rock begin moving in on me again. I don't bother trying to use telekinesis this time around. I furiously swing my sword in front of me, releasing attacks of fire and wind shattering and incinerating the objects flying at me from all sides. Every explosion gets me closer and closer to this annoying beast. I rack my brain for ideas. Longer range attacks don't work. Close range slashes hardly do the trick, and my mental strength is pretty much equal, so overpowering its mind is off the list too. I smirk as a last resort plan comes to mind. It's worth a try. I guess I'll test out that skill I've been sitting on. If I can get close enough, another boulder comes flying toward me and I smash it to bits with ease. At this point, they're not threatening attacks. It's just irritating. My sword glows brighter and brighter red as I smash the incoming boulders in front of me while shielding myself with a layer of wind from my backside. We're no more than 5M above the ground now, and I'm less than 3M behind it. A constant futile bombardment of stone keeps me swinging my blade as I steadily increase in speed eyeing my prey. Finally, my blade is within range. I summon a wall of wind around the monster's left side, making sure its only option is to go up or to the right. From above, I swing my glowing, fiery blade downward, releasing an intense wave of dark crimson flames. As expected, the monster's perception ability kicks in the moment my threat approaches. I let go of my blade while using telekinesis to carry it downwards at a swift and constant pace. The monster lets out a screech and twists its body to the right side simultaneously. I dive into the same open space, pushing off a pocket of wind to accelerate my movements even further. The creature's main eye opens wide as the iris sporadically searches for an open path to slither away through. I let out a burst of intimidation with a grin ear to ear as I hurtle towards its main body, both arms stretched out wide. I sense its fear as my hand makes contact with its coarse, yet wet and slimy skin. Equivalent exchange. The moment I mutter these words, my entire body begins to glow white, and a text box appears in my mind's eye. Use equivalent exchange available HP. 1,515 divided by 1,515, enter amount. Yes? No. My mind starts racing. I grab the monster in front of me tight with my other arm as we fall to the ground with exceptional speed. Available HP. Time slows down as my previous battle facing a hunter with this skill flashes through my memories. Every time he made contact with me, he'd do damage. It seems like I have to sacrifice my own HP to deal an equivalent attack to my opponent. I grit my teeth and make my decision. This may be my only chance. I'll go all in. I picture the number 1500 in the floating text box and chose yes without another thought. A blinding flash of white light appears, and that horrible sensation comes back with it. Thousands of daggers piercing my skin all over. It fluctuates from hot and cold while sucking a massive amount of health points out of me in an instant. I let out a scream of agony as we plummet faster and faster toward the ground. The beast in my hands shrieks with pain as well. Its body convulses, and its tentacles flail out of control as I let go and conjure a pocket of wind to stop my descent. Thud it. I watch the monster hit the ground with a bone-breaking thud as I hover less than 2M above it, breathing heavier than I ever have before. The beast stares back at me with its now bloodshot eye growling and squirming on the ground hopelessly. I lift my hand in the air using telekinesis to catch my falling blood-red sword. With a final smirk and a slight nod of respect, I release a wave of fire cutting the creature in two. Level up, use absorption skill, all-seeing eye yes. No. I slowly hover down to the ground and choose yes without hesitation. Then reach into my storage, an item box, to take out a few mana crystals and 2 HP potions. While healing myself back up to full health, I active all-seeing eye out of curiosity. The moment the skill goes live, I can feel a massive amount of MP begin leaving my body. But at the same time, everything around me becomes crystal clear. The piles of rubble, the small dark floating particles, the dissolving remains of the monster in front of me, everything. Even the district movements of mana flowing through my body and the floor of the dungeon itself. I look down at my hands to watch the mana course through my bloodstream for a moment, then murmur to myself in awe. I can see everything. I gulp and open my status. Status open ______________________ J Soju, I level 303, I HP 1000. 520 divided by 1,520, IMP 990 divided by 1,520, I strength 734, 646, I speed 874, 524, 262, I agility 904, I defense 655, 262, 229, 164, I mental strength 734 U147, 352, 293, 330, I skills. I absorption. I swords. Manship. I combat magic fire summoning. I inspect special grade. I enemy detection. I body hardening special grade. I self regeneration. I spatial magic item storage. I PL. Underer. I telekinesis. I appraisal special grade. I conceal. I dungeon walker. I intimidation. I dagger mastery. I stealth. I bloodlust. I equivalent X. Change. I combat magic wind summoning. I all-seeing eye. I empty slots. I items equipped. I golden wolf ring. 20% mental strength. I cyclops eye pendant. 40% defense. I dark elf boots. 60% speed. I the Flame Emperor's sword, fire aspect, 88% strength. Strength, 48% mental strength. I ring of protection, 35% defense. I Griffin's towel. Han. 40% mental strength. I enchanted silver ring, 30% speed. I ring of protection, 25% defense. I desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength. I Rodrigo's silver brace. Let I no more empty slots. I hidden menu. I PP 303. I underscore 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 underscore. My eyes scramble back and forth to take in an odd-looking status filled with new numbers and letters. I deactivate my all-seeing eye skill, and the ions and extra lines of text disappear from my mind's eye. I gulp, then reactivate my skill, taking in the information in front of me again. I start by clicking the eye icon next to my sword. It's my main weapon, so it takes priority here. Underscore 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 underscore. Fire aspect, 88% strength, 48% mental strength info. A sword crafted from the horn of a minotaur and the fiery core of a volcanic salamander, using the legendary grade crafting skill. Class B, type, evolution, durability, 81, divided by 100 underscore 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 score underscore underscore. My eyes light up as I read the text before me, grinning ear to ear. Next, I curiously click on the eye icon next to the new option labeled PP underscore 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 proficiency points info. A single proficiency point will be earned for every level gained. Use PP to upgrade your skills. Cost no grade. Special grade 50p special grade. Legendary grade 250 pp. Unique grade. Advanced unique grade 100 pp underscore 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 underscore. Score underscore 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 underscore. My heart starts pounding, and the grin across my face just keeps growing wider and wider. I look at one of the most peculiar items in my status. Next, underscore 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 Rodrigo's silver bracelet info. A bracelet crafted by 2 magic users by combining the unique respawn skill and the legendary grade crafting skill. This item allows the user to respawn back to a specified location after being killed as long as the bracelet is making contact with its user upon their death. Class A type, multi-use durability, 50 divided by 100 underscore 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 the monster's corpse below my feet dissolves and drops a mana crystal, but I pay it no mind as I'm consumed with awe at the possibilities within the brand new status at my fingertips. I continue scrolling furiously as I feel my MP being drained more and more by the second. Moments later, a white flash covers my vision, indicating I'm being transported to the next floor. I deactivate all my skills and take a deep breath in and out to prepare myself for floor 15. I'll have all the time in the world to play with my newfound abilities later. Chapter 104. The white light begins to dissipate and I open my eyes to see a single hunter in front of me. I gulp and look around. Eri, where are the others? He's sitting on a large rock covered in moss about 2 m off the ground. There's incredibly lush plant life all as far as the eye can see. The twisting green vines cover the dungeon floor with small blooming red, pink, and white flowers. There are blue and purple berries dangling from thick bushes and short yellow-tinted assortments of shrubbery all around us. I walk forward hesitantly past a massive tree wrapped in plant life with arching branches that cover our view of the sky above. Eri responds with a neutral tone. You're the first to come out. Well, aside from me at least. He shows me a light smile, then looks up at the jungle's canopy to take in the view. As I begin to respond, a white light flashes behind us. Maria's voice rings out, and I let out a sigh of relief as I turn to see her wide grin. Now that was an annoying little creature. It wasn't that strong, it just took forever to wear it down. I nod. Yeah, tricky one. Eri lets out a small chuckle and a sigh of his own. It was like all the others, one shot, and the boss is dead. He bends one leg upwards to rest his arm on his knee while continuing to sit atop the boulder. The cloaked figure stares at both of us curiously, while placing his chin down into the bent arm covering the lower half of his face. The only visible features are his light blue eyes and short silver hair. A flash of light appears once again, and the green-haired healer comes flying out. Maria is the first to greet her. Abby, you made it. She glows bright while healing the massive cuts and blunt force wounds covering her body. She grins and looks up at us. What a great fight! That thing was creepy, but it could manipulate rock too, so I finally got to go all out with my combat magic. She scratches her head, then continues. Oh, Maria, about those MP potions, I kind of used them all. Maria laughs and lightly slaps her on the back. Hey, we're on the last floor. Who cares? I had a feeling you'd use them anyways. They both walk off over to a small flowing creek about 10 m away chuckling about something. Not all the details are clear to me. I take a deep breath in and out while staring at the swirling portal at the dungeon's entrance. Eri does the same with his fierce, yet concerned, unmoving eyes. We sit and stand in silence for another 2 minutes straight. My heart pounds faster and faster the longer our wait goes on. I'm not particularly worried about anything bad happening. Both Bruce and Nessa have their bracelets on. If they lose this battle, they'll just be sent back to the respawn point. It's just, this is the first time I've worked together with a group of people as a team, and actually enjoyed it. I'd really like to at least see it through to the end of this exam. I gulp and continue to stare at the portal in front of me as the seconds pass by, ever so slowly. The tree branches sway in the artificial dungeon breeze. Maria and Abby laugh off in the distance by the stream, and the vines around the jungle floor twist and grow in my imagination as an eternity seems to go by. Finally, I see a flash of light. My eyes widen as the short, red-haired mage comes stumbling out of the portal with a manic grin plastered across her face, dripping blood from head to toe. She looks me in the eyes and murmurs a few words. I beat it. Thudded Nessa falls to the floor moments later. Both Maria and Abby come running over. I nod slowly and whisper under my breath, just one more. Abby immediately begins glowing bright green surrounding Nessa's body in an orb of warm light. I become a bit more relieved as the life creeps back into the redhead's face, but my eyes keep wandering back to the portal behind them. With Maria and Abby kneeling over Nessa as she eventually stands to her feet, my vision tunnels on the twisting energy before my eyes. Nothing else matters right now. The branches in the great trees above creak and shift to reveal a small ray of light pouring down from the beautiful blue sky. Time slows down for me even more as I wait patiently. Then, a flash of light finally occurs, and a battle-ridden tank carrying a crimson-stained warhammer appears before my eyes. A weight is lifted off my back. Nessa slowly sits up as Bruce lets out a bellowing laugh. A small trickle of blood rolls down the side of his forehead. Now that one gave me a run for my money. What a boss. What a boss indeed. He looks at me with a toothy grin and nods firmly. I nod back. Good to see we all made it. Ari lifts his chin from his knee, then swiftly jumps down from the boulder above us. Nessa stands to her feet and drinks an HP potion to finish up her healing process. Then I point my sword off into the wilderness. This is our last floor. Everyone stay sharp. Let's all make it through this in one piece. Bruce heals up with an HP potion of his own, and we get back into a similar formation to begin the trek through the dungeon. Bruce stays up front with his shield held steady. Abby and Nessa take the lead with him on either side. Maria stays about 5 m behind Bruce, while Ari and I cover the rear about 5 more meters behind her. The jungle is silent, aside from the swaying leaves and crackle of branches underneath our footsteps. There are no bugs and no sign of life in sight. 5 minutes of ducking and weaving through the thick shrubbery goes by before I strike up a conversation with Ari. I really hope this dungeon isn't like our last one. That was pretty odd. Don't you think? I've never seen one with no monsters. Ari nods while swiftly ducking under a low-hanging vine covered in pink and white blossoming flowers. I've seen some like it before. He stares forward as I jump over a log covered in dense green moss growing an assortment of mushrooms across its backside. Oh yeah? Which one? There's a dungeon here in the capital with no monsters? Just a boss? He lets out a long sigh. No, not in the capital. There's a few like that near my home village. I raise an eyebrow, then grin. Oh yeah, where are you from? Ari's eyes rapidly move back and forth as he scans the surrounding area, then nods, speaking in a low tone. There's a change in his expression. His eyes are filled with sadness, and his voice shakes ever so slightly. I'm not exactly from the Vice region. I just came out here on an independent contract to take the exam. The forest falls even more silent as we continue to walk forward. I eye the hooded archer up and down, then crack a thin smile. You know, I can't get a good read on you, Ari, but I hope we can be friends. I want to see what that bow can really do. We lock eyes for a moment, then he mimics my thin smiles back. I'd like that too. There seems to be a lot more to unpack concerning Ari's past, but now isn't the time. Crack-a-cud. I hear a large branch break and Bruce's deep voice rings loudly throughout the forest. We got our first monster. It's a tough one. I grit my teeth and run forward to join the action. While twisting and turning my body through all the fallen trees and heavy greenery, a battle is starting without me. The blue glow of ice magic fills my vision as well as the heat from a blazing fire. The ground begins to rumble, and I hear a loud clang of something hard slamming against Bruce's shield. Ari and I race forward into the small open clearing ahead. A long, slithering, snake-like creature comes into view. Its scaly skin is pure white, with a small red diamond-shaped marking on the top of its head. The fast-moving tongue protruding from its mouth is jet black and split in two. To top it all off, its dark blue eyes stare us down the instant we come into view. The jungle floor turns into a battlefield, split in half covered in ice where Maria stands, and burning bright alongside Nessa. Abby stands atop a pillar of stone between the two of them, while Bruce charges forward at the beast with no fear. He yells out to us once he notices we've arrived at the scene. Sit tight, you two. This will be over before you know it. Enjoy the show. The 15-meter-long Goliath of a snake brings its head up in the air to stare down at all of us. The monster lets out a loud hiss, and an energy wave of intimidation erupts from its body to show off its immense strength. The first battle of the 15th floor is about to begin. Chapter 105. The bone-white serpent opens its mouth to show off a pair of razor-sharp curved fangs, then dives in to attack. I hear another clang of metal on metal as Bruce blocks it with his shield. The tank's feet dig deep into the ground as the snake pushes his body backward. Maria lets out a battle cry as she jumps in for an attack of her own. She jumps over the ongoing attack to release an ice-filled slash, with her sword all the way down the snake's spine. A thick layer of frozen magic forms on the monster's back as it lets out a hiss and arches back away from Bruce. I watch Abby run at the beast as well, the ground rippling beneath her feet. Two large spears of stone protrude from the ground on either side of her. With a forceful hand gesture, they hurtle at the monstrous snake. Nessa jumps in to do her part as well. With a fiery slash, she aims for the beast's neck to finish it off. Clang on impact. The spears of stone hardly puncture the tough serpent's scaly skin. Nessa's sword bounces off like a bat on rubber, and the snake violently shakes its body to shatter the layer of ice on its backside. The beast lets out a loud hiss, staring the four of them down with newfound hatred. Again, a wave of intimidation is released, and the battle continues. The white serpent's perfectly placed scales have been broken in 3 places along its back. 2 small wounds drip blood from the spears of stone, and 1 larger long slash still glows blue from magic ice residue. Overall, its HP couldn't have dropped more than 10 to 15% in total, but it's a start. I use Inspect and Appraisal. LV 312 active items. Serpent Scale, plus 40% mental strength, plus 40% magic resistance active skills. Intimidation, Bruce charges forward with his shield out front and the massive warhammer at the ready. With a loud clash, the battle continues. Bruce fends off the beast as it angrily bites at his shield, while Abby, Nessa, and Maria chip away at its health. The only one doing any real damage seems to be Maria, but she is still having a semi-difficult time piercing its thick, magic-resistant armored scales. The 4 of them attack and dodge in perfect synchronicity, 6 more times in total. Bruce keeps positioning himself at perfect angles to take the brute force attacks, while Nessa distracts it from the side. Abby and Maria are the quickest, and their attacks do the most damage. With a final easy swing of her sword, Maria finally freezes the serpent's neck solid. The beast hisses loudly as Abby keeps it pinned to the ground. The blue wave of magic covers its head moments later, and the monster stops moving once completely encased in ice. The 4 of them grin with excitement and open their statuses moments later. I walk over to them as the snake dissolves. Did you all gain a good amount of levels? To face one of those alone, you'll need quite a bit more. They all nod in agreement as a large pink mana crystal drops to the floor. Bruce picks it up and tosses it to Maria, then turns to me. Yeah, as a team, that snake was easy to figure out. Alone is a whole different story. We're all going to need to learn how they fight and grow a bit ourselves too. Crack-cud. The sound of a huge branch breaking makes me whip my head around. See an identical predator slithering our way. It's breaking down small trees and moving boulders with ease as it charges at us in a fit of rage. It's another serpent from our backside. I yell out to the group. Get back. This one's O. I don't even get to finish my sentence. Ari lifts his bow and conjures a glowing white arrow. The moment it leaves his quiver, my eyes track the glowing energy soar through the air. Fractions of a second later, it makes contact directly in the center of the red diamond atop the new serpent's head. My eyes widen, and I cross my arms, giving the archer a slow head nod of respect as the arrow pierces through its target all the way through. A perfect circle 5 centimeters wide is left on the snake's forehead as it falls to the ground with lifeless eyes. Thudded. I let out a chuckle, then a laugh, then hit Ari playfully on the back as the others stare at the remains of this one-shot kill. That is the same beast that took all 4 of them an entire battle to defeat. Nice one. Let me in on the action next time. He turns to me with a thin smile. Fine with me. We all walk over to the fallen beast moments later, and Ari collects his mana crystal. Abby interjects. Hey, you're like really strong. Nessa continues to stare wide-eyed at him. Maria eyes his bow with a jealous red face. Bruce nods. I agree, that was impressive. As we turn to continue walking through the dense green forest, Ari replies. Appreciate it. But we'll all have to get much stronger sooner or later. A few mouths opened attempting to reply, but there wasn't much to say at that. He's right, but it's just an odd response considering he defeated that monster with 0 difficulties. We all nod in silence. I break up the awkwardness and point my sword in the air towards the direction we were headed. Let's continue. The deeper we walk into this jungle, the denser it gets. We stay in formation, but slashing through the thick plant life gets a bit annoying after a while. No more than 20 minutes in, another large serpent monster appears. Using my berserker, bloodlust, wind, and fire magic, I'm able to create a pretty deadly slash. On contact, I slice its head off in one hit. With all my added buffs, I still let out a struggle-filled yell, and there was a bit of resistance while cutting through the first thick layer of scales. I basically had to use all my strength. In the end, I still managed to take it out in one shot. Level Up Aries sports a wide grin, and I see a glimmer of emotion in his eyes once again. This time it looks like hope. Not bad, not bad. I give him a firm nod back before replying. Thanks. The others stare at me with a bit of awe as well. Maybe they're now realizing the true power level gap between us. Even Maria, although she can't see the monster's 40% magic resistance buff. Taking out a monster like this relies more on brute strength and pure magic power. I read the room and turned to the others. Well, looks like you 4 will be up front for the rest of our trek to the boss room. A few more levels and studying their movements will do the trick. You'll be ready for the boss in no time. They all let out a long sigh in unison, accepting the fact that I'm right. The only way they'll beat this incoming boss is to level up and sharpen their skills. The 4 of them travel up front for the rest of the journey through the dungeon. The trees get even thicker, the jungle gets hotter, and the battles get tougher. After 2 hours of burning, slashing, and smashing the vines and fallen trees in our way, we finally made it near the dungeon's end. I know this because while using enemy detection, I can only sense one target ahead of us. It has to be the monitor. After 7 total fights, they've all passed level 300. So far, Bruce and Maria are the only ones that have taken on a solo battle of their own. Bruce's hammer and natural strength buffs work very well against these magic-resistant monsters. With just half a dozen clean hits to the head, the tank can take out a serpent on its own. Maria has also improved greatly. One of the serpents from earlier dropped a scale. With her wearing one of these, she's able to outpace the snakes and freeze them solid in under 4 hits. With her speed, agility, and overpowered natural magic buff, she's more than ready for a tough opponent, even with its resistance to her skill. Abby's use of the surroundings allows her to trap the snakes whenever they're on solid ground. The rocks she summons are made of actual stone. When puncturing the beasts, it seems the 40% buff isn't taken into account with actual solid material. She hasn't fought one solo yet, but I'm confident she'll be able to take one on. No problem. My only concern is Nessa. She's gained a few levels, and her sword can now puncture its scales, but barely. The fire magic she uses has no real benefits in a battle like this. Facing a serpent one-on-one will definitely be difficult for her. Not impossible, but close to it. I speak up. Hey, we're nearing the boss room, guys, so here, take these. I reach into my item box and take out 6 horsepower potions. I know Maria is stocked up, so I don't bother giving her any. I hand 2 each to Nessa, Abby, and Bruce, just in case. I have a feeling this will be a tough fight. They all accept them graciously, but I can tell Nessa is nervous. I open my mouth to say something to her, but Maria's loud, high-pitched voice interrupts me. Hey, look, we made it. She's standing on top of a moss-covered boulder about 10 m in front of us that peers over a small portion of fallen trees. I see the boss room. The whole group excitedly runs up to where she's standing. Nessa stays back and looks me in the eyes, speaking in a nervous tone. Hey, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Do you have any other ski skills I could borrow? I let out a sigh, then think to myself for a moment. I speak to her in a low voice while handing her another 2 bottles of HP potions. Here, let's start with these. A few more HP potions will help. Now, skill, let me think. She knows I have more than 3 skills from our previous hunting sessions. Plus, if she's been paying any attention to me, Nessa has definitely seen me use quite a few during this raid. If she's able to watch me activate skills with her mimic ability, who knows how many she's seen? She has kept her mouth shut for this long. I can trust her with one more. I let out a sigh, then smile. This may hurt a bit, but mimic it. Trust me. I place both my hands on Nessa's shoulder and whisper, "Equivalent exchange. Use equivalent exchange, available HP. 1,525 divided by 1,525. Enter amount. Yes. No, I enter. 5. And choose yes." White light flashes, and I feel a familiar but dulled down sharp pain. It subsides very quickly. Nessa's eyes open wide. Then I hear Maria's voice yell out, "Are you two coming or what?" The others have already climbed over the rock to the other side. Maria waves to us from above. I wave back, squinting my eyes. "Yeah, we're on our way." Maria smiles and bobs her head, then jumps down from the rock out of sight. I nod to Nessa, then briefly explain how the skill works and warn her about how much it hurts. She's shocked at first, but catches on quickly. Nessa has the speed and agility, plus enough HP potions to kill one of these snakes 5 times over with her new skill. Even with magic resistance, guaranteed damage is better than fire that can't break the snake's scaly skin. With a grin on each of our faces, we jump over the large green boulder to see the rest of our team standing in front of a swirling portal of magic energy. The test monitor in front of the boss room speaks up. "This all of you. Who's up first?" I turn to my group. "Are we all ready? This is the final room. It's not going to be easy." Bruce grins ear to ear and steps up to the portal with his hammer over his shoulder. "I'll go first. I'm as ready as I'll ever be." Abby stretches her arms and cracks her knuckles. "I'm next. This will be a fun one." Maria smirks, nods, and gets in line behind her without saying another word. I turn to Nessa. She looks a lot more confident now. The red-haired girl walks over and gets in line behind Maria while drawing her sword. "Ready!" I turn to Ari. He just motions for me to go first with a serious look across his face. I step in line behind Nessa, and the archer follows. It's time to face the final boss of our second test, Chapter 106. The line slowly moves forward as my teammates jump through the boss room portal one by one. Next! The friendly-looking monitor gives me a firm nod as I walk up to the oval-shaped swirling mass of energy and take a step through. I keep my sword ready by my side as my future battlefield comes into view. Surprisingly, I see a semi-open grass field in front of me. There are enormous trees lining the back walls of the boss room dungeon all around me, creating an open circle about 100 m in diameter. The lush green leaves curl out over the flat land to create shade on the edges. But near the center, there's a large portion of open blue sky above. Large boulders and small trees are scattered around the open area, but there's no sign of a boss monster in sight. I scan my surroundings using enemy detection and inspect, but still, there's nothing. I walk forward with my sword out in front of me, looking around cautiously as I go. Crunch! I hear the sound of something hard breaking under immense pressure, and turn to face the noise. Nothing. I squint, hold my breath, and keep walking slowly and steadily toward the center of the jungle's natural arena. Krukuk! There it is again. I turn my head to watch a small tree collapse and splinter under an invisible heavy pressure. The ground around it creaks as some unknown force approaches. I grit my teeth and ready my blade while glowing with the dark red aura of my berserker and bloodlust skills. My perception is naturally boosted. I can tell where the enemy is, but not what they look like. Unless all-seeing eye. I temporarily activate my new skill while holding my sword flickering with flames in 2 hands. My eyes shift over the open plain as the skill activates. The light pink and pure white orbs and string, like patterns of mana flowing through the dungeon floor, look incredible. The air is filled with millions of particles containing a similar substance. My eyes shift back and forth to take in the immaculate view until the creature making all that noise comes into my line of sight. Less than 30 m away from me. The clear outline of an enormous creature becomes clear to me. I can't see its actual body, but the perfect outline of its flowing mana makes it visible enough to fight. A 20 m long serpent is slowly slithering my way. The inside of its body glows brightly with mana, but its outer shell seems to be partly invisible still even to my all-seeing eye. This must be a special magic resistance trait. I attempt to use Inspect and Appraisal again. Then grin ear to ear as it works perfectly this time around. 325 active items. Serpent King Scale, plus 45%. Agility, plus 45% magic resistance. Serpent King's Fang, plus 50% mental strength active skills. Intimidation stealth without hesitation. I run at the monster while channeling mana into my sword. It begins to glow bright red as I let out a wave of intimidation to declare war on the boss before me. The moment I do, the serpent arches its back upwards and stares me down while countering my declaration of battle with a wave of its own intimidation. I smirk and activate stealth to disappear as I approach within striking range. The beast hisses and strikes with its fangs outreached. I dart away from its incoming blow with ease, watching the massive serpent's head crash into the hard ground. Immediately, mounds of dirt and rock are thrown in the air as the creature cracks the dense earth while hissing in frustration, deactivating its stealth skill. Another intense wave of intimidation hits me as I deactivate my own stealth skill. I face my now very visible opponent and turn off my all-seeing eye ability as well. The massive snake's eyes are easily the size of my head, and a deep dark blue that almost looks black. Its fangs are just over a meter long each and look razor sharp. That same blood-red mark appears to be on this snake's forehead as well. The scales on this beast are on another level than those regular dungeon snakes. They're the purest white I've ever seen. The sunlight from above reflects off each scale, creating a glimmering shine like flawless diamonds. I couldn't help opening my mouth in awe to take in the view for a moment. As I do, the serpent lets out a ferocious hiss while waving its pronged jet-black tongue back and forth. It dives forward at me without a hint of holding back. I nod, close my eyes, take a deep breath in through my nose, exhale from my mouth, then ignite into an extravagant ball of flames. As I open my eyes, I use a dense pocket of wind magic to push me forward, while creating a dark crescent of fire magic to release from my red-hot blade. Clang my sword makes contact with the serpent's upper jaw in midair as I push against its hard scales, narrowly avoiding the deadly fangs on either side of my body. I let out a yell while pushing downwards with all my might, releasing fire into the monster's open mouth. Krakod. A series of scales on its nose begin to shatter as I sink my sword into its flesh. Blood gushes out, and I see the monster's pupils sharpen. All of a sudden, the beast lurches backward and closes its mouth with a loud snap. I make the split-second decision to jump away and land on the ground about 5 m back as the snake twists and turns its body, digging its nose deep into the solid ground to smother my flames. As it turns to me, I can see the anger burning in its eyes. Again, an intense wave of intimidation hits me as it lunges forward. I smirk and murmur to myself while gearing up for another intense exchange. They never learn. I launch myself upwards with a gust of wind, making contact with its already cracked and bloodied upper jaw. With an incredible release of fire magic and a whole lot of pure brute strength, the remaining layer of scales breaks as I slice its head in two. The beast attempts to close its open mouth and roll to the side like before, but I air-step to follow its movements, continuing my deadly slash. Once its magic-resistant scales were punctured, the snake cuts like butter, and I let out waves of fire into its exposed flesh. Thudded. The two halves of the well-done Serpent King fall to the dungeon floor. Level up. I deactivate my skills with a grin and wait patiently for the boss to disappear. 2 hits. It should have been 1. I let out a chuckle. Moments later, after thoroughly admiring my work, the loot drops. There's a heavy mana crystal that I put in my item storage, but also a shimmering white scale with a jet black string attached to it, making the item into a wearable necklace. I use appraisal. Serpent King's scale plus 45% agility plus 45% magic resistance. Not bad. I put it around my neck, but don't feel the added buffs at all. I open my status and activate my all-seeing eye. The new item doesn't show up. The only data under where it should be says, no more empty slots. It's self-explanatory, I guess. Now that I think about it, there have been a few people that have mentioned the equipped item limit. It really is 10. I hit the limit. With a sigh, I decide to take off my weaker ring of protection. With a 25% defense boost, immediately, I feel the new buffs activate, and Serpent King Scales appears on my list of equipped items. I toss my ring up and down in my hand a few times, then throw it in my item box. The white light of transfer magic fills my field of view as I deactivate all of my skills. Moments later, I open my eyes to a brand new world. Floor 16. I look around to see an eerily dark black sky, with no sign of even an artificial sun in sight. The floor is blood red, and it feels as hard as stone. My eyes wander around to see oddly shaped towers of jagged dark crimson rocks and valleys that fall deep into the darkness of what I could only guess is an endless abyss. The air feels dry, but the temperature is so hot my forehead immediately begins to drip with a thin layer of sweat. I gulp, then hear a familiar voice as I turn to see Rodrigo walking towards me. The tall man in a bright red suit with a short black cleanly shaven beard speaks up. Congratulations, number 34. You've made it to the third and final test of your exam. He shows me a thin grin as I put my hand out, assuming he has something to give me. There will be no tags or special gifts this time around. I applaud you for making it this far, though. It seems you have passed the first test of luck and perseverance with flying colors, the second test of self-induced growth. Producing a high enough skill level in such a short time seems to have been a breeze for you as well. The third and final test will be all about teamwork, so make sure to find yourself a good group of trusted allies. More information will become available soon. I nod slowly, then look up at the man's emotionless white eyes. Hey, why are you even here? He raises an eyebrow. Excuse me. I gulp again, then wipe my forehead to clear the accumulated sweat before it rolls into my eyes. Why are you running this exam? Why didn't they just put some random B or even C class on the job? I'm not trying to. He cuts me off. It is rude to pry. Aye, congratulations on making it this far. Please join the others. There's only one rule for now. No fighting. The powerful class examiner turns his body and points an open palm behind him as the familiar ripple of light distorts the air. Behind this veil, there are a few dozen hunters, all sitting around wooden tables trading and showing off their gear from the floors below. This time around, there's no large white tent for cover. I guess they're traveling light? Understood. Thank you. I walk forward, and the first thing I see is Aerie giving me a head nod of respect with a grin across his face. Good to see you made it. Did you finish it off in one hit as well? I look him in the eyes as I walk over and reply begrudgingly in a low tone, 2. He lets out a chuckle. I cross my arms, then turn, and wait for the others without saying another word. Eventually, I produce a small grin. It seems like I finally have some friendly competition. Chapter 107. Aerie and I stand about 10 m away from the lined-up wooden tables, waiting for the rest of our team to make it out. The rippling light that seems to be Rodrigo's doing distorts the view of the dungeon at large. I want to see what we're up against, but it'll have to wait. The first to arrive is Maria. She appears out of thin air from the rippling illusion of light with a grin across her face, still glowing blue. You two finished before me again? Well, it was a fun fight anyways. She spins a serpent's fang on a long black string around her finger while walking over and standing next to me. The next to arrive is Nessa. Ari and Maria look very surprised as she walks over to us without a scratch on her. That stealth skill doesn't work so well when I can literally see trees being crushed to bits in front of my eyes. I don't know what I was so worried about. I laugh and give her a warm smile. I guess you're right. It was pretty easy to track. I used other means to do so, but watching the plant life being crushed probably did the trick just fine. She grins and walks past me, whispering softly while giving a sly wink. Thanks, Jay. Mere seconds later, the green-haired healer comes strutting towards us with a confident but serious look across her face. Now that one was a challenge. Abby lets out a sigh and eyes the tables behind us eagerly. She looks exhausted. Maria puts an arm around her shoulder and giggles. Let's go sit down and save a seat for the others. She looks up at me, then I give her a firm nod. Nessa follows as well, leaving Ari and me to wait for our final teammate. The tan-skinned archer turns to me. Did all of you come to the exams together? I chuckle. No, I only came here with Maria. He nods and doesn't reply. I continue. I knew Abby and Nessa prior to this test, though. Bruce is the only new teammate. Plus, you, of course. Did you come here with anyone? He lets out a sigh. No, I came alone. I tighten my lips. Assumed so. We wait in silence for a moment longer. Then I speak up again. So, where are you from? Your home village, if you don't mind me asking. I hear an audible gulp as Ari turns to me. You're the strongest hunter I've met in this exam so far. And your team seems to trust you very much. Can I trust you too? He looks at me again with the same saddened stare from earlier. I nod firmly one time and look the hooded archer in the eyes. Sure, as long as I can trust you. He lets out a sign while whispering in a low voice. I grew up in the Dark Continent. I'm only here to find trusted allies and rise through the ranks of the Hunters Association. I'll do whatever it takes. By the end of his sentence, the tone became very serious, almost angry. I reply, Understood. Well, I don't fully get why, but I understand you have your reasons. He nods and turns his head back towards the rippling light and grins slightly. It feels like a small weight has been lifted off his shoulders. I smile back and turn to wait for Bruce as well. Internally, my mind is moving rapidly trying to piece this new puzzle together. The Dark Continent is a lawless country that's mostly closed off to the rest of the world. It's known for having monsters roam free and is home to a variety of crime syndicates. That's what I've read in the newspaper, at least. It is literally blocked off from all civilized society. About a decade ago, several of the A-class hunters teamed up to surround the quarantined area with what is now known as the Great Ravine. It's a massive kilometer-wide, endlessly deep hole in the ground that stretches hundreds of kilometers around the entire continent. This is used to keep dangerous monsters from escaping to any protected countries. This keeps many humans trapped there too. It's very uncommon to find anyone entering or leaving that place. Apparently, Ari grew up there. While deep in thought, the wall of rippling light in front of me starts to move, and a grinning tank walks out with a shield by his side and a bloodied warhammer over his shoulder. Hey, I made it to the final round. I can't help smiling. Bruce always lightens the mood. We all made it. Glad to see you in one piece. He lets out a laugh and throws his hammer into the item box around his waist, then pats me hard on the shoulder. I'm starving. Let's sit down and get some grub. Haha, sounds good. I turn to Ari to give him a reassuring nod. Let's take a well-deserved break. The three of us walk over to the table that the girls prepared. They already have mountains of dried food and water bottles at the ready. MP and HP potions are lined up and a few items are being passed around. Abby is the first to wave us down with a face full of food. Hey, we all made it through. Come on, have a seat. The six of us take a load off for the next 2 hours. We fill our stomachs, lay down for a bit, and make guesses about what this final test could possibly be. Every minute that goes by builds my excitement. This is the final test. It has to be hard. Right? Everyone that's made it this far is much stronger than any regular C-class hunter would ever have to be. Most of the C-classes I've met were well under level 300. This exam is different from the others. Rodrigo even said so, that the Hunters Association is testing for something specifically this time around. As I digest my food, as well as my wildly scattered thoughts, more and more hunters appear from the dungeon's entrance to sit at the various tables all around us. I hear the A-class examiner's voice wake me up from my daydreams. He's standing on top of one of the tables and attempting to get everyone's attention. Everyone, please, listen up. Only 73 of you have arrived so far. And, according to my monitors, there are some stragglers. But they may take hours to arrive. If they do, great, we have 27 more slots. If they don't, that's unfortunate. There's no time limit for this final test. so if we begin now, there's no huge advantage for all of you. The hunters begin gathering around and chattering softly to each other as Rodrigo continues. This is your final test, and happens to be the final dungeon in this labyrinth. Well, there is the boss floor above us, but none of you are ready for that. A small grin appears across Rodrigo's face, and I see a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This is the first time I've seen him show any signs of genuine emotion. He continues, "You may group up into teams of as many hunters as you wish. There is no hard limit. Your only objective is to clear the boss room." Together, the crowd of hunters erupts in confusion. Rodrigo slowly nods and continues. "As I said, this is the last dungeon floor. It will be a tough challenge, but not impossible. Plus, there will be a twist at the end. While in the boss room, I will be giving every hunter a personal handicap based on the data accumulated from my monitors. It will force you into difficult situations, relying on your trusted teammates to cover for the abilities you lack." Irritated whispers come out from the crowd. Rodrigo carries on. "I will personally be watching each and every one of your fights with this final boss. If you can take it out as a team following my handicap rules, you shall pass. If even one team member dies or breaks the rules, your whole team will be disqualified. Understood?" Nods and replies of agreement follow as Rodrigo counties to speak. "You may train for as long as you need, but considering you all made it this far, I assume you aren't the types to wait around. There will be no handicaps while training, so go all out. I encourage you to try out some unorthodox fighting methods in this dungeon. You may need the practice sooner than you think. I will be waiting at the boss room portal to run down the rules with you one last time and watch your final fight." He lets out a sigh. "I would appreciate it if you didn't kill each other on this floor. But I guess it's still not against the rules. Anyways, good luck. I'll see you at a boss room for your final test." With a smile, a flash of light blinds me, and the bearded man disappears. The rippling light surrounding us dissipates, and the full glory of the dungeon becomes very clear. Those tall, red, towering mountains of rock from before look like ant hills compared to the monstrous peak before my eyes. The jagged mountain of endless dark red stone pierces through the sky, higher than my eyes can even see. Rivers of red-hot molten rock slowly gush down the sides of the towering structure. As it gets thinner and thinner, the higher it rises up into the jet-black sky. A few winding trails lead up the mountain. My eyes follow them upwards in awe. So this is the final dungeon. Chapter 108. Hunters all around us are separating into groups, readying their gear to climb the towering peak before us. I turn to my team and draw my sword. It crackles and flickers with flames waiting patiently for battle. Ready to do this, Bruce and Nessa lead the way. Abby and Maria follow close behind. Ari and I take the rear. About 24 hunters make the trek upwards before us in groups ranging from 3 to 6. I don't see any larger or smaller. A good amount of the exam participants stay back at the lined-up wooden tables to continue readying their weapons and potions, while others seem to be watching the entrance, nervously waiting for their fellow hunters to arrive. I point my sword in the air and let a wide grin appear across my face. Let's face this final dungeon. With that, we begin trekking forward. There's a flat trail about 5 m wide that twists and turns up the mountain. It's lined with a dark red jagged rock wall on both sides. There are occasional gaps every 50 m or so falling off into either massive pools of lava flowing in from above, or an endless ravine leading into an abyss further than I can even see. As soon as we leave the resting area, the temperature rises immediately. Beads of sweat start rolling down my forehead, but I'm more concentrated on examining the bizarre dungeon around me. The air gets thicker the higher we climb, and the sweat starts flowing more and more down the sides of my face. Now, it is starting to get annoying, but I'll manage. It's been about 20 minutes, and there's still no sign of any threats. I hear a yell from the front of the group. It's Nessa. "Hey, which way should we go?" The 6 of us come to a standstill lined up in a row. I cross my arms and look at the path in front of us split into 3 separate trails. I place my hand on my chin and think while activating enemy detection. I let the radius of my search stretch all the way to the end of the dungeon. It seems like the teams ahead of us all picked separate paths, and there are also enemies to fight on every one of them. I don't think there's a wrong decision here. I grin as a team of 4 high-level targets pops onto my radar closest to us on the right side. The teams ahead of us have been picking off all the monsters. These are new spawns. I think turning right would be our best bet for now. I point my sword down the twisting trail to the right. Aerie shrugs while Abby and Maria nod in unison. Nessa turns to lead the way as Bruce lets out a laugh. Sounds good to me. We continue onward right toward the danger. I give them a warning. Keep your weapons at the ready. Our first fight could be around any corner. Plumes of steam and smoke rose from our left side, indicating a lava pool must have shifted or burned up some type of organic matter, other than the crackle of fire from my sword. The only noise stimulating our senses are our own footsteps. We march forward for another 5 minutes or so. The trail in front of us begins to widen and turn slightly to the right side, then makes a sharp left twisting around the backside of the mountain. This is the exact location of those high-level monsters I was sensing earlier. I let the dark red flames grow hotter and hotter on my sword as we begin to round the corner. I yell out to Bruce and Nessa up front. Get ready. There's something up ahead. Nessa points her sword forward, while Bruce positions his shield to block any surprise attacks. Maria and Abby glow blue and green. A light hint of steam starts to come off of Maria's feet as some of her ice magic boils the moment it touches the dungeon's floor. Aerie takes out his bow and scans the area. I continue walking forward, tracking the monsters ahead with my enemy detection and inspect skills. 75M LV 320, LV 320, LV 320, LV 320, LV 320 cautiously. We all make our way around the bending pathway upwards. 50M, a section of flatter ground, extends the path even wider, creating a very open area. There are 6 large, sharp pillars of rock scattered around that look like stalagmites growing up from the floor. Yet, there's no cave ceiling, just an endless black sky. We all stand still in silence for a moment, taking in the view. Then, a loud roar followed by the clanging of hard metal on rock echoes throughout our eardrums. 4 hideous beasts appear from behind various rock structures and lock eyes on us. They're humanoid creatures, and seem to be 1 or 2 meters taller than me at most. I smirk and use appraisal on the one running straight at me while it glows golden yellow. 320 active items. High Ogre Steel Sword, plus 350 Strength. High Ogre Steel Shield, plus 400 Defense. High Ogre Armor Set, plus 500 Defense. High Ogre Ring, plus 50% Mental Strength Active Skills. Extreme Strength buffs. Extreme Strength, plus 50% Strength. High Ogre's Resistance, plus 60% Magic Resistance. Body Raised in Fire, plus 60% Extra Fire Resistance. I burst into flames, activating my Berserker and Bloodlust skills while calling out to the others. Split up, be careful, and only take shots you're sure you can hit. These are some heavy-duty tanks, slow movers, but one hit from them could take us out for good. I run forward at the approaching High Ogre. It stands about 3M tall, but it's packed with dense muscle mass. I can feel the deadly aura emanating off it from over 20 mem away. The monster's skin is a similar color to the rocks all around us, dark red. The shiny metal armor covers its chest, shoulders, wrists, and groin area. In the beast's left hand, there's a large steel shield, and held steady in the right is a long silver sword. The High Ogre's eyes burn red with anger, and its sharp yellow-white teeth stick out from its bottom jaw. The monster's frame is much slimmer than that of a hulking tank, but its gear suggests it's a defense type. Those buffs say so too. The golden glimmer of its extreme strength buff reflects off my eyes as I eagerly approach it. That skill is soon to be mine. Suddenly, Aerie darts off to my right side towards an ogre of his own to face off. Without a hint of hesitation, he runs at it with a glowing white arrow at the ready. Maria and Abby begin charging at a monster of their own. The blonde-haired mage leaves a trail of ice behind her that erupts into steam melting seconds later. The green-haired healer shakes the ground as she summons two large spears of stone by her side. Lastly, Bruce and Nessa sprint off to the far left to take on the final High Ogre. It lets out a roar glowing bright golden yellow. I watch Bruce ready his shield and swing the massive hammer around in the air. Nessa glows with the same golden aura as the monster in front of her. It looks like she's testing out that strength buff for herself. I grin, knowing my team can handle themselves and face off against my newest opponent. The High Ogre locks eyes with me and darts forward with impressive speed. I air step forward, kicking off a dense pocket of wind magic to boost my speed for our first clash. We rocket at each other as my blade burns bright red while letting out a wave of intimidation. The ogre roars and lifts its shield while swinging its sword downwards at me. I grit my teeth and let my blade whistle through the air at my opponent as well. Clang. A deafening clash echoes through the battlefield as our match begins. My vision tunnels, and all I see is the monster before me. I grin ear to ear as I push my sword forward slowly, overpowering the beast. It lets out a loud grunt, realizing it's in a troublesome situation. The High Ogre twists its body with incredible precision, letting my blade crash against its shield. Another metal-on-metal clang rings out as the beast jumps backward to stare me down once again. It grins at me, showing off even more of its disgusting jagged teeth, then charges forward. I do the same. This time around, I'll have to try another method. The straight-on brute force attack won't be so easy. Its defenses are high and its battle technique is rather intelligent. I have to throw it off its guard. I smirk and fly at the beast with my flaming sword raised high above my head. About 3 m before impact, I kick off the air with my right foot making a 90-degree turn in the air. This is to position myself on the far side of its shield. The monster shrieks and swings its sword as a last resort defensive measure while twisting its body to attempt a block. I reach into my item box to take out a single dagger in my left hand. My item limit has been hit, so no extra stats are added, but it'll still suffice for the time being. The High Ogre brings its sword downward as I lift my new black shining blade up to hit it. Clang I block its oncoming attack above my head as it continues to turn its shield to try and cover its open midsection. I grin and thrust my fiery sword into the abdomen of the beast as it struggles with my dagger. The monster lets out a roar as blood spurts from its wound. It slams its shield against my long blade fractions of a second later, knocking it loose, but the damage has already been done. I see a shift in the ogre's eyes as it jumps backward again. Fear fills those glowing red eyes as it takes in the actual strength of its opponent. The monster freezes for a second, then snaps out of it and snarls again, shining with that same golden light, showing me its crooked smile. I smirk and let the black dagger rest by my left side as I point my sword forward, getting used to this new fighting style. The combination of my swordsmanship and dagger mastery skills makes it feel oddly natural. Our duel has just begun. Chapter 109. The red-skinned, golden glowing High Ogre stares me down 5 m away at most. I can smell its breath from here. The grip on my left hand's dagger tightens as my sword glows red hot in the other. We analyze each other for another couple of seconds, then simultaneously charge forward, aiming our blades at the other for a kill shot. Lang lang, the monster learned its lesson from our last clash. My sword collides with its shield as my dagger blocks the long silver sword. Scraping metal noises fill my ears as I push the beast forward. Sparks fly, but the creature grunts and jumps back before I can manage to land an attack. Blood still drips from its abdomen from my earlier hit. I watch the heavy-breathing monster analyze my stance and come charging at me again. I run forward as well, thinking of ways to switch things up this time around. Moments before impact, I air-step using my right foot, turning 90 degrees mid-lunge, mimicking the movements of my first successful attack. The monster's eyes track my change in direction, and it counters with its shield, painfully remembering its previously failed attempt. I grin, then air-step again with my left foot launching me about 4 m in the air just above my opponent's head. It lets out a grunt and shifts its shield in confusion while craning its neck to follow my flight path. I throw my dagger straight ahead as I fly over the beast. It continues to lift its shield and watch me from above as I abruptly shift the dagger's trajectory using telekinesis. The High Ogre's eyes are open wide with fear once again as it stares at me from below. A shining black blade flies toward its open neck. I create a dense pocket of wind magic above me, then push myself down with a red-hot glowing sword at the ready. It raises its shield, while simultaneously being stabbed in the neck by my surprise dagger. I created the perfect distraction. Clang, the massive hulking ogre lets out a roar as blood spurts from its neck, and my blade hits its shield. Its long silver weapon attempts a swing at me, but I twist my body out of the way while controlling my telekinesis to push the dagger deeper and deeper. I let out a laugh as I stand 3M away from the rage-filled, blood-soaked monster. With an outstretched left hand, I pull my blade from the beast's neck, tearing away even more flesh. It flies through the air back into my grip covered in a thick crimson liquid. The gold-glowing ogre is a tough one. I've got to give it that. Even with my insane stack of buffs, it can still take 2 good hits from me and almost rival my strength. I hear its blood gurgle in the back of its throat as the beast breathes heavily and grunts while continuing to stare me down. The High Ogre runs forward again, holding its blade steady and its shield held high, covering its wounded areas. It's a much more defensive attack strategy, but there's no other way for it to win this brawl otherwise. I look up at the charging monster and whip my dagger at it using telekinesis, while covering the blade in a dense layer of wind magic. I use this quick moment before our collision to take a deep breath in through my nose, then exhale through my mouth. I concentrate a steady flow of mana into my long sword, allowing it to glow bright red. Dark flames and dense swirls of wind magic engulf my sword, growing hotter and hotter as they fuel each other, draining me almost completely dry of my entire mana supply. I raise my blade high up above my head while watching the shiny black dagger whistle through the air at the monster ahead. The light clash of metal on metal, followed by the scraping sound of my dagger against its sword, is my sign to strike. Now all I have to do is finish this battle in a single blow. With a yell, I bring my blade downwards, releasing all the energy built up inside. A demonic-looking dark red crescent of flames covered in a sharp white aura of wind emerges from my sword and rockets at the monster in front of me. I watch in awe as the High Ogre struggles to keep my dagger at bay while lifting its shield to block the incoming deadly strike. The beast attempts to move its sword to block the incoming wave, but my dagger slides downward, threatening its neck, keeping the long blade occupied. On impact, the dense wind energy cracks its shield instantly, splintering metal fragments off in all directions. An echoing roar fills the air as the wind blade filled with dark fire slices through the ogre's heavy chest plate as well. The beast is thrown backward as it takes the full force attack head-on. I was expecting it to slice clean through, but my eyes widen as I watch the beast dig its feet into the ground while being pushed back over 10M. The High Ogre cries out and struggles in agony until it finally twists its body out of the way. Sheng, the dark crescent of energy, slices off its arm at the shoulder before arcing upwards and disappearing into the wide-open black sky. I grin and reach into my item storage to pull out a few mana crystals, plundering their MP. Thud-dud! The smile leaves my face slowly as the dust settles, and I watch the mutilated body of a flaming ogre drop to its knees. The slash took off about a full third of its left side, arm, shoulder, and all. The beast's armor and shield are destroyed beyond use. It's losing blood at an alarming rate and cannot continue. I sigh and walk over to my defeated opponent. It glares at me, coughing up more blood and readying its blade with its good arm. I nod slowly. I commend you for your resolve, but this is the end. With a flick of my left wrist, I use telekinesis to summon my fallen dagger. It flies through the air and lands directly into the High Ogre's neck. The monster's eyes become cold, and its sword falls to the hard ground. Level up. Level up. Use absorption skill, extreme strength. Yes. No. I smirk and choose yes while taking the dagger out of my former opponent's neck and placing it into my item storage. Status open. Underscore 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 name J Soju. 307 horsepower, 1,540 divided by 1,540 MP, 1,535 divided by 1,540 strength, 744, 662 speed, 886, 532 on 260. Agility, 916. 412 defense, 664, C, 258, 232. Mental strength, 744, 149, 365, 298, 335. Skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection body, hardening special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic item storage, plunderer telekinesis, appraisal special grades, conceal dungeon walker, intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange, Jeej combat magic, wind summoning, all, seeing eye, extreme strength items, equipped, golden wolf ring T, 20% mental strength cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, the flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 89% strengths, 49% mental strengths ring of protection, 35% defense, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength enchanted silver ring, a sturdy percent speed serpent king scale, 45% agile, iti, 45% magic resistance, desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, underscore 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 underscore. I look around as the adrenaline from my battle begins to wear off. To my right side, Ares stands about 20 m away with his arms crossed, examining the corpse of his fallen creature, with 3 white glowing arrows sticking out of its forehead. I grin, then turn to my left. Abby and Maria are about 30 m ahead, still battling with their high ogre. Steam fills the air as Maria creates walls of ice to block, while making smoke screens for Abby to attack it blind. Abby does the same once the steam cloud clears. She creates half a dozen spears of stone to keep the creature occupied while Maria attacks head-on. They're both much quicker than the ogre. Each attack slices away at the monster's thick flesh. In time, they will win. I nod slowly, while turning to see Bruce and Nessa handling a beast of their own. Bruce is holding off the ogre shield to shield and sword to hammer. They both grit their teeth and let out battle cries. This is a battle of the tanks. I like it. Nessa darts around in circles, landing cheap shots while glowing with the same golden light as her opponent. Bruce has the natural strength and defense to hold it off, while Nessa is much faster and better at landing guaranteed hits. They have this battle in the bag as well. We'll just have to wait it out. I smile and watch my teammates fight as my monster dissolves next to me, dropping a large mana crystal at my feet. I pick it up to place it in my item box as I hear Ares' voice from behind me. These ogres aren't bad. Rodrigo was right. This dungeon may have a quite difficult boss. I turn to see the tan-skinned archer grinning while watching our teammates duke it out with the ogres. Yeah, that was a pretty good fight. It stood no chance, but still, it wasn't boring. Yes, I watched the end of your duel. It was definitely not boring. Ari nods slowly while staring forward. I do the same. Gold, green, and blue lights flash before my eyes as the battles continue. Chapter 110. After a few minutes, the 2 high ogres my teammates were fighting fall to their knees and face defeat. One stands skewered by countless spears of stone, while the other is beaten and mutilated by a hammer and sword. Although it took both teams of 2 close to a dozen hits each to defeat their opponents, the fact that we can all take down level 320 monsters is an impressive feat. I can't help smiling with happiness knowing my allies are growing stronger by my side. It really wasn't that long ago that I brought Maria to her awakening exam and she discovered her ice summoning ability. Now look at her, less than 2 months later, and she is defeating C-class monsters. I continue to grin, admiring their success as the corpses slowly dissolve, dropping large mana crystals on the floor. The four of them walk over to Aerie and me soon after, while drinking MP potions to get ready for future battles. We briefly talk about our fights and share tactics about the ogre's unique shield and sword movements. With a round of head nods, we got back into our simple formation and carried on following the winding path upwards. Over the next hour and a half, we spiraled up the tall mountain one high orge battle at a time. There were 4 more groups we faced off against. Each time we'd split the monsters up naturally, according to our growing abilities. I fought one battle with Nessa and another with Abby. The other 2 were solo brawls. I felt it was necessary for us all to switch around partners if we were going to fight as a team against the boss. So, Aerie fought with Maria and Bruce one time each as well. Our chemistry is okay, but it could be better. We're all pretty overpowered. Our gear and skill sets make these battles pretty simple. The more we fight, the easier it is to predict the ogre's movements. All new spawns are exactly the same. We as hunters learn more every battle while they stay stagnant. Level up, level up, level up, level up. I gain 4 levels in total, bringing me to level 311. It still takes 3 solid hits to take one of these ogres out, but it is much less difficult than my first fight. The air continues to get thicker and thicker. Not only do the steam and smoke from the lava pools around us make it hard to breathe, but the mana levels in the air up here also create an odd sensation, similar to a dungeon break. All of the previous 3 diverted paths have connected, as one about halfway up the climb. We've circled around the mountain 6 full times now, and are definitely nearing the top. Sweat covers my arms and slides down the sides of my face. Every few steps, droplets fall to the ground, creating a sharp hissing noise as they evaporate on contact with the hot red rocks below. All 6 of us are breathing heavily, but honestly, it is more of a workout than an actual painful experience. The hot air may be a little uncomfortable, but I am almost used to it by now. It is like we're walking through a massive sauna. Nessa's voice rings out from ahead. Hey, guys, I think I see it. I think we made it to the top. Our orderly, rhythmic footsteps come to a halt as we round the final bend. A crowd of hunters waits patiently in a line directly in front of the large light gray circle of energy. I count 3 teams in total. None of them look too familiar, but they're all stacked with impressive gear and have made it this far as well. They must be excellent hunters. A flash of white light appears in front of the portal as we get in line behind another group. Rodrigo returns with a team of 3 other hunters. He nods to them with a thin smile. They exchange a few words that I can't make out from here. Then another flash of light blinds me. The 3 of them are gone. Did they pass the exam or not? Aries speaks up from behind me. That is what I am wondering. Maria turns around and smiles at me eagerly. We're so close. I am excited, Jay. I am really excited. She is jumping up and down, grinning ear to ear. I smile and nod while looking forward to see what exactly is happening at the front of the line. Me too, me too. Rodrigo begins pointing to each of the team members in the next group, telling them something that visibly surprises each member. Then, they all jumps through the portal together to face the boss. The line moves forward and we wait in silence. Another 10 minutes pass and the same white light appears. This time, only one hunter comes out with Rodrigo. The remaining team member is covered in near-fatal wounds. Rodrigo speaks a few inaudible words. Then that light flashes and the hunter disappears. I gulp while watching the next team go through the exact same process while entering the portal. We all step forward in line, then wait another 10 minutes or so before the full team returns with the examiner. A flash of light later, and the final group in front of us enters the portal. During all of this, 2 other groups got into line behind us. It seems like pretty much everyone that made it to this floor is very capable. Moments later, the white light flashes, and only Rodrigo comes out of the portal. He shakes his head back and forth slowly. Well, that was unfortunate. He walks over to us with a long sigh. You 6 are up next. Let's see here. He sticks his hand into the left pocket of his suit and pulls out a small white piece of paper. All right. First things first. Do you all remember the rules? You must defeat this final boss together as a team. I will be giving each of you a handicap, and if even one of you fails this trial, all of you fail as well. We all look at each other and nod without saying a word. Rodrigo continues while looking down at the small sheet of paper. So, first, we'll start with Nessa. Apparently, you can mimic skills, and you are an impressive sword wielder. So, you are only allowed to mimic the boss's skill. She smirks. This will be easy. And you can't use your sword either. She stops to think for a moment, then nods firmly one time while putting her sword into her item box. If that is your rule, I'll comply. Rodrigo turns to Bruce. The tank of the group, Bruce. Am I correct? He nods. No shield for you during this battle. You'll have to either rely on an offensive fighting style or find other ways to block. Bruce grins, putting away his shield and swinging his hammer up onto his shoulder. Sound good to me. The examiner faces Abby. Hello, Abby. I've heard good things about you. I wouldn't have expected a member from the association to team with a group of randoms. Abby rolls her eyes. Nice to meet you too. Rodrigo grins, then continues. You'll have to change up your style. No earth magic is allowed. You must become your team's healer, or finding another weapon to wield if you'd like to deal any damage. Abby gulps, then nods. I'll make do. He nods back. Maria. You have some incredibly impressive ice magic. It is not allowed during this battle. Her eyes widen. I am sure she saw this coming, but I guess it would still be a shock. Maria's magic is her only overpowered quality. Taking that away will make for a pretty difficult fight. She nods slowly. Understood. Rodrigo eyes Ari and me. You too are an interesting couple. He looks down at the small sheet of paper, then back up at us. You know, both of you are in the top 10 for most hunters killed during this exam. We both look at each other, then back at Rodrigo as he continues. And I mean killed. Not just sent back to the spawn point, literally killed. We both face forward and give simultaneous shrugs. Then I speak up. You did say that wasn't against the rules. The tall man toughens his lips, sighs, then speaks up again. Anyways, Ari, you can't use your bow or archer skill. Jay, any use of fire is not allowed. Ari nods, placing his bow into his item box while taking out a pair of daggers. I pause for a moment, then look down at my sword. I lift it in the air to show Rodrigo. It flickers with fire residue. So, this is a sword fused with a firestone. If I concentrate any amount of mana into the blade, it produces flames. Technically, they're not mine. Could I number? No use of flames is allowed. I frown slightly while putting away my sword, then take out a pair of my own black shining daggers. These will do. Rodrigo eyes them curiously for a moment, then turns around to face the portal. Very well. Follow me. Your final test begins now. The tall man wearing a well-fitted red suit walks forward through the fluctuating mass of energy in front of us. I grin and speak up. Let's do this. It is time to finally become C-class hunters. The 6 of us follow close behind, stepping through the portal one by one. Chapter 111. I'm hit with an extreme wave of humidity and heat. The air is overwhelmingly thick with mana and steam. It's hard to breathe or see clearly further than 10 to 15 m ahead of me. I grip my teeth and attempt to take a deep breath in through my nose. The dank stench of sulfur fills my lungs as I look around to take in the view with squinted eyes while gripping both of my daggers tightly. This is the boss room. Hard red rock stretches out underneath us in all directions for about 100 m on every side. There are cracks in the floor gushing lava, with plumes of smoke rising high up into the jet black sky. The ground is very flat, but there are many obstacles in our way. Complementing the occasional pools of lava, there are pillars of jagged stone and massive boulders strewn about. I immediately activate enemy detection and inspect to locate any incoming threats. The low hissing sound of the slow-flowing lava fills my ears as I focus on the numbers popping up in my mind's eye. 100 m, LV 356, 50 m, LV 334, LV 332, 20 m, LV 320, LV 320, LV 320, LV 320. The ground starts to rumble, and I yell out to my team. Everyone, we've got 4 monsters incoming. They won't be hard, but we need to get rid of them fast. I watch Rodrigo jump backward on top of a high pillar of stone. It appears he'll be surveying us from above. Bruce springs into action the moment words leave my mouth. Nessa and Maria, I'll defend with my hammer. You two concentrate on landing hits. Abby, be our support from behind. He gives me a firm nod. Then the girls follow him close behind. I reply, you take out 2 of them. Ari and I can handle the others. With that, we were off. The 6 of us sprint forward into the white cloud of smoke, griping our weapons, and getting ready for war. The faint sounds of grunts and shrieks slowly become louder and louder until 43M tall red-skinned ogres come into view. They charge at us with their shields steady and swords held high. I grit my teeth and look over to Ari, then turn to the 2 ogres nearest to us. We both jump into action, readying our blades and sprinting off to the right side to face our opponents. I use my wind magic to give myself a boost, kicking off the air every step of the way. As I approach my selected charging red-skinned beast, I go to activate my stat boosting skills, but hesitate for a moment. I take a look at the monster I'm about to fight, then weigh the pros and cons of using my previously hidden abilities. Most people in this boss room already know I'm a multi-skill user. When it comes to Maria, Nessa, Abby, or even Bruce, I'd be happy to let them in on my secret if they asked. I don't mind Ari knowing I have a few extra tricks up my sleeve either, but I'd still like to get to know him better. The only one I'm truly worried about at Rodrigo, and well, the association as a whole. I let out a frustrated grunt as I come within 5M of the charging high ogre in front of me. I can smell its breath and see the monstrous range built up in its eyes. My frustration grows into a yell as we collide. Clang. My left dagger meets its long blade, and my right bounces off its shield. I struggle against the beast in front of me. It totally catches me off guard. My heart drops for a moment, fully realizing my old sword's buff added 89% strength. My daggers only add 300 strength. That may not be enough. I'm used to fighting with much more. Plus, my berserker skill gives me an additional 50% on top of everything else. The long silver sword pushing down on my dagger begins to inch closer and closer to me as the beast overpowers me in my weakened state. The scraping sound of metal on metal fills my ears as I watch my grip begin to slip on its sword, creating sparks. The beast lets out a roar, and I copy it, letting out a yell of my own. There's no way I'll be able to defeat any stronger opponents ahead of me without going all out. I've made my decision. I'll use all my skills. I stare the high ogre in the eyes and activate my berserker, bloodlust, and newly acquired extreme strength skills. A dark red aura emanates from my body, followed by a golden glow. The 3 abilities begin to mix as I'm filled with immense strength and other various magic buffs. The red-skinned beast's eyes widen as I lift my dagger, throwing its blade backward, instantly overpowering the vile creature. In this moment, it attempts to dart away, but I lock eyes on my prey and follow it, ruthlessly aiming to kill. I concentrate and cover both my blades with an invisible layer of dense wind magic. Then, let out a wave of intimidation to stop it in its tracks. The monster before me is helpless. The confident, angry stare in its eyes disappears as I run circles around it. A shining black blade pierces its neck as well as one in the abdomen, through a gap in its armor. I jump back using telekinesis to ensure deep cuts, then retrieve my blades by summoning them back to me from over 4M away. Blood gushes from its vital areas, but it still stands tall. Breathing heavily, with a look of defeat plastered across its face, the monster charges in again. I have to give it to these high ogres. They don't give up easily. I smirk and air step above the now rugged-looking beast with a swift toss of my blades, using telekinesis to ensure a perfect shot. The disoriented ogre receives 2 knives to the neck and falls to its knees, as my wind magic decapitates it on the spot. Thudded. I turn around to see Ari finishing off his monster with great speed and precision as well. It takes him about 6 hits in total. I guess he is quite a lot weaker when he doesn't use that legendary skill. The other 4 members are in a tough battle of their own. I would jump in and help, but it seems greater trouble is nearby. Stomping sounds ring out as the next wave appears right on schedule. I yell out to my team, Ari, let's fight these new ones together. The boss will be here soon. We lock eyes, then turn to the large clouds of steam as two towering high ogres emerge. They have much darker skin, stand close to 4M tall, and seem to have slightly upgraded swords and shields. I grit my teeth. Mutants! The dark red monster to our right side begins charging at Eri. Its partner plants its sword into the solid rock ground, letting out a grunt and crossing its arms to watch the battle play out. It seems rather confident. The charging ogre approaches quickly, so I dart over to Eri's side to assist. I take the beast's left, while Eri takes the right. Metal on metal rings throughout the boss room, as the mutant surprisingly blocks both of our attacks with abnormally agile movements. I use appraisal, but nothing seems to be any different than the normal high ogres. The only logical explanation here is a mutated increase in agility or speed. Its eyes are calm and track both of our movements with ease. This monster seems to be highly intelligent as well. My blades slide down the monster's sword. I air step and spin around its backside at neck level, while Eri drops to the floor, distracting it from the front. With a swift double overhand throw, I release both my daggers with wind magic and telekinesis, increasing their velocity as they travel toward the back of the creature's neck. Clang, my blades hit the flat side of this monster's blade. It managed to toss its own sword from an underhanded position upward, spinning perfectly in the air to deflect my attack. I stare wide-eyed in surprise, then smirk and let out a laugh while bringing my blades back to my hands. Now that was a neat trick, not bad for a... It cuts me off with a roar, turning to me showing eyes filled with fury. It seems it's time to get serious. I land on the ground on both feet with a thud. Eri and I stand on opposite sides of the mutant, searching for an opening. The monster catches its sword by the handle and begins sprinting forward to get us away from its blind spots. Eri darts in, and I do the same. It got lucky at first, but I won't be caught off guard so easily this time around. With a few air steps, I managed to make it up to eye level with the beast once again. With another swift double overhand throw, I toss my two blades at the monster's neck from two separate directions. The sharp black daggers curve through the air on both sides of the monster as Eri attacks from below. It lets out an overwhelming roar while lowering its shield to block Eri's incoming lunge and raising its sword to deflect one of my blades. That's right. One of them, the massive red-skinned beast, lets out another ear-piercing fit of rage as one of my wind-covered blades slides through its neck, leaving a nasty wound. Blood spurts out as it turns to me, showing all of its sharp, jagged teeth. I air-step back with a grin as it mindlessly follows me with rage-filled eyes. I guess the previous guess that these mutants were highly intelligent wasn't wrong, but definitely an overestimation on my part. They succumb to their emotions very easily. They are tough, though. My daggers fly back into my hands and I stare at the wound I just dealt. Maybe 15% of its health at best. This beast is going to take at least 6 or 7 hits to fully subjugate. The monster lets out another roar as Eri leaves 2 deep cuts across its left leg with both daggers. Red-crimson liquid pours out of the deep wounds, and he darts off to let me go in for another attack. I grip both my blades and air-step forward to face the mutant again. Its sword collides with both my daggers, and we stand perfectly still as sparks fly up in the air. Bruce, Abby, Nessa, and Maria finish handling their 2 high ogres and begin running over to help. The mutant that was standing by before lifts its sword in the air and points it at the 4 of them. I concentrate on my battle, but I believe in my team they can handle it. Thudded, 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 I stare forward at the mutant clashing metal with me, but can't help but notice the fog change color behind it. The white steam turns blood red. Plus, the approaching heavy, ominous footsteps. That's never a good sign. I grit my teeth and use a dense pocket of wind beneath my feet and around my blades to push the monster's sword upwards with immense force. In doing so, this leaves an opening for Eri to land a double dagger strike to its right leg. I fall back to the ground as the mutant steadies itself as well while roaring in pain. Thudded, 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 thud. I look up at my opponent with Eri no more than 5M to my side. The thudding footsteps keep approaching, and the plumes of steam shine redder and redder. I gulp. The outline of an enormous, towering ogre appears directly behind the one we're fighting. It's easily 6M tall. Thudded, Thud, thudded, thud. It emerges from the back of the dungeon and announces its arrival with a roar that could shatter eardrums. The giant monster before us has dark red skin that almost appears to be black. Two massive white horns emerge from the sides of its head, and two more even longer curl out of its back, upwards to create natural armor. It wears a golden chest plate, wrist guards, codpiece, and boots that match. To top it all off, this monster wields two long swords. Each of them shimmers in the light, showing off its pure silver color with golden accents down each of the sides. The boss lets out another roar, then bursts its blades into a fiery display. I gasp and stare. A wide grin appears across my face as I activate appraisal. LV 356, active items. High Ogre King Sword, plus 50% strength. High Ogre King Sword, plus 50% strength. High Ogre King's armor set, plus 700 defense, plus 300 speed, plus 300 agility. High Ogre King's ring, plus 60% mental strength. High Ogre King's pendant, plus 60% mental strength active skills. Dual wielding, special grade, combat magic, fire summoning buffs. High Ogre King's resistance, plus 70% magic resistance. King's body raised in fire, plus 70% extra fire resistance. Our final boss battle has really begun. Chapter 112. I lock eyes with the gigantic High Ogre King. The monster's silver and gold blades shine bright as the monster erupts its entire body into a ball of flames. This beast is using all my tricks, and I can't even use fire to fight back. Aries' voice calls out from beside me. Jay! Focus, clang upon hearing my teammates yell. I lift my daggers above my head to block the incoming blade of the mutant we'd previously been fighting. I'm still glowing with a radiant golden crimson aura. I reply to Aerie while letting out a grunt and slashing upwards with wind magic to deflect the monster's sword. Let's take out this mutant quickly so we can focus on the boss. He nods firmly and darts in as our immediate enemy loses its balance from my powerful thrust. I take aim and whip both my daggers at its head, while the beast regains its balance. With a rude snarl, the red-skinned mutant blocks one of my daggers with a swift movement of its blade. Aerie runs in from below as my second shining dagger narrowly curves around the sharp edge of its sword. I smirk while sinking a lone dagger into its neck, ripping through flesh and drawing blood using telekinesis from a distance. The monster is getting double-teamed. Its cool and calm facade from earlier begins to break down the more attacks we land. The monster lets out a painful roar, leaning backward, giving Aerie just enough room to sink both of his own daggers deep in its back. Blood spurts all around us as the ominous thudding noises of the enormous boss approach. It's less than 10 m away and charging in quickly with two blades ready to kill. I twist my head back and forth to make sure I won't be ambushed, then yell at the top of my lungs. Aerie, cover me and stall the boss for 10 seconds. I'll end this mutant. Again, he firmly nods and plants his feet changing directions to face the boss without hesitation. I reach into my item box and replace one of my daggers with an HP potion, then stare down the mutant as it readies its sword and adjusts its shield. The monster is dripping blood from head to toe, covered in deep wounds, but still standing proudly. It won't give up until its HP hits 0. Luckily, I know just how to make that happen. Stealth! In an instant, I disappear from the mutant's sight. It blinks rapidly, then begins turning its head back and forth while glowing with its golden strength buff. The moment I turn invisible, I dart around it, making virtually no noise at all. In the confusion, I devise a perfect plan. It begins swinging its sword and roaring loudly while stomping its feet, trying to find me by any means. The king is quickly approaching, and it needs to complete its job as a boss room guard. I grin as I make my way to its backside and jump in the air, piercing its spine with one of my daggers deep enough that my entire fist makes contact with its skin. Equivalent exchange. I input 1500 damage and brace for impact. The white light appears all around my body, along with the sensation of 1,000 tiny swords piercing me over and over. I grit my teeth and immediately bring the HP portion to my lips, rejuvenating most of my health. The monster before me shrieks out in agony as the life force gets stripped away from it by force. Thud-a-tee. It falls to its knees in front of me, and I immediately take out my dagger from its back to cover it in a thick layer of wind magic striking its neck. Level up decapitation may be overkill, but I want to make sure the job is completely done. I stand over my defeated opponent breathing heavily while retrieving my second dagger and deactivating stealth. It's time to fight the actual boss now. Clang, I look up to see Eri jumping at the massive High Ogre King with no fear. His daggers collide with one of the monster's swords, and he's pushed backward like a rag doll. Although the beast is overpowering him, he's swiftly maneuvering his body to avoid the long, shining blades, distracting it just like I asked. I begin to run over and call out to him as he eyes down the behemoth. Finished! Let's do this! My eyes track the shining silver long swords as the boss elegantly swings them both at us. Its left hand is about a meter above its right, swinging the twin swords horizontally across its body, leaving trails of fire in their wake. I watch Eri dart to its right side, so I sprint to the left. We have to divide and conquer. The enormous monster lets out another roar, stepping backward and pointing its blades to both of its sides. With the fiery swords, its wingspan is close to 10 m and the heat coming off it is very intense. It's going to be hard to get in close. We go in for an attack anyways. It's now or ever. I grit my teeth and air step forward, throwing myself at the monster while covering my blades with sharp layers of wind. The monster's swords elegantly glide in the air. The control and precision of this hideous monster's blades is oddly beautiful. I get serious and begin zigzagging in the air, narrowly avoiding its fire-covered sword. Time seems like it's slowing down as I rocket through the air, aiming my daggers at the monster's open neck. I let out a yell as its blade whistles through the air back at me again. I manage to twist my body while pushing upwards with a large gust of wind to miss getting sliced by mere centimeters. I smirk and keep launching myself forward, inching closer and closer to the beast's wide-open neck. By the time its blade comes back to attack me a third time, I'm less than a meter away. This is it. I tighten the grip on both my blades as I see Eri occupying the monster from below. Both of its blades are completely out of range. This is a definite hit. My grin continues to widen as I fall closer to its neck, concentrating more and more magic around my blades for a deadly attack. I see its right eye turn to me, then its entire body bursts into much hotter flames. I'm used to the heat. A few burns don't bother me. I continue falling in without hesitation. The monster makes a sharp turn, twisting the bone-white meter-long horns protruding from its back straight at me. As soon as I realize what's happening, I activate a layer of body hardening, but too late, and my defenses are too weak. My eyes open wide, and I cough out a mouthful of blood, while Black Crystal's fragments shatter into the air. One of the sharp bones on its back pierces the right side of my chest, ripping through flesh and sending me flying towards the ground at a ridiculous speed. I let out an angry yell, watching my HP drop, close to 1,000 points in a single blow. Moments before hitting the ground, I create a pocket of wind to soften my fall, but still hit the hard red rock with a thud. I look up at the beast with a furious stare, letting out a wave of intimidation. It doesn't do much. The boss continues toying with Eri, sending him flying back with a swing of its left hand's blade. Eri's only advantage is speed and agility. That's how he's able to avoid its sword swings from a distance. I wonder if he'd be as helpless as I was up close. I dart around the monster's backside for a moment, looking at the blood-stained mass of bones sticking out from right below its neck. It was way too reckless of me to jump in without accounting for those. A monster this strong wouldn't leave itself wide open like that on the first attack. While reaching into my item box to drink an HP potion, I use self-regeneration to heal my chest and rethink my entire battle plan. Stealth? I shake my head and get back into battle mode while completely disappearing from the monster's view. I'm able to sense stealth users at lower levels than myself, so I'll have to assume it can sense me a little bit too. I take a deep breath in and out, then charge forward again. Once in range, I jump up simulating my last attack. Eri clashes daggers with its long blade as I soar in at its neck, with an identical trajectory to my last failure of an attack. The High Ogre King naturally thrusts its blade upwards, but I avoid it with ease. With another subtle air step to get back on course, I throw myself at the beast's open neck once again. The monster's right eye shifts to meet my exact flight path as it ignites its body into flames. I continue falling into its trap, but it doesn't realize it's falling into mine. I grin watching its shoulder begin to twist, then activate my skill, Dungeon Walker. A dark portal appears in front of me as the beast spins its body attempting to skewer me straight through. With milliseconds to spare, I fall through my warp portal, and its sharp mass of bone whistles through the air without making contact. Instantly, I force a portal open on the other side of its head about a meter above and come flying out with my blades ready to kill. The beast lets out the most horrendous noise as I plant both my daggers into its neck, reinforced by wind magic, ripping its tough flesh to shreds. Its crimson liquid covers me as I dig deeper and deeper until it whips me off with a violent twist of its body. I air step away before hitting the ground and avoiding its flailing blades as it continues to cry out in pain. 2 bloody gashes remain on its neck. It's nowhere close to a fatal wound, but it's a damn good start. Airy is less than 10 away from me. I deactivate my stealth skill and let out a laugh. That worked. That actually worked. It's mad now, but we can beat this thing. It's not invincible. Airy smirks at me while breathing heavily, whipping sweat from his forehead. You continue to surprise me, Jay. I'll keep it busy as best I can. You'll be our damage dealer. There's no way I can get in that close with its. Airy is cut off by the murderous roar and heavy stomping charge of the bloodied High Ogre King. Both of us grip our daggers and ready ourselves without another thought. This is going to be a battle to remember. Jay's status. End of chapter 112. Underscore, 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 J Soju level, 312 horsepower, 1,360, divided by 1,565 MP. 1,035 divided by 1,565 strength, 757. 300 speed, 901, 541, 270. Agility, 931, T4, 19. 300 defense, 675, 270. 236 mental strength, 757, 151. 302, 341 skills. Absorption swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection body hardening special grade self-regeneration, spatial magic item storage, plunderer telekinesis, appraisal special grade conceal berserker, dungeon walker intimidation, dagger mastery steel, theft bloodlust equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye extreme strength items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20% mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed ring of protection, 35%. Defense griffin's talon, C, 40% mental strength, enchanted silver ring, 30% speed, serpent king's scale, 45% agility, C, 45% magic resistance, desert troll's cheech, R, 45% mental strength, enchanted dagger set, plus 300 strength, plus 300 agility. Rodrigo's silver bracelet, underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 113. A deep red fire grows hotter and hotter around the High Ogre King's body. Its dual blades glimmer off the light of its crackling flames, twisting them around in the air. The monster lets out a bellowing roar and charges at us again. My last successful attack has definitely made it mad. I dart off to the left side and Airy veers off to the right. Using a few of my skills to land that combination attack felt pretty good. Usually, I rely on my brute strength and fire-based attacks to take out my opponents. That won't work on this boss for a number of reasons. I smirk, realizing this is a good opportunity to utilize some of my new abilities. The cat's out of the bag on most of my skills for the people in this boss room. There's no point in holding back anymore. All-seeing eye. I activate my perception boosting ability, and the entire battlefield seems to slow down in front of my eyes. This is the first time I've used it with so many moving variables. It's incredible. The boss looks like a fireworks show of various complex mana patterns. Its inner body shines with a dense, light pink core of energy leaking out into its arms, then swords to control them with the dual-wielding skill. I watch the mana continuously flow through the blades as they fly through the air. My enhanced senses allow me to see exactly where they're headed seconds before they arrive. There's much darker pink mana, closer to red, permeating out of its body, creating the dense flames. It becomes very clear where the small gaps of fire magic are present. I've never really thought of magic powers like this. It's very technical. My mind is shocked by the sudden input of immense amounts of information, but I grit my teeth and continue running forward, trying to stay focused. As I get closer, I air step upwards to face the menace as it swings one of its swords at me. Last time, it took most of my strength and energy to twist out of the way to avoid its attack. This time around, I have a different plan. With a sly grin, I watch the flow of mana force its sword toward me in an almost lackadaisical manner. What seemed to be elegant, highly concentrated attacks before now look like nothing more than careless random swings. I air step towards it, tracking the simple trajectory as it draws near. With a few light directional corrections in midair, I step onto the flat side of its long blade to propel myself upwards even higher. In the moment, I look down to see and feel all of the mana within myself with much greater understanding. Wind summoning. As I jump off the monster's blade, I concentrate on forming sharp layers of wind around my own, then release 2 invisible dense crescents of wind, similar to the fire attack I tend to use often. The boss shifts its eye towards me as it comes to the realization I've somehow completely outwitted it. Shenging, the invisible wind blades cut through the weak points in its fire magic and hit the monster's open neck as I activate stealth and Dungeon Walker. A dark portal forms in front of me and I fall through while the ogre cries out in pain. Moments later, I come out of the warp portal next to Aerie deactivating stealth as he fends off the monster's second sword. It lifts it up in the air reflexively to protect its neck, but this leaves its abdomen open for another attack. Without saying a word, I give a firm nod to my fellow dagger wielder, and we both charge in. With a gust of wind magic, I separate its veil of flames. Shengeng. We land 4 slashes to its exposed midsection. As soon as both of us land our hits, I activate Dungeon Walker and drag Aerie through the portal to narrowly avoid the angry monster's incoming double sword attack. Its fire magic engulfs the area we previously stood burning even brighter than before. We exit my warp portal about 10 m away, right behind the bloodied, angry mess of a boss. I let out another laugh as Aerie feels his face, then chest to make sure he's still in one piece. He yells at me, "Thanks." But what was that? You have a teleportation skill, and you can bring people with you? I breathe heavily and reach into my item storage to take out a few mana crystals, then crush them in my hand until they're dust, plundering my MP back up to full. I have a lot of skills, as you can see. I smile wide-eyed, watching the High Ogre King turn towards us. I'd love to talk about them with you, but now doesn't seem to be the right time. I let out a chuckle and Aerie nods with a grin. Suddenly, we're interrupted by the sound of loud yells behind us. We both quickly turn to see Bruce barely holding off a mutant ogre's sword with his hammer and Abby glowing green healing a large gash in his side. Nessa and Abby attempt to land hits on the behemoth, but they seem to be having a hard time. Their swords keep clashing against its shield, and both of them look rather awkward without the use of their special abilities. Sure, they're quick and they most likely won't get hit, but no damage is being dealt. The mutant they're fighting is overpowering and outmaneuvering them. Each member in that team of 4 is very competent on their own, but the lack of their best abilities is not helping one bit. They're all out of their element and facing an opponent stronger than anything they've trained for. I turn to the tan-skinned dagger wielder by my side. Aerie, if even one of us gets taken out here, we all fail. He cuts me off, gritting his teeth and staring down the mutant. Leave it to me. You handle the boss. I will pass this exam no matter what. I'm putting my trust in you, Jay. Don't die. I give him a firm nod. I won't. With that, we both dart off in opposite directions. Eri is more than capable enough to take on a mutant, and I may be the only one here that can get in close enough to land hits on the boss. There's not much time to think. I look up at the charging 6M tall ogre while air stepping off the ground to start another barrage of attacks. Every second, my all-seeing eye ability stays active, the more clear everything around me becomes. My movements become quicker and more precise as I adapt to the patterns of mana in the air. The monster swings both of its blades at me, but I activate stealth and begin my assault. Quickly and quietly, I continue air-stepping around, narrowly avoiding its blades. It still senses my presence as I get closer, and tries to spin its long, sharp horns at me again. I see this coming moments before it happens, and let out 2 summoned Windblade attacks straight ahead, while making a warp portal in front of me to transport directly to the monster's opposite side, near its waistline. The dense blades of wind clash, with its bone-white horns, letting out an almost metallic ring as I slice at its midsection, drawing more blood. In a rage, the beast swings its swords at my new position, but I warp out of the way as its heavy swords cut through the open air. Underneath my stealth skill, I continue to glow with a dark crimson aura, tinted with gold and white. The grin across my face widens more and more as I become increasingly in tune with my new enhanced perception ability. It's allowing me to confidently warp around the battlefield, letting out attacks of wind magic at a safe distance. After 3 double hits to the abdomen and 1 brutal slash to its neck, I warp away to assess the damage I've dealt and plunder MP from a few mana crystals. I'm not making direct contact with the boss, so every moment I'm fighting, I lose a considerable amount of mana. It's bleeding all over, but even with the array of attacks it's taken, it must still have over 50% of its HP left. One wrong move, and I'm a goner. I take a deep breath and run back in. I instantly spawn a dark portal in front of me to get a perfect position to attack. Sheng-Yang. I continue to gain speed and accuracy while shifting my weight in the air to narrowly but gracefully avoid its incoming swords and release mid-range air slashes at its exposed parts. I start letting out loud laughs as I let the Dagger Mastery skill take control of my blades. Watching the mana flow through my arms and hands allows me to sync their movements with my wind summoning skill much more efficiently. Each attack I let out becomes even more precise, drawing more blood from the High Ogre King. It erupts with a bellowing, rage-filled battle cry, struggling to get into a good defensive stance. I land another 5 or so consecutive hits, then warp away temporarily to restore my mana. It raises its blades, spinning around and turning its head back and forth, trying to guess where my next attack will come from. By now, its legs, neck, and midsection are covered in deep wounds. The monster is breathing heavily, and I can sense its swings are slowing down. With a grin, I air-step back and warping around the beast, letting out another ruthless wave of invisible attacks in its blind spots. Painful cries ring throughout the boss room as its guardian gets mutilated from all sides. I warp away from the monster one last time to restore my MP with mana crystals and plan a flashy finish. I've learned how to control a few of my skills much better, but I'm not going to give up an opportunity to end this match in style. The hard ground cracks under my right foot as I boost myself forward with a gust of wind. With both daggers in hand, glowing with every buff in my arsenal, I get ready for the kill shot. The flames of the boss monster flicker as it holds its sword out in front, attempting to block my incoming strike. Moments before impact, I use a warp portal to transport myself directly above its head. I throw my blades in front of the monster, using telekinesis, to send them flying at its swords. The 4 weapons collide in the air, creating a loud, clanging sound as I land on the High Ogre King's back directly between its horns, placing both hands flat against its lower neck. Equivalent exchange! The brightest flash of white light fills my vision as I deal 1,000 damage to the monstrosity below me. It roars, and I match its tone with a yell of my own. As many times as I use this skill, I don't know if I'll ever get used to the pain. My vision clears, and I scramble into my item box, grabbing an HP potion and chugging it down as I begin to feel weightless. Thud, thud, the flames all around me flicker and die down as the massive boss falls flat on its face, and me along with it as I drop 6M to the floor. My daggers and its swords clang against the hard rock and I let out a sigh of relief. Then, I feel the back muscles begin to twitch and a faint grunt slips out of its mouth. I immediately summon a sharp blade of wind and concentrate all of my remaining mana into a single strike. Without hesitation, I release my attack on the beast's open neck. Shinging, the wind sword cuts through its flesh along with the hard red rock below. Level up, level up, level up. Use absorption skill. Dual wielding special grade. Yes! Know an extreme feeling of satisfaction comes over my body as I choose yes and deactivate all my skills. The boss has finally been defeated. Status open underscore 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 name 315H. Horsepower 1,580 divided by 1,580 MP, 1,220 divided by 1,580 strength, 765 C300, speed 910 and 10 46, 273, agility 940 Siri, 423, defense 682, 273, 239, mental strength 765, 153, 306, 344 skills, absorption swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection body, ending special grade self-regeneration, spatial magic item storage, plunderer telekinesis, appraisal special grades conceal berserker dungeon, walker intimidation, dagger mastery stealth bloodlust equivalent, and exchange combat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye extreme strength dual wielding special grade items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20%, mental strength cyclops, eye pendant, 40% defense dark elf boots, the 60% speed ring of protection, 35% defense, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength enchanted silver ring, the 30% speeds, Serpent King's Scale, 45% agility, D45% magic resistance distance. T-Troll's Charm, 45% mental strength, enchanted dagger set plus 300 strength plus 300 agility, Rodrigo's Silver Bracelet, underscore 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 chapter 114. I look around the boss room until my teammates come into view. Eri is running circles around the mutant, slashing its weak points as the others work in perfect unison to distract the beast. Abby continues to heal Bruce as he takes hits from the monster's sword. Most are blocked by his hammer, but the occasional stray hit slips through. Maria and Nessa look much more comfortable working as a team with a direct goal in mind. They keep its shield busy while Eri gets to work. I smile and cross my arms watching the tan-skinned dagger wielder zip across the battlefield. Now that I think about it, I should ask him for a few tips later. I'm sure my blade skills would get significantly better if he helped me train. About 6 precise dagger slashes later, the final mutant falls to its knees at Eri's mercy. It's over. The massive king's corpse begins to dissolve, and I hear the faint sound of metal hitting the hard rock floor. I turn to see a massive pink mana crystal beside a golden ring with a dark red jewel embedded in its face. I use appraisal, high ogre king's ring, plus 60% mental strength. I pick up both the loot items and spin them around in my right hand as I hold both my daggers in the left. All yours. You earned it. I look up to see Eri wiping his blades clean on his cloak, while the other 4 team members follow close behind, smiling wide. With a sigh, I take off the first ring I ever got from a boss battle, the mutant werewolf's ring. It only has a 20% metal strength boost, arguably my worst percent boosting item. All my slots are full for now, so I have to make a switch if I want to try out this new drop. I throw it in my item storage along with the mana crystal and place the new High Ogre King's ring on my finger. The difference is instantly noticeable. As I admire my new jewelry, a flash of white light appears between my group and me. Maria was about to call out, but was rudely interrupted by a red-suited examiner. Rodrigo appears and looks me in the eyes with a crooked grin. Then his gaze slowly moves to the others. Congratulations! It looks like all 6 of you have passed the exam. He turns back to me, staring intently with his dull white eyes. I'd like to offer you a position at the Hunters Association. I gulp. He turns to the others. This goes for all of you. You've passed one of the hardest C-class exams ever given. The association is looking for hunters with abilities just like yours. Rodrigo turns back to me. This offer is optional for everyone here, except you. I clench my jaw and stare back at him without saying another word. Aries' voice rings out from behind the examiner. I accept. I'd like to join the association. Rodrigo slowly nods. Very well. The white light of the dungeon's transfer magic begins to activate, and my vision goes blank. Moments later, we're all stood close together in a rather narrow tunnel. It's very dark. The floor, walls, and ceiling are all made of hard black stone, and about 20 m in front of us is another light gray spinning mass of energy. There's the normal return portal behind, but there's 2 in such close vicinity. I whisper to myself, is that another portal? Again, I hear Rodrigo's voice. It is. That portal leads to the final labyrinth boss. I'll get to that in a moment. I'd like to get to the point I was making before being cut off by the transfer magic. I stare down the hallway and take a deep breath while feeling the dense mana in the air. It's much more intense than any dungeon break I've ever experienced. Whatever is behind that portal must be incredibly strong. Rodrigo takes out his small white note of paper from earlier and scribbles something down. To collect your new C-class licenses, please stop by the Hunters Association building tomorrow morning. Each of you is on the list and has an open contract deal available if you desire to work with us. The room goes silent. Jay, I'm busy early tomorrow morning, but I'll set up a meeting with you and an association higher up. This will be mandatory if you'd like to receive your C-class license. Let's meet around noon. My eyes open wide. I knew it would be risky to show off my skills during this exam, but I had no idea it'd be to this extent. A mandatory meeting with an association higher up. What will they do to me? There's no known multi-skill user with capabilities like mine. I just showed them all off to one of 4 rankers in the entire country. My stomach drops like a rock. The adrenaline pumping through my veins from my battle earlier exits my system as I'm filled with dread and regret. How could I be so stupid? I blew it. From the start, I was going to train secretly until my abilities knew no limits. I needed to have no equal before exposing my powers to the world. I got cocky and exposed myself for a good time. I'm an adrenaline junkie with a power fantasy that jumped in too deep and got way out of my league. Is that really what I've come to? Will they turn me into a weapon for the government? Do experiments on me to extract my powers? I gulp and shiver as a million thoughts begin racing through my head. I grit my teeth and stare at him with frustration. You can't do. He grins and nods. Yes, I can, and I will. The association has asked me to scout promising individuals, and I will provide them with what they demand. They've given me a gift in return. In a state of shock, my mouth hangs wide open as the reality of my crumbling future begins to set in. Rodrigo continues. Anyways, this is the final boss room. If you'd like to challenge it, be my guest. It's impossible for any of you to defeat it at your current skill levels. He turns to Maria and puts out his left arm. Come here. I assume you'd like another bracelet. It'll be a much quicker way out. She gulps and puts her wrist out. The examiner glows with a faint white light, and she's wearing another silver bracelet, all of a sudden. He grins. All right, who would like a one-way trip back to the outside world? Those of you that wish to fight the boss. Again, you may go ahead and traumatize yourselves at your own leisure. The narrow tunnel fell silent. I'm not the only one thoroughly shocked by this outcome. Over 5 seconds pass and no one speaks up. I clear my throat and decided to break the silence. I'm going to face the boss. I need a good fight right now. I look Rodrigo in the eyes, then turn my head to the portal and start running. While storing one of my daggers in storage and pulling out my sword, I light my entire body into a ball of fire while activating every stat-boosting skill in my arsenal. The muffled yells of my teammates call out behind me, but I pay them no mind. The excitement from defeating this entire exam with such ease has turned into rage. I need a fight to the death to clear my mind. That's all I can think about. Moments later, I jump through. With a flaming dagger and long sword in hand, I take in the view of the final boss room. The ground is completely flat and as black as the cave I just left, but the sky above is beautiful. The outline above me is dome-shaped. It's comprised of pink and white swirling mana. The feeling is both eerie and empowering. I stare at the slow-moving clouds above in awe, activating my all-seeing eye for an even better view. The moment I do so, my heart skips a beat. There's an intense dark mass of energy rocketing toward me at an alarmingly quick speed. I grit my teeth and ready my blades. While looking straight ahead into the darkness, I activate enemy detection, inspect, and appraisal. 100 MLV, 445 active items, Greater Demon's Sword, plus 70% strength, Greater Demon's Armor, plus 70% defense, Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%, all stats, active skills, Dungeon Walker Telepathy, legendary grade buffs, Greater Demon's Curse hidden ability, an impossibly fast blur of dark matter rockets toward me. All I see is a 4M tall demonic entity with white eyes and 2 curling red horns. It has a humanoid body, and the skill set seems oddly familiar to another creature I fought before this exam in the High Orc dungeon. But I have no time to make comparisons. I activate stealth and dart away to my left to make as much distance as possible from this monster, hoping to formulate a plan. I grip my swords and glow bright, increasing my buffs to their max potential while letting out a yell of frustration. Then, a swirling black portal opens no more than 5M in front of me. It used Dungeon Walker. I gulp as the black palm of the demon stretches outwards, followed by the rest of its body. The monster's white eyes lock on mine. I see the greater demon in all its glory. Rippling muscles head to toe, shining silver armor covering its vitals, long dark tribal-looking tattoos across its chest and arms. Its skin is very dark, but these mysterious tattoo-like lines are darker than any abyss. It shows me a toothy grin while lunging at me with an outstretched palm. There's nothing I can do. It's too fast and caught me completely off guard. I hear a deep voice ring out in my head. Demon's Curse. My eyes open wide as its huge black hand slams into my chest, and I feel a horrible dark energy invade my body. I'm thrown backward over 20M and skid across the ground for 20 more. I cough up blood and hear a ticking sound in my inner ear. Every time it ticks, I'm hit with a surge of inescapable pain. It's hot and sharp, covering my entire body and soul. It occurs every second on the second. The breath was knocked out of me on impact. I gasp for air as I open my status. My vision is blurry and all my senses are dulled. I have too many debuffs to count, and every time I hear a tick, my HP lowers by 100 points. I cough up more blood while putting away my dagger and scrambling to grab an HP potion. Finally, I find one and chug it down. The greater demon slowly walks toward me as I struggle to keep my balance. My health is back to full, but it's dropping fast again as the ticks continue. The monster keeps inching closer as my vision blurs more and more. I grab another HP potion 10 seconds later and regain my health, but it doesn't help at all. I'm seeing stars. My vision is practically all black. The creature inches closer and closer, curiously watching me struggle. My breathing becomes erratic, and I manage to chug another HP potion down before falling to my knees. This is a horrible sensation. All the muscles in my body are contracting harder than I can bear. All my systems are shutting down, and there's nothing I can do. I can barely grasp the 4th HP potion in my hand. As my vision turns completely black, the potion falls through my fingers down to the floor. My HP hits 0 with a final tick as it breaks into shards of glass. Chapter 115. The veil of darkness in my vision slowly fades to white. Then reality comes into view. The horrible pain that took over my body is gone. I'm sitting on the hard ground with my sword by my side, and both hands in my lap. The silver bracelet is gone. I died. I let out a long sigh, realizing I've been transported to the labyrinth's entrance. Jay, you're I look up to see Maria standing over me with Bruce, Abby, and Nessa behind her. The sky is dark, and there aren't many hunters standing around anymore. With a nod, I put my sword away while slowly getting up to my feet. I'm fine. I stare at the floor for a moment, shake my head, then put a fake smile on my face before looking back at the lot of them. What are we waiting for? Let's celebrate. We made it. We're all C-class hunters now. Maria stares me in the eyes for a few seconds, then a grin widens across her face. You're right. With a skip and a hop, she grabs me by the arm, linking our elbows together. Simultaneously, a flash of white light appears right next to me, and Ari appears breathing heavily with eyes open wide. He looks around at us in confusion, then lets out his own sigh of relief. That was not an opponent I had any hopes of beating. He looks me in the eyes and I give him a firm nod. Yeah, agreed. I gulp. Ari puts away his bow and takes another look at all of us before I speak up again. Hey, do you want to go get dinner with us? To celebrate. With a light smile, he agrees. The 6 of us head off back in the city's direction. There's a small road that winds all the way back. My mind continues to race, thinking over the immense stupidity of my actions. But Maria's arm grasped around my own, as we walk keeps me mildly distracted from the self-deprecating thoughts. Nessa and Bruce lead the way down the small road, having a conversation about their guild, and how this C-class promotion will get them into new positions. Ari is silent for a bit, but starts asking Abby about all the fine details of life at the association. I try to listen in, but keep zoning out into my own world so none of the information actually sticks in my head. Maria continues to squeeze my arm tight, while humming softly to herself. We take up the rear. I stare straight ahead, counting my breaths and focusing on the rhythmic footsteps as we travel to the town. The lights of the city come into view, and I can even hear the main train line nearby. My stomach gurgles and Maria lets out a chuckle while turning to me. I'm starving too. How about we go to that place Rie took us last time we were here? She practically jumps up and down. I smile and let out a laugh of my own, replying in a low tone. That would hit the spot. I look straight ahead as we near the city entrance and raise an eyebrow. What are the odds? Both Rie and Jack are standing by the arching city gate. It's not a main city entrance, but it's the only one that connects to this path from the mountains. They must have heard the news that hunters were finishing up and came to meet us. 2 other groups of hunters and businessmen from the association and Terra Guild wave down the rest of our team. It looks like no one came to greet Ari, though. He follows Maria and me as we get closer. Ray waves us down and is the first to speak up. Jay, Maria, congrats. Well, I assume you. Maria unlatches her arm from my own and cuts her off while jumping forward. Yup, we did it! Rie catches Maria mid-air to receive her flying hug as Jack approaches with a hand lifted up by his side. I firmly shake it and he grins. Congratulations. You're a C-class now, huh? It seems I am. Abby comes running over to us after talking to her group. Apparently, they're having a special celebration tomorrow for the association's successful applicants, so she's available to go out with us tonight without a problem. Bruce and Nessa walk over to us moments later. It seems like their guildmaster is away, so they're free to celebrate too. I turn to Ari and nudge my head toward Jack and Ray. All 4 of them introduce themselves, and we begin laughing and retelling a few interesting stories from the exam as we walk into town. Our final battle, and the events that followed, didn't come up in conversation. The 8 of us get a large circular booth at a restaurant that lets us cook our own meat and vegetables on individual open grills. Each of us orders multiple entrees and enough bottles of drinks to drown a whale. With a clink of all our glasses, the night begins. Smiles fill the room, and I slowly fade into peaceful bliss. All my worries turn into nothing but fuzzy nothingness and uncontrollable laughter. We eat great food and celebrate a huge milestone in every great hunter's journey. We've really become C-class hunters. A few hours pass, and the restaurant begins to die down as parties leave. Our food and drinks diminish, and Jack gracefully pays the bill. It's on me tonight. I've booked you all a few hotel rooms, too. Rest up, and we'll take the train home tomorrow. I squint, trying to concentrate on the room key he's handing me. My vision is a bit blurry. The walls, floor, and people around me are bending and distorting at random. Maybe I drank too much. With a sloppy hand, I grab the key from Jack and thank him with a goofy grin. He puts his arm around my shoulder, and Ria helps Maria up out of her seat. Ari laughs and finishes the bottle in his hand before standing up. Jay, I had no idea you were such a lightweight. He slaps me on the back and I hiccup. My tan-skinned teammate gives me a toothy grin. Hope I see you tomorrow at the association. I look forward to working with you in the future. You're a good guy. With that, he gets up and leaves. I'm left in a daze. His words definitely went in my right ear, but half of them basically fell out the other side. I mumble to myself as Bruce, Nessa, and Abby say their goodbyes and walk out the door. Working together with Ari. Why would I? My heart skips a beat as my facade of happiness crumbles. The drunk bliss I'd been indulging myself in spirals into quite the opposite. My breathing gets heavier and faster. I concentrate on my echoing footsteps as Jack helps me to the hotel. My mind is spinning, and it's even harder to form clear thoughts with these toxins running through my system. It feels like hours have gone by, but I've counted my footsteps to stay calm. We've walked 3 blocks at most. Jack's voice rings out in my ear. Hey, take this. I hope you feel better by the morning. Great nights tend to end like this anyways, right, Jay? He hands me a bottle of water and gives me a concerned smile as we enter a building. He speaks again. You're on the 4th floor, room 407. I nod and lean against the hotel lobby's wall. Give me a minute. I think I'm going to take a walk before I sleep. Jack lets out a sigh. All right, don't wander too far. I won't, Ray, Maria, and Jack all get in an elevator to their rooms as I stand. With one arm holding me up against the wall, drinking as much of the bottled water as I can manage. I take a few deep breaths, then walk out the front door. Wobbling back and forth, I take a stroll. The water did help a bit, but my mind is far from straight right now. Being out here is better than a small closed-off room. I sigh. Thinking back to that final boss fight, I never even stood a chance. It was faster than me, stronger than me, and even had a dungeon walker ability just like mine. It's the same as that odd monster I fought before the exam, too. A demon. Are they the ones that run the dungeons? Demons? Do they feed off the power of mana absorbed in labyrinths? That would make sense. As labyrinths are left without being defeated, their guardians would only grow stronger. They would add floors and gain levels. And my mind races with paranoia and creativity as the walls of reality and fantasy twist in my head. I hear a ringing sound, and my head begins to ache pretty badly. With a grunt of pain, I sit down on a bus stop bench and chug the last of my water. It helps, but it's far from solving all my current issues. I open my status for the fun of it and let out a drunken laugh. All these skills and I still can't fend for myself. I scroll, then decide to activate my all-seeing eye and do some leisurely intoxicated reading. Let's see here. How about my fire magic? What's the description on this one? Underscore, 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 combat magic. Fire summoning info. A powerful combat magic skill with an aptitude for fire. The caster is able to summon flames from their body and even imbue them into weapons. Residue may be left behind to deal extra damage to an opponent even after the initial attack. Great! Fire summoning. Upgrade. Underscore, 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 my eyes open wide and a goofy grin comes across my face as I click upgrade without hesitation. Another screen pops up. Underscore, 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 upgrade. 100 PP fire summoning. Advanced fire summoning. All fire magic attacks will increase in proficiency by 100%. Magic residue will burn indefinitely until put out by a magic spell of equivalent or greater proficiency. Underscore, 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 underscore. Ooh, look at that! Without another thought crossing my mind, my fire magic is upgraded on the spot. I continue scrolling, thinking about that demon I had no chance of defeating. I grit my teeth and click on Dungeon Walker. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 Dungeon Walker info. An ability solely found in demonic entities. It allows the caster to form warp portals within dungeons they have traveled to in the past. The caster may bring along passengers via physical contact. Grade. No grade. Upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I could read the skill's description. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. 50 PP, no grade, special grade. Dungeon Walker may be performed instantaneously. No warp portal lag time will be added while using the special grade option. Any dungeon the caster has seen or stepped foot in is available for instant teleportation without the use of warp portals. Mana requirements for non-portal travel will be double. Underscore, 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 my eyes and mouth open wide. Now this one. I gotta have this. I click upgrade and continue the scrolling spree. What do I need? What else could I? Oh, I raise an eyebrow and click on self-regeneration. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 self-regeneration info. An ability that allows the caster to convert mana into physical matter. Lost limbs and broken bones can be healed in an instant, allowing the caster to continue their battle. This skill does not replenish HP and may have heavy side effects including fatigue and drowsiness. Grade, no grade, upgrade, underscore, 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 underscore. I let out a loud gay while clicking upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. 50 PP no grade, special grade. Self-regeneration will now heal poisons and curses up to a special grade rating. This is a passive skill. If any harmful foreign matter enters your body, it will be immediately expelled, allowing you to finish your battle. underscore 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 poison resistance. Nice. I click upgrade and immediately feel mana being sucked out of me at an alarmingly quick rate. Hey, what's going on here? I try to deactivate all my active skills, but MP continues to leave my body. I grab a few mana crystals from my storage and plunder the energy to bring myself back to full, but my bar keeps falling. What is? The city lights around me come into clear view. They're not blurry white and red blobs anymore. The street under my feet stops wobbling, and even the bench I'm sitting on becomes an actual flat surface. The world comes back into clear view, and my sober mind returns to me. I blink a few times and look down at my hands, then jump up in the air to stretch my legs and arms. I breathe in fresh air and stare at my status in awe. The bad news is, I just went on a drunk spending spree. The good news is, well, I guess I'll never be able to do it again. I gulp. At least I upgraded a few good abilities. I feel great and have way too many things to think about right now. Sleep is not an option. It wouldn't hurt to try them out. A grin slowly creeps back onto my face as I make my way toward the city's dungeon hub. Underscore 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 name. J Soju level 315 horsepower. 1,580 divided by 1,580 MP. 1,510 divided by 1,580 strength. 765 speed. 910, 10,546. 273. Agility, 940. Soar 23, defense. 682, 273, 239. Mental strength, 765. 459, 306. 344 skills. Absorption swordsmanship. Combat magic. Advanced fire summoning inspect special grade. Enemy detection body. Hardening special grade self-regen. Eration special grade. Spatial magic item storage. Plunderer telekinesis. Appraisal special grade. Conceal berserker dungeon walker. Special grade intimidation dagger mastery stealth bloodlust. Equivalent exchange combat magic. Wind summoning all-seeing eye extreme strength dual wielding special grade items. Equip High Ogre King's ring. 60% mental strength Cyclops. Eye pendant. 40% defense. Dark elf boots. 60% speed ring of protection. C 35% defense. Griffin's talon. C 40% mental strength. Enchanted silver ring. Enchained 30% speed serpent king's scale. 45% agility. 45% magic. Re. Sistance Desert Troll's Charm. C. 45%. Mental strength underscore 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 re underscore underscore underscore. Chapter 116. I make my way down the dimly lit streets. The sidewalks are empty, and there isn't a single person in sight. My footsteps echo through the dark alleys as I walk straight toward the dungeon hub. My mental clarity is unmatched. I know exactly what I have to do. I need to get back into that labyrinth. If the association wants to force a mandatory contract on me, I'll make it as hard as possible for them. I'll train all night and sharpen my skills. If the offer they put in front of me resembles a slave contract in any way, I'll just go rogue. I already have a pretty good reputation as the Flame Emperor in the Black Market Society here. If all else fails, I guess I'll be fine. I gulp. This is my decision. My unique skill is a special one, possibly the most powerful skill there is. I need my freedom to use it to its full potential. My footsteps cease to echo into the night as I realize my error and wasted potential. I just spent 200 PP. I could have upgraded my absorption skill to legendary grade. With a sigh, I open my status and activate my all-seeing eye to check out my most important attribute. Underscore, 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 absorption info. This is a unique skill. Upon dealing the final killing blow to any creature, the caster has the capability to absorb its skills. Absorbed skills will be adapted to fit the caster's biology. Grade. No grade. Upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I click upgrade without heat. Citation. Underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 upgrade. 50 pp. No grade. Special grade skills. Acquired using absorption will increase in grade class up to special grade upon casting. A special grade hidden ability. After defeating opponents of considerable strength, there is a chance the caster will be able to absorb 5% of their open highest stat points. This will permanently increase the caster's status for every 5 levels that the opponent surpasses the caster's own. The probability of triggering this passive ability increases by 1%. Underscore, 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 underscore. I click upgrade and smile with satisfaction. I have 65 pp left. I'll keep the rest stockpiled for now. Legendary grade absorption. Probably would have been incredibly good, but special grade will be a neat increase for the time being. These things happen for a reason, right? I begin walking again and make it to the dungeon hub less than 15 minutes later. This is a much more populated portion of the city. Late night hunting isn't too popular, but some still do it. Everyone has their own schedules after all. A dungeon's environment doesn't revolve around our 24 HR clock. They're always the same inside, so it's the same diving experience. I walk to the gates and show the night shift guard my D-class license to travel down into the hub. There's less than half a dozen hunters down here. I get on the first train and get off at the first stop. It's some random low-grade D-class dungeon. I don't even take the time to read what monsters spawn here. The moment I'm inside, I draw my sword and activate Dungeon Walker. The instant I do, my body becomes very light. A portal doesn't even form. All I see are potential destinations in my mind's eye. My physical body isn't part of the equation. I lock onto an overlook in the mountains, on floor 11 of the labyrinth, and transport there without another thought. With a grin, I look down at my sword, then up at the beautiful view of the mountains as a griffin flies overhead. So that's how special grade Dungeon Walker works. Nice! I activate enemy detection and begin teleporting around all 5 floors, 11 through 16. Without being noticed, I count just under 30 stragglers remaining. Most of them are on the 16th floor, continuing to train for their final test. I have plenty of time. I find myself a desolate area on the 16th floor with a group of high ogres and take out a dagger to hold with my sword, using all my stat-boosting skills along with my newest advanced fire summoning skill. My body glows dark red with a hint of gold. My flames crackle and twist as my sword begins to glow. In an instant, I begin zipping around the battlefield. My strength and speed outdo these measly level 320s. Seconds later, 4 corpses fall to the floor in pieces, still burning bright with flames that show no sign of flickering out. I smirk, then activate Dungeon Walker again. Without bothering to collect the loot, I find myself another group of monsters. This continues on for about an hour. I get a feel for my new dual-wielding ability. The movements of my dagger and sword together feel much more natural. I can block with one and attack with the other. I've been using wind magic with the dagger and fire with my sword. The flames from my new advanced skill seem to actually not go out until the object they're burning turns to ash. After roughly 20 high ogres, I gained 6 more levels. I'm level 321 now. There's only 2 opponents in this labyrinth that are worth fighting now. The floor 16 High Ogre King and the Greater Demon up above. The only problem is Rodrigo. He's standing right outside the boss room, so the only way to go in and train would be to walk past him. That's not a conversation I'm willing to have right now. I use Dungeon Walker to teleport nearby and climb up a jagged rock ledge that looks down on the boss room portal from a distance. While sitting up against the large, hard, flat rock, I wait. My breathing is slow, heart rate is steady, and mind completely clear. There's only one mission to complete. Get into that boss room without the A-class examiner noticing. About 30 minutes go by. The heat up here is getting very uncomfortable, but I take the pain and keep staring ahead. A team of 4 finally arrives. My eyes perk up as I see Rodrigo giving them the usual entrance speech. A few seconds later, they all enter the spinning mass of energy. Now's my chance. Quickly and quietly, I get down from the ledge and run over to the unsupervised portal. I look over my shoulder a few times while waiting for the necessary 30 seconds to pass so I can fight my own boss battle. Just like that, I make it in. I reactivate my stat boosting skills and get to work. With a flash of light, the battle begins. A wave of high ogres comes running at me, but I cut them down in seconds without much issue at all. Running forward while activating my detection skills, 2 mutants come at me right on cue. With extreme speed and precision, I warp around them while plundering MP with every slash of my sword. They both fall to piles of ash moments later. While wiping sweat from my forehead, the familiar sounds of the flaming High Ogre King ring out from behind me. I ignite myself into a ball of fire to match its energy and jump into the air toward the beast with a glowing blade. It's a much easier fight this time around. I know all of this ogre's tricks, and it doesn't know a single one of my weaknesses. With a few well-timed Dungeon Walker teleportations and too many air slashes to count, I bring the king to its knees once again. With a final swing of my blade, I defeat the boss. After all the battles in this room, my level went up another 5 times. I'm level 326 now. The king dissolves and drops a mana crystal. Nothing more. I'm transported to the long, dark hallway and stop in my tracks. While staring at the spinning portal before me, I gulp and decide it's not time yet. With a deep breath, I use Dungeon Walker to transport myself back to my hiding spot. It seems the other team has not returned, though. While scanning the area carefully, I enter the room again. I go through the exact same fights, but this time, it's even easier. The king is slain and I gain 3 levels in total, bringing me to level 329. The boss did not drop any loot a second time in a row, just a mana crystal. When I transport back to my hideout up on the ledge, I see Rodrigo standing by the portal. I let out a sigh. It looks like I'll get 2 chances every time a team comes along. While waiting, I twirl my dagger and count the drips of sweat that fall from my forehead hitting the hot red ground below me as they sizzle into steam. Another full hour passes before a new team arrives. I jump to my feet as Rodrigo gives them the talk, and they all enter the portal. I get to face off another 2 rounds against the king. After my inevitable double victory, I gain 6 more levels, bringing me to level 335. The boss actually dropped a nice piece of armor. It's a chest plate with 400 plus defense. A bit too bulky for my style, I put it in my item storage and wait on the ledge above for another team to arrive, dripping sweat and losing brain cells in the horrible heat up above. A third party meets with the tan-skinned examiner. They're a party of 6, wearing copious amounts of gear, giving off auras of various colors. They all look pretty nervous. The lot of them enter normally, and I wait up above for the 30 seconds to pass. Once they do, I watch the spinning mass of energy turn dark gray. My face lights up with a smile and my eyes open wide. That large team must have failed their raid. That was quick. This next boss is going to be a mutant. Underscore, 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 name, J Soju level, 335 horsepower, 1,680 divided by 1,680 MP. 1680 divided by 1680 strength. 816, 150. 751. Speed. 968, 581. 290 agility. 999, 450. 150 defense. 724 send. 290. 253 mental strength. 816, 490. 326, 367. 441 skills. Absorption, special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic. Advanced firesome, owning inspect, special grade, enemy detection body, hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, special grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade. Alberserker, dungeon walker, special grade, intimidation. Dagger mastery, stealth, bloodlust, equivalent, exchange, combat magic. Wind summoning, all. Seeing, eye extreme, strength. Dual wielding, special grade. Items, equipped, High Ogre King's Ring, 60% mental strength, Cyclops, eye pendant. 40% defense, Dark Elf boots. 60% speed ring of protection, 35% defense. Griffin's Talon, Sue, 40% mental strength enchant. Ed Silver Ring, 30%. Speed Serpent King Scale, 45% agility. Sewer, 45% magic resistance. Desert Troll's Charm, 35% mental strength. Enchanted Dagger set when divided by 2, plus 150. Strength plus 150 agility. The Flame Emperor's Sword, fire aspect. 92% strength, 54% mental strength. Underscore, 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 underscore. Score, underscore, 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 chapter 117. I grip my shiny black dagger in my left palm while igniting the flames of my sword in my right. With a grin ear to ear, I jump through the dark, swirling mass of energy in front of me. A mutant boss. This is just what I've been waiting for. My body materializes on the other side, spawning me into the boss room. The air is thick, much thicker than the air outside, or any of the previous boss rooms I've been in. I let out a few muffled coughs as the steam and smoke around me fills my lungs with hot fumes. Using a constant gust of wind magic, I manage to keep the large particles of dust and ash from my mouth so I can concentrate on my surroundings. The dense mana in the air is close to unbearable. It almost feels like it's about to materialize from the sky and fall to the floor, activating enemy detection. I sense the usual 2 waves of monsters approaching and take care of business, with a few swift air steps and the occasional use of teleportation for better positioning the High Ogres and their mutant counterparts burned to piles of ash. They're definitely a little stronger, but nowhere near what I expected. It's kind of a letdown. Have I already outgrown this labyrinth? Is it my mumbling gets cut off by heavy footsteps approaching? Thudded, thud, 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 thudded. I see the familiar sight of large steam clouds, instantly turning blood red as a beast emerges. It has similar proportions to the previous boss. But the wave of even denser mana that fills the air as it approaches is rather off-putting. The beast's skin is much darker red, and its eyes glow with a fiery rage. The huge mutant High Ogre King lets out a roar as it readies both of its silver and gold blades, staring me down with an intensity hard to match. I use Inspect and Appraisal while gritting my teeth. A grin creeps through my clenched jaw. Leave 3, 87. Active items. High Ogre King's Sword, plus 55% strength. High Ogre King's Sword, plus 55% strength. High Ogre King's Armor Set, plus 750 defense, plus 350 speed, plus 350 agility. High Ogre King's Ring, plus 60% mental strength. High Ogre King's Pendant, plus 60% mental strength active skills. Dual wielding special grade combat magic, advanced fire summoning buffs. High Ogre King's resistance plus 70% magic resistance. King's body raised in fire plus 70% extra fire resistance. Blood of a mutant plus 25%. All stats. Mutant King's Fit of Rage, hidden ability. I scan its stats and take into account the subtle changes. Some of its armor and weapons have increased in strength by a few percent. Its fire summoning skill has upgraded to advanced. And there's a brand new buff that adds 25% to all of its base stats. I gulp, but know I'm stacked with overpowered gear as well. If anything, our base stats are close to even. I have the advantage because of my abundant list of skills. I lunge forward and the battle begins. I glow with dark gold and crimson flames, and the boss burns dark red, swinging its swords with cool, calculated precision. We clash blades as I airstep and teleport around the battlefield. My all-seeing eye picks up on its fine movements, and I stay one step ahead at all times, hit after hit. The mutant's flames grow hotter as I cut away at its thick flesh with wind slashes and occasional hits from my sword. The monster stays calm and does not make this battle easy on me. I only land 1 out of every 6 or so hits. Even with my perception boost, it's quick on its feet and skilled with those shining blades. I take a page out of its book and stay cool and collected myself. The sound of clanging metal rings out in the boss room as both of our fire burns bright and the mutant defends its throne. About 5 minutes pass and I've landed a number of hits on the beast. It's not slowing down, and for some reason, doesn't seem worried in the slightest. For now, I take advantage of every perk I can get and carry on filing down its defenses. Clash after clash, blood drips from the beast and sparks fly in the air as our battle continues. Finally, I can sense its movements slowing down as my successful attacks grow in numbers. Gashes pile on up its arms, legs, and gaps in its armor. The beast begins to breathe heavily, and I do not slow down. I drip with sweat counting to slash away at my opponent. With a final barrage of attacks, I let out a yell, and the beast falls to its knees with a loud grunt. Clanglin! It dropped its swords. I pause for a moment, mid-stride in a state of confusion. The boss breathes heavily and stares me in the eyes as I cautiously inch closer to it with my weapons in hand. It doesn't move, or even try to grab the swords by its knees. The monster just grunts and sways side to side while staring into my soul. Such an odd battle. I gulp and continue inching toward the behemoth in from of me. This monster fought long and hard, but my abilities were too overpowered in the end. It never stood a chance. So, you admit defeat? I land it here with a smirk. I concentrate my mana into my sword, storing up wind, and fire magic more powerful than anything I've ever attempted. I have to make it flashy after all. With my right foot, I launch myself forward and ready myself to release my new all-powerful attack. I soar forward at the beast while it stays still, presumably frozen in fear or dumbfounded in defeat. Then, less than 5 before impact, I see a shift in its eyes. A deep crimson fire burns deep within them, especially with my all-seeing eye active. The depths of its mana pools are beyond my wildest imagination. The monster's HP can't be more than 10% right now, and it still has this much power. How could it? I mutter a few words, while reflexively shielding myself with body-hardening crystals, and bracing for impact as I watch its mana stores triple in size. Before my eyes, I let out a gasp as its entire body begins to glow bright red, erupting into a magnificent display of fire. I'm struck with a burning hot wave of dark red flames that are even hotter than my own. My entire right arm is engulfed in the blast before I activate Dungeon Walker and teleport to the far side of the boss room. I blip 100 mem away, breathing heavily while watching a wave of flames roll towards me. There's a searing pain in my arm that was caught in the blast. How? Then I remember one of its unique buffs. The Mutant King's Fit of Rage must be it. A failsafe when it's on its last breath. A self-destruct skill. I grit my teeth while using my blade to break apart the rock floor below me. After I dig down 3 or so, I jump in and take cover, holding the rocks above my head with all the telekinesis I can muster. The earth around me rumbles as the wave of flames passes over me. Fire seeps in, but I hold strong and keep the bulk of it out. About 3 seconds go by before the extreme heat clears. Then a familiar ringing sounds in my head. Level up, level up, level up, Level up, level up. I let out a sigh, relaxing for a moment, then feeling that sharp, hot pain in my right arm. While moving the rumble out of the way, I get back up to the surface and deactivate my skills. My flames die down and my buffs vanish. But the fire on my right arm does not go out. It continues to burn deep into my bicep, forearm, and is creeping down to my hand. This is the advanced fire summoning at work. The flames from this skill don't go out unless nullified by one of equal level. I would assume water magic is a viable cure. I let out a sigh, then teleport myself over to the monster's corpse while managing the pain. I flinch as the dark flames start burning my hand and creep up to my shoulder. The boss is in pieces and hasn't dissolved yet. I look around hastily. The fire doesn't hurt too much, but this could get bad. I gulp, put my dagger into my item storage, and switch my sword over to my left hand. With a deep breath in, then out, I close my eyes and swing downwards to cut off my right arm in one swift slash, letting out a grunt of pain immediately. I begin regenerating my lost limb while eyeing the fallen monster's corpse eagerly. This better be worth it. My heart pounds in my ears as my wound fully heals, and I grab a few mana crystals to regain my MP Thuven. Clink! Time slows down as I watch 2 crystals fall out of the king's dissolving corpse. One is a large pink mana crystal, but the other, is that an element stone? A palm-sized crystal? Red hot with flames hits the hard rock floor, echoing throughout the boss room. My gaze is glued to the flaming stone as it rolls to my feet. It's semi-translucent, with a dark red base color. I can see the ground right through it. The hand-sized gem gives off a flicker of intense flames, giving off a lot of heat. For a moment, I just stare. Then, I carefully open my item storage, placing it inside with the tip of my blade. I'm not taking any chances. There's no way I'm touching those flames again. I take the mana crystal and throw it in my storage as well. This is not what I expected when I thought I'd fight a mutant. But with a reward like this, I can't complain. The bright white transfer magic begins to glow, and I'm transported to the narrow tunnel leading to the labyrinth's final boss. The ominous portal spins at the end of the rock-lined hallway, and my thoughts run wild. The dense mana in the air doesn't help me think straight. All it does is add more pressure to the situation at hand. I've gotten much stronger since I challenged it last time. With my new skill upgrades, I can just teleport out in an instant if things are going downhill. There's always more time to train if I need to. Am I really ready for the labyrinth's final boss? Underscore, 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 name, J, Soju level, 340 horsepower, 1,140 divided by 1,705 MP, 1,705 divided by 1,705 strength, 829, 771. Speed, 983, 590. Su 95, agility, 1014, 456 defense, 735, 294. C 257, mental strength, 829. Su 498, 332, 373. C 456, skills. Absorption, special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire summoning, inspect, special gra, D enemy detection body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, special grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer telekinesis, appraisal, special grade, conceal berserker dungeon walker, special grade intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye extreme strength dual wielding, special grade items equipped, high ogre, kings, ringing, 60% mental strength cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed ring of protection, 35% defense, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength, enchanted silver ring, C 30% speed. Ha. Wed tend, Erpent King's scale, 45% agility. C, 45% magic resistance, Desert Troll's Charm, 45% mental strength. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 93% strength, 55% mental strength under score underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 118. I stare at the gray mass of energy spinning in front of me. My breath slowed down as I think over my current situation. I could wait around outside the 16th floor boss room for a few more hours. There are about 5 teams left. I'd have a few more chances to get stronger before facing the greater demon again. On the other hand, it really couldn't hurt to test my luck. I can compare my new skills to the demon and teleport out instantly if I'm in any real danger. I gulp. This is just a trial run. I take out both my blades, sword in my right hand and dagger in my left. Each footstep I take echoes in the narrow stone tunnel. The spinning portal gets closer and closer until I step through without a second thought. The intensity of mana in the air rises as I'm transported into the final boss room. My heart rate spikes as I activate all my stat-boosting skills, my all-seeing eye. Fast, yet light footsteps catch my attention from the back of the room. They vanish. Then a dark, swirling mass of energy appears no more than 20 m in front of me. I clench my jaw and lift my weapons as the greater demon appears. Its eyes are a dreadful pale white, contrasting its dark skin. The red-horned creature that one-shotted me last time we fought slowly walks toward me without a shred of hesitation in its movements. My breathing speeds up, and I ignite my body into a ball of fire. My eyes glance side to side, trying to think of a plan. Then I hear a deep voice ring out in my head. You've returned. It's not often a visitor comes back to see me a second time. The towering demon continues its slow strut toward me as it shows me a sly, toothy grin while flashing me the face of its sword. My eyes and mouth both open wide for a moment. Then I stutter a few words. Did you just talk to me? The monster stares straight ahead, continuing its rhythmic strides in my direction. I did, young one. It seems this is your first time talking to one of my kind. Frozen in place. I don't know how to process what's going on. I've heard of intelligent monsters, but never anything that can communicate to humans with actual words. The demon is less than 10 m away now. Its voice rings out in my head again. It's a shame you had to come back here. I see a great potential in you, mere mortal. Unfortunately, I'll have to cut the bud before it blooms. Drops of sweat roll down my forehead as the final boss comes closer and closer. It's less than 5 m away now, and I'm finally coming back to my senses. A wave of urgency comes over me as I let out a thin smile. I'd like to see you try. I use Dungeon Walker to teleport behind the demon and release a slash of fire from close range. It's a surprise attack, and a powerful one at that. I let out a grunt as the dark red wave of energy rockets toward the demon's exposed back. Time seems to slow down as I watch my flames cut through the air. My attack inches closer and closer, but something doesn't feel quite right. In the next moment, with unfathomable speed and precision, I watch the demon turn its neck to lock eyes with mine, giving me a bone-chilling stare. I watch the hard floor beneath its feet fracture as it propels itself away with both immense power and seamless ease. The deep voice rings in my head again. I applaud you for your efforts, but this is the end. The menacing greater demon turns toward me with a wicked grin. It flies forward, obliterating the rocky floor beneath its feet, hurling stones in wave-like patterns on either side of its body. I grit my teeth and use Dungeon Walker to distance myself from the beast again, over 40 m away. The second I appear, a black swirling mass of energy opens directly beside me. The same overpowering energy destroys the stone floor all around us as a massive black demon's hand comes shooting out of the portal. I hear its voice one last time. Goodbye. It was fun playing with you. Demon's curse. The fast-moving palm slams into my chest. I get flashbacks from my previous time fighting this monster as the breath gets knocked out of me while letting out a desperate gasp for air. I activate Dungeon Walker and teleport myself as far away as I can without thinking much about where. My HP drops 100, but my MP does too. For some reason, it's easiest for me to transport here of all places. The third mountain in the Griffin's dungeon, overlooking the vast hills and trees below. My head throbs as I keep trying to inhale air through my punctured lungs. While regenerating damaged organs and a few broken ribs, I finally stand to my feet. I open my status to watch my health and MP drop lower and lower as I deactivate all my skills chugging an HP potion. Last time I was hit with that demon's curse, it did not end well. At all. I gulp. My HP returns to full, but moments later drops 100 points again with my MP bar along with it. Every second, both of them drop roughly 100 points. Why? My MP too. Why is this? Then, I remember my new passive perk that comes with my special grade self-regeneration skill, poison, and curse removal. I stare at my status, wide-eyed while taking a few mana crystals out of my storage to plunder their MP. About 10 seconds go by, and the rate of decreasing mana and HP slows considerably. They're dropping by just under 50 points each, per second. After half a minute of intense breathing, HP potion drinking, and mana crystal plundering, the curse finally dissipates completely. I let out a sigh of relief, then sit down on a rock ledge to think about the events that just took place. This is a highly intelligent monster. Its telepathy ability even allows it to communicate with humans. My base stats are nowhere near strong enough to stand a chance in a battle of brute strength or speed. It outpaced me in an instant, even while my all-seeing eye and a superior teleportation skill. This greater demon is in a league of its own. I scrunch my eyebrows and focus on the never-ending sea of trees in front of me. This is not going to be easy, not one bit. I sit and stare for a while, trying to formulate a plan. Then one thing the monster said to me starts to poke at the back of my mind. The moment I entered, it said, "You've returned." It's not often a visitor comes back to see me a second time. That must mean it remembers me. The final boss's domain has to act like a normal dungeon floor for that to be the case. It's not like the boss rooms that reset every time a hunter defeats or leaves them. So that's its weakness. A small grin starts to form at the corners of my mouth. Griffins fly high in the sky as my brain starts piecing together the perfect plan. This labyrinth has taught me a lot. Watching my teammates grow, defeating higher-level monsters with their limited abilities, is pretty neat to see. Now, it's my turn. Sometimes, being stronger than your opponent is a weakness if you can't guess their next move. It's time for me to put away the checkerboard and start playing chess. I grip my blades and double-check my status to make sure my HP and MP are at full before activating Dungeon Walker and surveying my potential warp points. Moments later, I prepare to throw myself back into battle. I have one objective. With the element of surprise, my plan will go off without a hitch. I teleport in as close as possible to the resting demon. This is the first time I've seen it not in full battle mode. The monster sits on a large, flat stone slab at the backside of its lair, overlooking the dome-shaped boss room. A meter-tall egg-shaped red object catches my eye as I'm portaling in. The demon seems to be eyeing it, guarding it even. I pay it no mind and stick to the plan. My sword glows red, and I pre-charge it to the brim with advanced fire magic. I release my attack at point blank without hesitation. The red-hot flames ripple through the air toward the unsuspecting demon. I assume it will dodge, so I charge up another attack to ready a countermove. As expected, it immediately realizes the danger, but a series of unexpected events unfold. Rather than using its own Dungeon Walker ability, the monster throws its body in front of the red odd-shaped orb on the ground. I still can't see it clearly from this distance, but the object seems to be of great value to this creature. My fiery slash makes contact with the greater demon, exploding into a crimson ball of flames as it hits the monster's right shoulder. It deflects some of the less intense outer layers of the attack away from any vital points with its long blade, but takes a majority of it at point-blank range. It lets out a muffled grunt mixed with a roar as the fire residue sinks into its thick skin, searing it from the inside out. This is not what I intended to do, but I'll take every chance I can get. The angry voice of the greater demon rings in my head again. Mortal boy, you've come too close to sullying the duty of a labyrinth's guardian. The dark-skinned monster glances at the red item again, then steps toward me with anger filling its eyes. This time, I will not hold back. The ground all around me begins to rumble and fragments of blackstone begin floating up into the air. I gulp, then do what I promised myself I would. Use my head. Dungeon Walker. In an instant, I warp away from the rage-filled Guardian's lair back to the peaceful mountaintop. Stage 1 of my plan is complete. It didn't go exactly how I wanted it to, but I got it done. The demon has been inflicted with a curse of my own, the ever-burning flames of advanced fire summoning. Soon, I'll move to Phase 2. The only thing bugging me is the new information that's been revealed. What is that mysterious red orb? Underscore, 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 underscore. Name, J, Soju level, 340 horsepower, 1,140 divided by 1,705 MP, 1,705 divided by 1,705 strength, 829, 771. 150, speed, 983, 590, 295 agility, 1014, C, 456, 150 defense, 735, 294, 257 mental strength, 829, Sue 498, 332, 373, skills, absorption, special grade swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced firesome, owning inspect special grade, enemy detection body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration special grade, spatial magic item storage, plunderer telekinesis appraisal special grade concess, Al Berserker Dungeon Walker special grade, intimidation dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange combat magic, wind summoning, seeing eye extreme strength, dual wielding, special grade items equipped, High Ogre King's Ring, 60% mental strength Cyclops Eye Pendant, 40% defense Dark Elf Boots, 60% speed Ring of Protection, Stee 35% defense Griffin's Talon, 40% mental strength Enchant, Ed Silver Ring, 30% speed Serpent King Scale, 45% agility, C 45% magic resistance, Desert Troll's Charm, Sue 45% mental strength, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 90, 3% strength, 55% mental strength. Enchanted Dagger Set 1 divided by 2, plus 150 strength, plus 150 agility, underscore 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 chapter 119. I take a few deep breaths, remembering the pain I felt when I was burned by the mutant boss on floor 16. I've inflicted a similar wound on the Labyrinth's guardian. To my knowledge, it doesn't have any way of healing. It never would have allowed itself to be hit by my attack, but threw itself in harm's way to protect that egg-shaped orb. While twirling a dagger around in my left hand, I tighten my lips and rack my brain for an answer. I have no idea. It's a puzzling situation. I guess I'll just have to defeat this monster and find out on my own. In the meantime, it'll be a very valuable resource in my battle. If that red rock is something the greater demon is willing to sacrifice itself to protect, then I'll take full advantage of its weakness. My foot begins to tap against the hard rock below me. It's been about 30 seconds, but I need to wait longer to make sure its right arm is fully incapacitated. If I couldn't put out the fire from a skill I own myself, there's no way it'll be able to easily snuff those same flames. These are my hopes, at least. Griffins continue to fly by as my foot tapping becomes faster and louder until I can't take it anymore. It's time. I inhale deeply, preparing myself for the battle ahead. It's time to stay cool and calculated. No wrong moves can be made here. I activate Dungeon Walker and scout out a good place to teleport in. The greater demon is still atop that long stone slab, protecting the red orb. A smirk of satisfaction creeps onto my face as I take in the sight of its mangled right arm. The demon now holds its long sword in its left hand, while its right upper limb hangs from the shoulder joint, with claw marks all over its flesh. Blood drips to the floor next to large chunks of still burning demon flesh. The monster's white eyes are sharp and its breathing is heavy. It cut off all of the burning sections of its own body. I've really pissed it off. While finding the perfect positioning, putting the demon between its precious rock and myself, I reappear while releasing an attack at full power, without a second of hesitation. The dark crescent of advanced fire magic rockets toward the greater demon. But it seems to be a bit more prepared this time around. Instantly, as my fire approaches, the monster grabs its ruby-colored egg, and Dungeon walks away, over 100 m away. The labyrinth's guardian is running from me now. Haha, you! My premature excitement vanishes in an instant as the deep voice of the greater demon rings out in my head. I will make you pay. For even thinking of attacking the true labyrinth's ruler, you shall pay. The hard stone floor begins to rumble again as I see rock flying through the air and the monster rocketing toward me. It is a terrifying sight, but I can't help but be a little amused by its dangling right arm. I dart off to its unguarded side, making things as difficult as possible for the demon. It swerves mid-charge, and I process all the moving parts in front of me to make a logical decision. Dungeon Walker. I teleport out of its way. Again, there's no point in facing this menace face to face. I materialize 50 m away on the other side of the dungeon. A black spinning portal appears by my side, but I teleport away again before any part of the monster can come out of it. Over and over, we play a game of cat and mouse. I continuously charge my sword with fire and blip all over the boss room trying to position myself for another clear shot. Even with an inferior skill, the greater demon follows me close behind with scary precision. There's a fraction of a second of lag time between its portal and my instant transmissions. I use this to my full advantage. I won't be able to hit it straight on because its base speed and agility are too quick. I'll just have to force its hand yet again. My teleportations become more frequent, and seemingly random as I move quickly back and forth to opposite sides of the dungeon. I keep my eyes locked on the shiny red egg-shaped orb, while the demon makes sure to always stay between me and its object. The ground shakes and the mana in the air gets denser, and denser as the two of us nearly phase out of existence, teleporting around the room at rapid speeds. I hear the monster's deep voice penetrate my mind mid-blip. You cannot run forever, child. I snarl while teleporting far from the creature again as it emerges from a portal nearby with anger-filled eyes. It's right. I'll have to change things up. I grit my teeth and layer myself with body-hardening crystals while teleporting straight into the danger zone. I aim directly above the ruby-colored egg, igniting myself into a ball of fire. The moment I see the shiny object beneath my feet, I feel a sharp sword pierce my body, hardening right through my torso. Black crystals fracture into the air as I'm face to face with the terrifying monster. It lets go of its sword and forces its palm to my chest. I fly backward from a blast of unknown energy while losing over 1,000 horsepower within seconds. Demon's Curse. Its familiar voice rings in my head again as the air gets ejected from my lungs. I cough up blood and almost get knocked out cold. But a smirk creeps over my face as I watch dark red flames sink into the greater demon's left hand. The first tick from the demon's curse hits me as I teleport back to my safe space up in the mountains on the 11th floor. I cough out more blood while drinking 2 HP potions and plundering MP from a few mana crystals. Grinning ear to ear, wiping blood from my mouth, I plan out my next moves as the curse slowly wears off. Once at full health, I portal back inside to see a sorry sight. The monster's left arm is still covered in dark red flames. The fire has slowly risen up to its shoulder. The greater demon is attempting to force them out against the flat stone at the backside of the room, but all of its efforts are in vain. These flames of yours, and this ability to teleport, a human could never possess this power. I stare at the creature, cautiously gripping my weapons tight. Its white eyes are filled with fear and confused horror as it continues to put its body between me and the red object behind it. The dark, crackling flames seeping into the demon's left shoulder start to creep down its back. The demon grits its jagged teeth as the ground shakes all around us. Stones float into the air as another meaningless game of tag begins. I blip back and forth around the room, watching the slow-burning flames engulf the desperate creature as it swings at me aimlessly. A little over a minute later, the greater demon's entire body is completely ablaze. Rocks are flying in the air as the monster has a full meltdown, destroying its lair. If only. If only I had more time. Is this truly my fate? Every moment I blip back into existence to check on its sorry state. The beast glares at me while letting out hideous sounds. I almost feel sorry for the monster. It flails and cries out in pain, completely destroying its once noble warrior facade. The once fearless towering demon is reduced to a sulking child. My heart pounds in my chest faster and faster as its movements slow and my victory draws closer. I'm about to defeat a labyrinth boss 100 levels higher than my own. The monster stops using Dungeon Walker and falls to its knees as the flesh starts melting from its body. I stop teleporting as well, watching in a mix of awe and horror. Its voice rings out in my head again, this time in a softer tone. You've beaten me. A human boy has beaten me. It turns to glance at the red egg-shaped object, then back to me. It seems he will be in your hands now. This labyrinth was never fully born, but maybe there was a reason for all of this. The fire crackles as the monster's chest and face begin to fall apart, exposing white bone. It falls forward to hit the hard stone floor with a loud thud. Level up, 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 level up. Use absorption, special, grad. Des skill, telepathy, legendary grade. Yes, no. Use absorption special grade stat, agility amount, plus 65 yes. No, my heart still pounds in my chest as I choose yes to both absorption options. Flames crackle on the dungeon floor as I slowly walk over to the burning, mutilated corpse. With a gulp, my stat-boosting skills slowly deactivate. Breathing heavily, I tiptoe around the monster's body over to the precious ruby egg it sacrificed its life to protect. Well, tried to protect at least. The closer I get, the more questions I have. Clink, clink, clink. I tap it with my sword 2 times. The sound of metal on metal rings out in the empty boss room. It's even more egg-shaped than I realized before. The outer coating has a smooth texture, while the coloring is a deep crimson hue. So odd. I hold my breath and open my item storage. With the tip of my blade, I roll the meter-tall egg-shaped ruby into my inventory. It disappears from sight, and I exhale with relief. Another clanging sound comes from behind me. I turn around in full battle mode, activating my skills, but soon realize it's a false alarm. The oddity of this whole situation is putting me on high alert. I clench my jaw and walk over to the dissolving remains of the greater demon to see 3 item drops in its place. There's a long red horn close to a meter in length, a small black sphere, and a pink mana crystal. I put away my dagger and grab the fallen loot hastily while using appraisal. Mana crystal, greater demon's horn, greater demon's core. I raise an eyebrow while placing the crystal into my storage, then grab the heavy horn right after. Lastly, the core. I grab it with my left hand and instantly feel it vibrate with an intense pressure. My eyes open wide as I watch the core sink into the palm of my hand and instantly dissolve. A thin black line appears on my wrist and travels along my arm, disappearing up my sleeve to meet my shoulder. My senses heighten. I could hear a pin drop at the far side of the boss room. My eyes twitch back and forth, zooming in and out with newfound long-range perception. I swallow hard and open my status. Status open underscore, 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 underscore name. J Soju, level 352, horsepower 1,765 divided by 1,765 MP. 1,525 divided by 1,765 strength. 861 to 809. Spore 31, speed 1017, 610. 305, 509. Agility 1115, 502, 558 defense, 762, 305, 267, 381, mental strength, 861, 517, 344, 387, 491, I-431, skills, absorption, special, swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire summoning inspect, special grade, enemy detection body, hardening special grade, self-regeneration, special grade spatial magic item storage, plunder, telekinesis appraisal, special grade, conceal berserker dungeon walker, special grade, intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all, seeing eye, extreme strength, dual wielding, special grade telepathy, legendary grade items equipped, high ogre king's ring, 60% mental strength cyclops, eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, ring of protection, 35% defense, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength enchanted silver ring, 30% speed, serpent king's scale, 45% agility, C, 45% magic resistance, desert trolls, chat, arm sword, 45% mental strength, the flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 94% strength, 57% mental strength, greater demon's core, plus 50%. All stats underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 120. I stare down at my left arm for a moment, taking in the reality of my situation. The demon's core just dissolved into my body. I swallow hard, examining the tattoo like black line running all the way up my sleeve. The sensation of transfer magic starts to come over my body at the same moment. A white light starts to mask my vision, just like after every boss fight finishes. Not knowing exactly where this next transfer will take me, I activate Dungeon Walker to decide for myself. Away from here, if this is going where I think it is, I don't want to be any part of a labyrinth's collapsed aftermath. After every dungeon break I've been in, all hunters that were stuck inside get transported to the outside world together. That would only add to my pile of problems. I focus on a very familiar dungeon in the capital, the Minotaur dungeon. The white light around me grows even brighter as I teleport away, just in time. Fractions of a second later, I've arrived safe and sound. A smile grows across my face as I walk over to the exit portal no more than 20 m away. I exhale abruptly, then stop right in front of the spinning mass of energy before returning to the outside world. Tightening my lips and scrunching my eyebrows, I reactivate Dungeon Walker out of curiosity. It's gone, scanning through all the dungeon layouts in my mind's eye. Not a single one from the labyrinth I just left pops up in my head. It's completely gone. Every single dungeon has vanished into thin air. Deactivating my skills and putting away my sword, I slowly walk outside without another thought. There aren't any hunters in sight. I make my way back to the main hub on the train and exit without seeing anyone but a few night shift guards. The city streets are quiet at night. A soft white moonlight shines alongside the occasional street lamp as I make my way back to the hotel. With a wave to the attendant in the lobby, I get into the elevator and ride it up to the 4th floor. With a turn of my key, I enter the room and fall into bed almost immediately. I'm exhausted, but a million thoughts are still running wild through my head. It feels incredible to lie down and rest my sore muscles, but the looming fear of my meeting with Rodrigo and the Hunters Association higher-ups is fresh in my mind. After seemingly endless tossing and turning, I finally fall asleep for a few hours. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long. As the sun rises through my hotel window, so do I. Letting out a groan, I stretch my arms, legs, and back before rolling out of bed. My work is never over. I've decided to see Brianna. It never hurts to see your friendly neighborhood black market craftswoman before a lunch meeting with the government, right? I have a lot of new gear and items. There's no one who'd be better at appraising their value than her. I may even get a chance to fuse that new firestone with something. I let out a sigh, shrug, and walk out the door. I'll just have to head over and see what she can offer. After drinking some of the leftover water in my inventory and grabbing a breakfast sandwich from a local shop, I make my way toward the 3-story building where Brianna stays. There are 2 large men standing out front. One of them seems to recognize me from a distance. I wave as he looks at his friend to mumble a few words, then turns to me with a smirk. I recognize you, kid. What do you want with Miss Brianna? She's busy right now. I raise an eyebrow. Busy. When will she be free? The muscular bodyguard crosses his arms. A few more hours. She has a special guest visiting this morning. Come back around noon. I stare at the 2 of them with an annoyed look while biting my bottom lip, then let out a reply. Well, can I at least see Bernard? The bodyguard rolls his eyes but nods slowly. Sure. I heard you were a pretty high-paying customer last time you were here, so what is it this time? More business. I nod. He turns and opens the door for me, and I walk inside. The bottom-floor sweatshop isn't as jarring as it was the first time around, but is still quite out of the ordinary. There are so many workers crammed into a small space with all kinds of magical items laying out on the tables. The workers packaging and tinkering with the potions and trinkets barely bat an eye as I walk past them and begin climbing the spiral staircase. My footsteps echo slightly as I make my way up to the 2nd floor. The moment I do, a tall, thin man greets me with a weak smile. The 2 twin girls on either side of his office keep their heads down as he walks over to me. Jay, what a surprise it is to see you here today of all days. I open my mouth to speak, but he cuts me off. Miss Brianna can't see you right now. She's with a client. I nod. Yeah, I know. One of the guards downstairs already told me. I took my C-class exams this past weekend, so I have all kinds of items I'd like to have properly appraised. Bernard raises an eyebrow and shows me to his desk. I have a good eye for these kinds of things too, you know. Let's see what you have. Do you have one of those containment cases for element stones? His eyes open wide. You managed to get another one? I smile, realizing this may be my chance. Bry can't pass up an element stone waiting to be crafted, right? I reply, yeah, I have a lot of other loot with me as well, but the element stone and this here. I pull out the dark red demon's horn and set it down on his desk with a thud. I was hoping Bry could make me some kind of dagger with this, and the firestone I picked up. Bernard turns to the smooth meter-long red horn on his desk. His eyes remain glued to it as he feels its surface with both hands. This is... He stutters while keeping his eyes fixated on the horn. You fought a Labyrinth's guardian, and beat it? As a new C-class hunter, how is that possible? The thin man in glasses turns to me wide-eyed with his eyebrows scrunched tightly together. I reply, it was my lucky day. Long story. Isn't your guy's motto here something like, no questions? Just pay the lady and leave? Bernard gulps, stands up straight, then lets out a sigh followed by a subtle bow. You're right. How unprofessional of me. This is an incredible find. He glances upstairs, then back to me continuing his statement. I don't think Miss Brianna will mind a quick disturbance if this is what you have to show her. I grin. He nods, then points to the stairs. Very well, just be polite. There's a VIP up there, one wrong move, and you're a dead man. I mean it. I nod while grabbing the demon's horn, placing it in my inventory, and making my way toward the twisting stairs. I didn't even show him the firestone. Better yet, he doesn't even know about the odd red egg-shaped rock. Maybe I should keep that a secret from everyone for now. I ready myself to meet with Bree and this mysterious VIP client, then begin climbing the stairs. Halfway up, I hear a man's voice. I did everything I could, Bree. After almost 3 full days of farming, 2 windstones may not sound like much, but it's nothing to laugh at. That's good money, even after I pay the team. Plus, look at all this other loot we got from the raid. Bree's voice responds after an audible sigh. Brother dearest, one of my clients up north is relying on me to provide them with a firestone, imbued blade by the end of the week. You assured me it would be possible to obtain one. The man grunts and the sound of feet getting kicked up onto a table echo down the stairs. I'm already more than halfway up. The two of them seem to be in a pretty heated business deal. But did I hear Bree just say, "Brother"? The man's low, an oddly familiar voice continues. I was certain I could get you one. There were just a few complications last night. Someone snuck into the final boss room and took out the Guardian before my team, and I had a chance to farm the top floors. He lets out a sigh, slamming his arm against something hard. The only reason I ever agreed to come out to this region was to get my hands on another core. That's gone too. This whole trip has just been a damn waste of time. I near the top of the stairs as the man's voice gets louder and angrier. Plus, I have this stupid meeting with this multi-skill brat later today. The association's probably going to turn him into their personal lab rat, but it's better him than me. I can't wait to get it over with and go home. This plaque mid-tantrum. I step up the final stair and can't believe my eyes. Bree stands at the back of the room with her hands on her hips, wearing a tight black dress with much of her olive skin exposed. She looks half worried and half amused at the situation in front of her. I stare at the man by her side with my mouth wide open. Surprisingly, he does the same. The tall man with tan skin, black hair, white eyes, and a bright red suit looks deep into my soul as I enter the room. I gulp, then stutter out a few words. Rodrigo, is that you? Chapter 121. The examiner from the C-class exams is right in front of me. The slim, black-bearded man is sitting on a small couch, striking a business deal with Bry. My face goes pale and droplets of sweat start to form on my forehead as my eyes scan the room. I swallow hard as the tension only gets worse. Rodrigo stares at me, not moving a muscle. He seems to be on guard as well. This isn't exactly the reaction I expected. Bree slowly walks in between the two of us, smiling and waving her hips back and forth as she struts forward. She looks me in the eyes and speaks in a soft yet powerful tone. "Jay, it's a pleasure to see you again so soon." She glances over at Rodrigo. "It seems the two of you already know each other. How interesting." Bree chuckles as Rodrigo finally speaks. "Jay, what are you doing here, and how exactly do you know my sister?" I grin. This confirms what I heard earlier was true. They are siblings. "Well, I came here to get some loot checked out and have a weapon crafted. She's the best in town. Wouldn't you agree?" He stares at me with a cold look in his eyes, answering through a clenched jaw. "She is." My smirk grows as I start to feel a bit more relaxed. "Sure, an A-class from the association that's actively trying to recruit me as a test subject is standing right in front of me. But there are some pros to this situation too. Does the association know about your illegal item smuggling? Or the fact that you're siblings with a black market loot dealer?" Rodrigo looks over to Bree, then back to me. "No? No, they do not." He begins glowing white while standing up slowly. The look on his face turns from mildly irritated to infuriated rather quickly. I grit my teeth and start glowing gold and red while reaching for my sword. "Stop! Stop! You two!" Bry steps between both of us, lifting her hands in the air, glowing the same white color as Rodrigo. Out of curiosity, while powering down my skills, I use Inspect and Appraisal on both of them. I audibly gulp when I see the results. Underscore, 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 underscore. 488 active items. Ring of Eternal Protection, plus 150% defense. Amulet of the Queen, plus 130% mental strength, Greater Demon's Core, plus 50% all stats active skills. Crafting, legendary grade, combat magic. Advanced, light summoning underscore 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 LV. 1391 active items. Ring of Eternal Protection, plus 150% defense. Ring of the Dragon King, plus 210% mental strength. Amulet of the King, plus 140% mental strength. Ring of Divine Speed, plus 110% speed plus 110% agility. R, Chech Demon's Core, plus 150%. All stats, Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats, Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats, Greater Demon's Core, plus 50%. All stats active skills. Respawn, Advance. Dade Rebirth's Combat Magic. Advanced Light Summoning, underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore my eyes open wide as I take in all the numbers in front of me. Bry stares at Rodrigo as he powers down his skill, and the three of us stand in silence for a moment. Brianna finally speaks up. Brother, this is one of my new favorite clients. Please don't hurt him if you can restrain yourself. Jay, the same goes for you. Lay a finger on my family and you're dead. She smiles as these harsh words delicately flow from her mouth. Rodrigo and I lock eyes for a moment, then turn back to the powerful woman towering over us and nod. I let out a sigh while Bry's brother slouches back onto the couch, letting out a few muffled words. So now what? I reply. Well, first of all, what was all that earlier about me being a lab rat for the association? I think it's time we renegotiate the terms of this mandatory contract. He exhales from his nose. Nope, you're screwed, kid. They asked me to pick out any unusual hunters, and I've already submitted your name at the top slot. They won't take no for an answer. Trust me, I've been working with them for almost a decade now. I gulp. What do you mean they won't take no for an answer? What'd you tell them? He sighs, not too much, just that you're a multi-skill user that specializes in close-range fire magic combat. They'll do an extensive test during our meeting, so they'll pick out all your fine details with a full appraisal soon enough. I turn to Rodrigo, then back to Rodrigo. So, I can just go rogue, right? Like you? Live off the grid? I'd rather have my freedom on the run than be locked into a slave contract with the association. Rodrigo looks at me with an annoyed glare. I reply in a soft tone. No offense. Bree chimes in. If they know your name and have your ID, they'll find you eventually. Trust me, we tried everything. She looks at Rodrigo for an uncomfortably long time with a sad look in her eyes. I grit my teeth and look at the red-suited man before me. This is your fault to begin with. What if I just tell them everything? Huh? Stealing Labyrinth resources to sell on the black market. If I'm going down, I'll just bring you with me. Bree cuts me off. None of that. None of that. Although I like you, Jay. If you endanger my family or my business, I will make sure you disappear. I swallow hard, thinking of all the possible ways the last 3 days of my life could have gone so much differently. The two of them could kill me in an instant. Their stats and gear are off the charts. I definitely crossed the line with that last statement. It's time to cool things down a bit. What if you just tell them it was a mistake? Say, I'm not as valuable as you first thought. He shakes his head. The meeting is already scheduled. You're going to get tested no matter what. The only thing that could push that meeting off would be your death, and considering the way you're talking right now, I don't think it'd be such a bad idea to get rid of you right here and now. My eyes open wide as he begins to glow with a white light. Bree sighs, showing a sorry kid. I tried, but you ran your mouth look on her face. The A-class charges up his attack while my brain rapidly searches for a way out of this mess. Wait, Washington, You need a firestone, right? Right? You need a firestone. I have one. Bree's eyes perk up and she darts in between Rodrigo and me once again. The white light emanating from his body dies down and the room falls awkwardly silent. Bree nods to me. Continue. Well, that's why I came up here. I wanted to have you craft another weapon for me, but it seems like you have another important client that may need it more right now. Brianna grins. This is why I like you, Jay. Always full of surprises. I smile weakly but don't reply. She continues. Let's all talk about this more formally. It's time to strike a deal. Don't you think? Rodrigo rolls his eyes as I reply. I think that's a good idea. First things first, if we can make a trade for this stone, you won't just kill me afterward, right? Bree frowns and turns to her brother. You have my word, hear that. Today he is my client. You may not kill him. With arms crossed, the A-class mumbles back. Fine. One more word about snitching and he's toast. I'm not letting that slide again. He gets to his feet and starts walking to the door. My day just keeps getting worse. I'm going for some fresh air. See you later, big sis. And, Jay, I guess I'll see you again soon too. I can't be asked to stay here any longer. With loud, annoyed footsteps, Rodrigo disappears down the spiral staircase. Moments later, Bry lets out a chuckle. I haven't seen him this riled up in a while. Please don't mind him too much, Roddy is a good guy. He's just a bit stressed out from the exams. The association promised him the labyrinth's loot in exchange for collapsing it, but it seems like someone got to it first. She eyes my left arm, then looks me in the eyes. Bry takes a small, clear tray out from under her desk and places it on a coffee table near the couch. Show me what you've got. I nod and reach into my item storage without another word. I carefully pull out the flickering firestone and place it in the containment tray. Next, the meter-long demon's horn hits the small wooden table with a thud, and Bree grins ear to ear. Now look at this. You definitely were the one who ruined my brother's weekend, weren't you? I gulp, waiting for her to continue as she feels the surface of the smooth horn with both hands. What are you trying to have made here? It's a bit short for a long sword, but fairly long for a dagger. Maybe I could make a set out of it, but a set, that would be perfect. A set of daggers. You're a dagger user all of a sudden. I nod, thinking about her earlier conversations with Rodrigo as I climb the stairs. You have 2 windstones, right? Make me a dagger set with this horn and those 2 stones. In exchange, the firestone is all yours. She grins while going through a few drawers in her desk to pull out a containment tray and an empty glass bottle. My eyes open wide as I realize what's coming next. Give me your wrist. I need 16 ounces of blood in total to bond the stones to both knives. I flinch and look away as I reach out my left arm. Without hesitation, she rips into an artery and blood gushes out into the large glass bottle in her hand. I clench my jaw and whisper under my breath. There has to be an easier way to do this. She smiles as the glass fills to the brim. I pull my arm away and use self-regeneration on my wound, mumbling to myself. Bree flashes me the containment case. Inside, there are 2 palm-sized stones that look as clear as quartz. They both have small white streaks in them and let out a low hum. You know, even with a blood bond, these windstones may be difficult to control without a wind summoning skill. I'm sure you'll figure out how to use them eventually. It just may take some time. Yes, I'll manage. Bree takes all of the items on the wooden table and brings them over to her desk. She places the firestone in a bottom drawer and opens the windstone's containment case while continuing to examine the large horn. You can stay and watch if you'd like. This may take a while. I nod, then make my way over to the couch. Bree's hands start to glow light yellow while she carefully picks up one of the windstones. She smirks and looks at me. While I am at it, perhaps I should share a few details about that new demon's core you are nonchalantly showing off. It might be a good idea to conceal it. I can see you've changed a lot, Jay, but you still have a lot to learn. Underscore, 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 name, J Soju level, 352 horsepower, 1,765 divided by 1,765 MP, 1,525 divided by 1,765 strength, 861,928, 109, speed 431, speed 1017, 610, 305, 509, agility 1115, 502, 558, defense 762, 305, 267, 381, Mental strength 861, T517, 344, Sue 387, NT491, NT431. Skills: absorption, special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic, advanced fire summoning inspect, special grade enemy detection body hardening, special grade self-regeneration, special grade PA. Special magic, item storage, plunderer telekinesis, appraisal special grade, conceal berserker dungeon walker, special grade intimidation dagger mastery, stealth bloodlust equivalent exchange com, bat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye extreme strength, dual-wielding special grade telepathy, legendary grade items equipped, high ogre king's ring, 60% mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed ring of protection, 35% defense, griffin's talon, C, 40% mental strength, enchanted silver ring, C, 30% speed serpent kings. Scale, 45% agility, 45% magic, resistance desert troll's charm, said, 45%, mental strength. The flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 94% strength, stead, 57% mental strength, greater demon's core, plus 50%, all stats underscore underscore, re underscore underscore underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 122. Bry throws me a handheld mirror from under her desk and I catch it clumsily. Hey, what do you mean I'm showing off my demon's core? How'd you even know in the first place? Is it this line? The black line on my arm? You don't, Eve. I stop speaking as I bring the square-shaped mirror up to my face. After a few quick blinks, swallowing hard, and turning my head side to side, my mouth opens again to squeeze out a few words. My eyes. There, Bry finishes my sentence for me. They're almost white. Not as bad as my brother's, but to anyone that knows about the cores, it's clear as day you absorbed one. She eyes me with a devious grin while I keep staring at myself in the mirror. My brother has quite a few. No one will mess with an A class, so he can do what he wants with them. You, on the other hand, you're a nobody. I'm sure it'd be best to cover up before going to that meeting today. Better yet, cover up before Rodrigo gets back. I think he was too mad to notice earlier. After he cools off, he'll be much more perceptive. She giggles to herself again, while looking back down at the demon's horn and 2-element stones on her desk. I reply, still staring at my light-colored eyes in the mirror. Well, tell me then, how can I get rid of these? These eyes. Get rid of them. Impossible. I can tell you how to hide them, but it'll cost you. I sigh, rolling my newly discovered light hazel eyes. How much? 2 gold pieces. I have a magic item that'll do just the trick. I click my tongue against the roof of my mouth as I reach into my item storage to grab 2 shiny gold coins. With a light toss, the round pieces of metal hit Bree's desk with a clink. She grabs them both before they roll too far. Perfect. Reaching into her seemingly endless drawers, the craftswoman takes out a small black rectangular case. She throws it at me. I catch the small rectangular box and look inside while activating appraisal. Lenses of illusion. I scrunch my eyebrows, then activate my all-seeing eye for a moment to get some extra info. Underscore, 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 lenses of illusion info. A pair of contact lenses crafted using the legendary grade, crafting skill, and the special grade conceal skill. This item allows the user to see 25% further and change their perceived eye color at will. Class CE type. Single-use durability. 100 divided by 100 underscore 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 score underscore. I deactivate my skills and look at the pair of clear lenses with disappointment. These are literally just colored contact lenses. I paid 2 gold coins for a pair of contact lenses. Bree laughs. Lenses like those are hard to come by. Try them on. You may think differently about them after you see what they can do. With a sigh, I awkwardly place them both into my eyes. Blind and tearing up for a few seconds, they finally slip into place. The sensation of a brand new skill fills my subconscious. I grab the mirror and bring it back up to my face. While thinking of my old dark brown eye color, the light white shades begin to vanish completely on their own. My eyes shift back to normal. There's no sign of the demon's core at all. I grin, then start picturing every color imaginable. Red, green, yellow, blue, purple, all of them. With a laugh, I change them back to my original dark brown again. I guess they do work. Bray nods. Those will last a few months at most, so come back when you need more. Regarding your new arm tattoo, I don't have an item in stock for that. You'll just have to wear a long sleeve shirt for a while. I'll need someone with a special grade or higher concealment skill to make any more body modification items. I raise an eyebrow, thinking to myself, special grade concealment? Like my conceal skill? Hey, how long do you think making my blades will actually take? Bree looks down at the items on her desk, then up at me. Why? Do you need some fresh air? I nod as she continues. Give me an hour. I'll have them ready when you come back. Buy something to cover up that arm while you're gone. I stand to my feet. Thanks, I'll be back soon. See you, Jay. Demon cores aren't something humans should have in the first place. It may give you some extra strength now, but everything comes with a price. Bree takes a deep breath, then lets out a sigh. Just be careful and cover up. I want the best for all my long-term future clients. I'm already halfway across the room, making my way over to the stairs and waving goodbye. Yeah? Yeah. Appreciate you, Bri. I'll be back in an hour. Without another thought, I walk down 2 flights of stairs and out the front door. Ever since the mention of a special grade concealment skill was brought up, my mind has been racing. While activating my all-seeing eye, I open my status and click into my conceal skill. Underscore, 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 underscore. A basic concealment skill. Data on a user's status can be altered. Levels, stats, skills, and buffs may be added or taken away from the user's false status screen. Those with a special grade or higher perception skills may be able to see through the facade. Grade. No grade. Upgrade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I click upgrade dead to appease my curiosity. Underscore, 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 50 pp no grade, special grade. The special grade conceal skill allows the user to edit their status with the same basic inputs as no grade. Without a legendary grade perception skill, the true nature of these modifications will remain unseen. The special grade conceal skill acts as temporary camouflage. The user may change fine details in facial features, skin shade, and eye color, along with minor height and weight modifications. Without a legendary grade perception skill, the illusion magic being used will go unnoticed by onlookers. Underscore, 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 underscore. Reading the upgrade details makes the corners of my mouth curl up. Words. I upgraded on the spot, bringing my total proficiency points remaining down to 52. Technically, I could upgrade another skill right now, but I've been on a spending spree lately. This is the last one for a while. A legendary skill upgrade would be very useful. I'll have to save up a lot more PP to make that happen. I look down at my left arm. The black line is about 3 centimeters thick and travels the whole distance from my wrist to my shoulder. I concentrate and activate my new upgraded skill, Conceal. In my mind's eye, I picture the line disappearing. Reality begins to mimic my mental image. The dark black tattoo vanishes from my skin. With a smirk, I open up my status. After a full minute of concealment, my MP drops 50 points. Not bad, but not great. At this rate of mana consumption, I can easily keep this disguise up for well over half an hour. It's perfect for short meetings, but I'll need to re-up on MP without being noticed. I tighten my lips, then head off to the market by the train station to grab a new long-sleeve shirt, like Bree suggested. These lenses conceal my eyes without any MP usage, and a shirt covers up my arms pretty easily. For right now, simple magic items are better than this concealment skill. In the long run, I have a feeling it'll come in handy. For the time being, I conceal my arm while shopping. I spend almost 50 silver on a new stockpile of D-Class HP potions, along with 1 full gold to buy a pile of mana crystals from a confused vendor. Sure, hunters usually don't buy crystals, but taking my MP plundering skill into account, they're actually a bit more cost-effective than MP potions. I grab a long sleeve shirt for 20 bronze made of heavy black material and put it on over my tee. This will do. With my shopping done, I take my time on the way back. It's a really nice day out. The fresh air, busy streets, warm sun overhead, and recent stat power-ups make me feel like 1,000,000 gold pieces. I push the looming association meeting to the back of my mind while lazily strolling back to Bree's place with newfound confidence. It's been just over an hour. I walk back up to her office, eager to see my new blades. The woman's voice calls out before I even step into the room. Finally, you're back. Check these bad boys out. Bree stands up from her desk carrying a large containment tray with 2 beautiful blades. They're bright red and give off a light white glow. The hand grips are jet black and look just the right size for my palms. Both blades are slightly curved and over 30 centimeters long. They look razor sharp and give off a very loud hum as I walk closer. I use appraisal along with my all-seeing eye. Underscore, underscore. Underscore, underscore, underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, underscore, understagger set. Entei, wind aspect, 60% strength, 60% agility, 40% mental strength info, a dagger set crafted from the horn of a greater demon, and 2 cores from wind summoning griffins using the legendary grade crafting skill, class, BB, type, fusion, evolution, durability, 100 divided by 100 underscore, 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 score, underscore, 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 Bree smirks, moving the concealment case closer to me. Go ahead, try them out. With both hands outreached, I grip the vibrating daggers. A cool rush of mana enters the palms of my hands, flowing through my arms and into my torso through the rest of my body. I let out a satisfying grunt while flexing my core and bracing myself as my new weapon greets me. In a muffled tone, I reply, "Nice to meet you too." Bree chuckles to herself as I struggle to stay on my feet. After a few seconds, the sensation of heavy wind magic entering my body becomes bearable, and I relax a bit, staring down at the red blades glowing white. A stupid grin grows across my face. Bri speaks up. "So, how about we test those out in the Rumble Dome? No, there's no way I'm going back to that suicide pit." She laughs. Hey, it was just a suggestion." Bree crosses her arms. Amused at my PTSD from the last time she forced me into the underground fight ring to pay for my sword. "Well, I know you have to go off to that meeting with my brother soon. But let me at least give you the rundown on how these blades are a bit different than your sword. I nod while twirling the new crimson daggers in both hands. They're begging to be used, but I have a feeling it wouldn't be pretty if I release their full power in here. Sure, give me the rundown. After that, I'm heading off to the Association's HQ, Chapter 123. Bryce stares down at the crimson daggers in my hands, then brings her gaze up to my eyes. Your sword is an evolution-type weapon? I'm sure you've noticed its stat growth by now. I nod as she continues. Well, these blades have an evolution element to them as well. The only difference is they're a fusion-type weapon too. I look at Bry with a blank stare. A fusion-type weapon means... What exactly? It depends. The fact that they can evolve means their fusion ability may change in the future too. Try pressing both of your daggers together. I do as she says, bringing the two slightly glowing blades together in front of my chest. The hum from earlier returns and begins to grow louder the closer the two daggers get to each other. Once less than 5 centimeters apart, I feel a strong resistance in between the weapons. Dense pockets of air begin to flow out of the blades, immediately filling the room with violent gusts of wind. Bry speaks up, grinning ear to ear. Don't worry about my office. Keep going. I gulp, then continue doing as she says. I focus my mana into the two blades while activating my own wind summoning skill, along with my all-seeing eye to track the mana in the room much easier. Clink. The moment I do, the two daggers calm down, and the wind comes to a standstill as both blades hit each other with a light metallic ring. My eyes widen as I watch the two blades merge into one. The white light around them becomes much brighter as a heavy red dagger falls into my open palms. Bry lets out a laugh. Well, to be honest, I didn't expect you to control it that well on your first try. Now, try to separate them. I stare at the single dagger, concentrating on the odd flow of energy inside it. While gripping its handle tight, I force a large amount of mana and wind magic into the blade again. While picturing it split in two in my mind's eye, the blade begins to glow bright white and is followed by a flash of light and a mild gust of wind. The blade comes apart into two shining red daggers again. I nod slowly while twirling the pair around my fingers. Another fine piece of art you've made, Bree. Thanks, she smiles. The pleasure is all mine. I'm glad we could make a deal today. You know, I'm always here to do business with you. I smirk and give her a firm nod. Good. I'll probably be back soon. I turn to leave, but a question has been eating away at the back of my mind. I decide to speak up. Hey, one last thing actually. There are demon cores, right? Have you ever seen or heard of a dungeon core or a labyrinth core? Or, something resembling a large egg-shared crystal? Bry looks at me with a confused stare. A dungeon core. She thinks for a moment while placing both hands on her hips and staring up at the ceiling. I can't say I have. Usually, we refer to the demon cores as dungeon cores. If you're thinking of something else, then I'm not exactly Sue. Okay, got it. Just wondering, that's all. I turn to leave for real this time. Bree is left standing there with a puzzled look on her face, but speaks up as I go. Well, I'll do some digging. Maybe I can find something similar to what you're describing next time we meet. Anyways, play nice with my brother today. I'm sure in time you two will get along. I carefully place my new blades into my item storage and raise my right hand to wave as I walk down the spiral staircase to the lowest floor. While doing so, I switch my long sword into my item box. The long walk into the center of town toward the Hunters Association, HQ, begins. I don't think of much on my way over. There isn't really much to think about after all. I'll be attending this meeting whether I like it or not. Working for the association wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if it was chosen by my own free will. It's just that comment about being their lab rat that Rodrigo brought up earlier. It still bugs me. The sun is high in the sky. It's almost noon. My walk into town seems to go by very quickly. Although it took well over half an hour to get here, I've been daydreaming the whole way. I look straight up at the towering Hunters Association building and let out a sigh. A woman's voice greets me as the sliding glass doors automatically open upon my arrival. Welcome to the Vice Region, Hunters HQ. How can I help you today, sir? I'd like to pick up my C-Class license. I passed the exam yesterday. Plus, I have a meeting with. She cuts me off with a bright smile. Oh, so you're Jay. Welcome, welcome. Please, come this way. I'm escorted inside without another word. The lobby is rather crowded today. There are at least 30 hunters with association uniforms on. Beside them, there are close to 20 men in suits. They're all sharing small-talk conversations, seemingly waiting for something. Maybe it's the event Abby was talking about last night. They could be having the rank-up celebration today. That would make sense. The woman at the door leads me through the crowded lobby and over to the front desk where I see Rodrigo in a fresh new red suit. This one has a few black accents on the pockets and collar. The moment he sees me, the A-class waves. I'll take him from here. Thank you very much, miss. She bows and turns to leave the moment he opens his mouth. Certainly, he's all yours, sir. With that, she turns to make her way back to the front doors. I open my mouth to speak, but Rodrigo is already walking toward the elevator at the back of the room. Come on, let's get this over with. I swallow hard and follow without saying a word. The elevator doors open moments later, and we both walk inside. The red-suited man clicks the penthouse button at the top of the mana-powered selection menu, and we wait for the doors to close. Rodrigo speaks as it clicks closed. You know, I had a similar meeting to this when I was 18. The day the association found out I had a respawn skill. That's the day my contract started. I nod slowly, but still keep my eyes on the floor as the elevator begins to move upwards. He continues, I didn't have much of a choice. I've been working for the association for 11 years now. Recently, things have been pretty different around here. Not in the Vice region specifically. I usually only come back here to check on Bree, but I assumed it's been pretty bad all over. I look up at him. What do you mean things have been different? Plus, why are you telling me all of this? He sighs. All over the country, there's been more surges this year than I've ever seen in my life. They keep occurring with less time in between. Their origins seem to be the Dark Continent, but no one wants to admit it. I nod as he continues. The only reason I'm telling you this is because they're most likely recruiting you to farm resources, either outside the country or maybe in the city's labyrinth. There's no telling what exactly the higher-ups are thinking sometimes. All I know is they've been scouting unique combat types more and more recently, giving high rewards to any association members that can give them leads. That's why I put your name on the list. And, well, it seems like I may have overreacted earlier. If my sister has grown a liking to you, then you're an ally to me as well. My advice for this meeting is stand out as little as possible. The less they see you as an asset, the less strict your contract will be. Don't come off as special, and you'll be offered the best deal. Trust me. I stare at the floor, taking in his advice as the doors to the elevator open, and we arrive at the top floor of the association's tower. The hum of mana shields fills all my senses as I'm almost blinded by the overwhelmingly white walls of the room in front of me. A deep, wise voice rings out as my eyes adjust. I see an old man with long gray hair tied back in a man bun. His hands are clasped together with too many gold rings to count on top of the wooden desk he sits behind. Wrinkles fill the elder's face, but he shows off his pearly whites with a professional smile. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you again, Rodrigo. As we both walk forward, the old man speaks up again. This must be Jay. Nice to meet you. He closes his eyes, smiling with a closed mouth, nodding, and motioning for us to sit in the two comfortable-looking chairs in front of him. The room around us is bare. The white walls connect with the white ceiling above, and there isn't even a single painting or shelf to give my poor eyes a rest. The only break from the blinding white light is the full wall of glass behind the old man at his desk. It may be an odd setup, but it really is an incredible view of the entire city. As the two of us sit down, I activate Conceal to prepare my status along with Inspect and Appraisal to check out the man running this get-together. Underscore, 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 LV 731 active items. Ring of Eternal Protection, plus 150% defense. 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 Scale of the Elder Dragon, plus 180% magic resistance. Active skills: Extreme Strength, Legendary Grade. Extreme Speed, Legendary Grade. Appraise, Al Special Grade. Stealth, Special Grade. Underscore, 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 underscore. I let out a gasp, then cover it up with a light cough as my eyes open wide to take in this old man's stats. He continues to smile as we seat ourselves, then starts off with an introduction. My name is Brutus C. Matthews. I'm the Vice Region's head director for the Hunters Association. Let us begin our meeting. The main topic today is Jay's new contract. Chapter 124. As the old man speaks, my eyes keep scanning over his status in disbelief. I've never seen anyone with more than 2 skills besides myself. To top it off, he's over level 700, has a 900% defense buff, and a 180% magic resistance item. He's a B-class hunter with multiple legendary and special grade combat skills. Today, I've met 3 people that could crush me in an instant. A mere C-class is a very little fish in the grand scheme of things. I've heard of people buying very rare items to add skills to their status. There have also been whispers of items that can force a skill upgrade. I guess the association has bottomless pockets for a regional director like him. I stay quiet while the old man continues to speak. He reaches into his shirt pocket and pulls out a small rectangular card. This is for you. I'd like to congratulate you on passing your rank-up exam. I made sure this one would be extra difficult. Only 43 of you passed. Can you believe that? Brutus lets out a chuckle while placing the small white card down on his desk with a firm thud. I shift my eyes to see my face and a large letter C, along with the association's logo on my new hunter's license. I nod and go to take the card, but the director speaks up before my hand gets anywhere near his desk. Please, open your status for me, Jay. I'd like to see what we're working with before moving forward. I tighten my lips and bring my hand back to my lap before opening my status. I've been using conceal this whole time, so no more changes are necessary. I flip the blue text screen toward him. I've deleted any unique or suspicious items from my list, such as the contact lenses and Demon's Core. I don't bother editing my level. Showing that isn't a huge deal. My skills, on the other hand, I only leave 3 visible: combat magic, advanced fire summoning swordsmanship. Dagger mastery. Rodrigo already told the association I'm a fire user, along with being a multi-skill user. I have to make it somewhat believable that he would pick me of all people to show to the association, but also not too unique. I gulp as the director eyes my status. He grins, then presses a small white button on the side of his desk. Very good! 3 combat skills, and one of them is advanced fire summoning. Fire is the most common combat magic, but those with the upgraded version don't show their faces very often. I knew a few hunters with that perk back in my day. Those flames don't go out easily, do they? I shake my head as he laughs a bit and keeps babbling on. Well, according to your status and my full appraisal, you have very naturally boosted speed and agility. A close combat fighter and advanced magic user, you'll definitely be a great asset to the association. I tighten my gaze and frown a bit at his last statement, but before I can speak up, the elevator dings behind me. The director grins, pointing an open palm toward the back of the room. This is my assistant, Samantha. She'll be helping us sign your contract today. Rodrigo gives me a side eye, then nods firmly. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it can't be good. A tall blonde woman with pale skin and a shimmering white dress walks over to us, making light clicking sounds as her heels tap against the hard floor. Good afternoon, Director. How can I be of assistance? He nods, pointing his head down toward me ever so slightly. I'll begin the questioning. I'd like you to stand by and assist me as usual. She smiles while making her way behind the large desk to look me in the eyes. Very well. I'm ready to begin when you are. I use appraisal on the woman out of curiosity. LV, 149 active items. Amulet of protection, plus 35% defense. Enchanted platinum ring, plus 50% mental strength active skills. Lie detector special grade. My eyes shift back and forth while the seriousness of this meeting begins to sink in. She's a walking lie detector. I can only imagine what that skill does exactly, but I have a pretty good idea. I'll have to choose my words very carefully from this point forward. The director begins. Well, first of all, I don't think an in-depth physical exam is necessary. Your skills and stats are very straightforward. There isn't much left up to chance with you. I like it. He shifts his gaze to Rodrigo. I was hoping you could bring me in a unique skill user today. So much for getting my hopes up. Sorry, Director. I thought an advanced fire user would suit your taste. Rodrigo's face looks visibly confused. It makes sense. He saw me use over half a dozen skills back in the exam. Yet the director believes I only have 3. Brutus continues. Also, it's very unfortunate the labyrinth collapsed before you could reap its rewards. If there are any pop-ups in the Vice region during the next surge, the core is all yours. You have my word. The A-class nods. Appreciate it, Director. The old man turns back to me. You'll be joining the association today, and I hope you understand why. I stare forward but don't respond. He continues. As I'm sure you're quite aware, there was a pretty large surge recently. The increase in activity is rather troubling. Most private guilds have been ignoring the problem and leaving this mess in the hands of the association. From seeing the look on your face, I can tell this may be a difficult conversation for us to have moving forward. I finally speak up. Yeah, I think it might be. What's any of this have to do with me? Why is this my problem? He nods and lifts my C-Class ID in the air. This is why it's your problem. What takes most people a lifetime took you just a few months to achieve. Plus, our very own class examiner picked you out as the hunter with the most potential out of all the exam candidates. I even spoke to your friend Ari this morning. He was high on the list too. He spoke very fondly of you. I raise an eyebrow. Ari must have joined this morning like he said he would. Good for him, he's taking on his own path to glory. On the other hand, I don't exactly get to choose for myself, do I? This whole meeting feels totally off. If there's any good way out of this, I'm taking it the first chance I can get. The director continues, and my heart skips a beat at the next line that comes out of his mouth. Now your sword? I'd like to see it. I gulp. My sword. Why? The old man puts both of his hands out on his desk. Don't worry, I can handle it. Rodrigo filled me in on the details. Apparently, you had it made over at Apollo's in the Vice City Mall. My mind starts racing. I look at the fair-skinned woman, then back to the director. He continues. Element stones are regulated by the association. We haven't farmed any firestones in quite a while. I was surprised to hear about your sword. Please, let me take a look at it. I gulp, reaching into my item box to take out the long, dark firestone, imbued sword. The director's eyes light up as I place it into his open hands. Flames begin erupting from the blade, but the old man just grins as the fire attempts to burn his hands. This is quite a sword. Who made it for you? Sweat rolls down my forehead as I think very carefully about the next words that come out of my mouth. I talked to a craftsman at Apollo's, like you said. I asked a short, bald worker there to make my sword. Forgive me, I don't remember his name. Still holding my burning blade without flinching one bit, the director turns to his assistant. She nods. A rush of relief comes over me. That must mean I've deceived her skill. I didn't lie, just tiptoed around the truth. He continues. Do you have any other weapons or items that may be as unique as this one? Maybe you picked up a few things at the exam? I gulp. Pause for a few seconds, then reply. I'm wearing most of my gear. Everything I own is on me right now. I don't have anything unique or valuable from the exam in my item box. The woman nods again, and the director hands me my sword back with a smile. Very well. This meeting was not as exciting as I thought it'd be. I think I'll just assign you to the newly created Close Combat Extraction Squad. A few of your fellow teammates from the exam will be on it too. He turns to his assistant. Make sure Trip is available to give this new team the rundown. Call him to greet Jay when he finishes up here and bring him to the other team members. She nods. Of course, sir. I gladly take my sword back, placing it in my item box, but immediately retaliate. Hey, 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 I still don't get it. Why is it mandatory for me to join? Hearing the name of the dagger-wielding hunter Trip from the association that I trained with during my break on the 11th floor of the exam doesn't make me feel any better about this entire situation. He sighs, placing a hand on my ID card and pulling it back toward him. Sure, it's not mandatory. It'd just be in your best interest to sign with us. I'm sure we could come up with a very reasonable contract. You understand how the dungeon system past C-Class works, right? I guess I don't. Well, there's a reason most hunters don't level much further than the high 200s or low 300s these days. Normal dungeons begin to stop spawning around this level. Yes, of course, there are always exceptions to the rule, but those exceptions are often very volatile. Rodrigo looks over to me and nods slowly as the old man continues to talk. The only way for hunters to get stronger would be leveling in the labyrinths. All of the 8 major labyrinths in this country are highly regulated by the Hunters Association. He lifts my ID up in the air at my eye level. With that being said, we keep a close eye on hunters with accelerated growth. They're known for either being very beneficial assets or rogues that must be eliminated. He looks over at Rodrigo. He replies, "That's right. The director is right." I stare at the ID in his hand, thinking about my options. To a certain extent, everything he's said so far does make sense. The association has control over most of the dungeon industry. There's no point in arguing a pointless matter. I might as well hear him out. He did give me the option to say no. I bite my bottom lip, then reply, "Fine. What would the terms of a contract with the association consist of? I'd like to hear what you have to offer." Chapter 125. Brutus C. Matthews, the director of the Vice Region's Hunters Association branch, smiles while sitting back into his chair. Excellent. It's time to get down to business. As a member of the newly formed extraction squad, you'll be farming resources for the association. The lot before he can continue, I rudely cut the director off mid-sentence. I prefer to fight alone. That's my first request. With a nod, he continues, "Please, let me finish. We've recruited a large number of hunters from this exam. Your group will be chosen for you, but working as a team is not necessary. Quotas must be met for proper pay, but not mandatory. All missions required by the association will come with rewards hard for you to refuse." Rodrigo smirks. He's not lying about that. They will always have offers worth taking. I gulp. So, what's the catch? The director clasps his hands together and stares at me. There is no catch. I believe you'll be exclusively working for us and get exclusive rewards. I've been around 4 times longer than you've been alive, kid. I know your type. If it's power you want, this is the place to get it. I'll be able to grant you access to rare dungeons and unlimited floors in the capital's labyrinth. The resources the association can provide will be beyond your wildest dreams. I clench my jaw while looking into the old man's eyes. Everything he says seems reasonable. This all just sounds too good to be true. Was it all just a sick delusional fantasy that they'd be slave drivers here? I'm not even sure where I got that idea in the first place. Was it Rodrigo? Was he just trying to scare me for the fun of it? Number, it's just because he doesn't see my true value. That must be it. I fooled him. I followed the A-class's advice not to make myself too desirable. I stood out just enough to make it seem like I'm not hiding a thing. Maybe joining up with the government wouldn't be such a bad idea. The only hard part is, I'll have to keep my powers even more hidden the higher up the ranks I climb. Without them, I'd be stuck in D-class or lower dungeons for the rest of my life. There's no possible chance of trying any use of force here. That would be beyond dumb on so many levels. Using words is my best option. After a long sigh, I reply, "Okay, I'm interested. Let's make a deal." With a grin, the old man reaches under his desk and takes out a pile of paperwork. He turns to his assistant, then to the A-class sitting next to me. Samantha, thank you very much. It seems your skill wasn't very necessary today, but it's always a pleasure. Better safe than sorry. Rodrigo, this was your last task for our current deal. You're free to leave or stay for the rank-up celebration if you please. I'll send over notes to the main HQ to get your reward reprocessed. You know we'll take good care of you. Rodrigo gets up, shakes the director's hand, and turns to leave. It was nice meeting you, Jay. Welcome to the association. Careful out there. As much as I hate to say it, I have a hunch we'll be seeing each other again soon. He waves goodbye, and I muster out a see ya, as both him and Samantha get on the elevator and head downstairs. I turn to the director. He slides me a few different piles of paperwork along with my C-Class ID. I begin reading. The low hum of the white mana shields all around fills my ears as we sit in silence. I slowly flip through the pages in front of me. Over 40 minutes go by. I've examined each section thoroughly and signed every page, but the last one so far. Honestly, this isn't the kind of offer I expected at all, in a good way. These papers outline a 6-month non-exclusive contract. The only downside is, without Association's approval, I won't be allowed into any dungeons above D-Class rated. For anything lower, I'll be able to freely farm resources for myself or other guilds without restrictions. The only mention of consistent pay is if I opt into weekly or monthly missions within an exclusive contract offer. This is a part of the contract I decided not to sign. It's not mandatory for my non-exclusive deal, it's just recommended for longer-term success within the organization. My pay will be based on quotas. That's it. Apparently, there are resource farming quotas that need to be filled by teams as well as individual offers. Performance-based reward-style pay is more up my alley. I'll meet my team and get my first instructions after this meeting. With a satisfied look on my face, I sign the final line at the bottom of the last page. The director smiles as I look up at him, then we shake hands. Welcome to the association, Jay. I can already tell we'll be doing great business together in the future. I think you're right. Maybe I had the wrong idea about you all when I first stepped into this office. After the fact, I couldn't have come up with a better offer myself. I look forward to working with you, Director. With that out of the way and a few more formal goodbyes, I take my new C-Class license and get into the elevator to head downstairs. The rank-up celebration is starting within an hour. I press the button to the bottom floor, basically holding my breath the whole way down. I made it into the association without exposing my secret. Maybe I can just live an ordinary life as a high-ranking hunter. I'll have to be a lot more careful from now on. I let out a sigh. Then, a light grin forms on my face. Things are looking up. Today will be the start of my new life at the association. Dinding, the elevator hits the bottom floor. My stomach drops, and the thin smile completely leaves my face as I see who is waiting to greet me. It's a tall and slim young man with slightly blonde hair. I remember him very well, and it seems he remembers me. Hey, could it be Jay? It's me, Trip. I knew I recognized the name, but never thought it'd be the same hunter. Who would have thought so many dagger wielders would join the association today? Welcome aboard. I blink a few times, staring at the excited man dressed in an association getup. He continues, "Come on, follow me. The celebration is about to begin. I have to get you and your team situated before the event starts." He turns and starts walking. I let out an audible gulp and follow close behind. Does he not remember that we fought together while the exams were going on? Number. He said he recognized my name? Is he just that dense? Does he not see any red flags here? A million questions race through my head as Trip leads me through the crowd of hunters and businessmen. Sweat begins to form on my forehead, and my stomach still feels like it's about to come out of my mouth. The last few hours have been one crazy emotional roller coaster. I can't seem to catch a break. The moment I've been dreading for the last 15 seconds finally comes. The blonde-haired C-Class turns his head, giving me a sly grin while speaking in a low tone. It seems I know something the higher-ups don't. How exactly did you manage to meet me in the dungeon hub this weekend while simultaneously taking the exam? I swallow a mouthful of non-existent saliva, then begin to answer. Hi, I have a good reason for this. It's just best we don't go into detail. Here of all places, I shift my eyes back and forth, making sure no one is paying any particularly close attention to us. Trip rolls his eyes and smiles. Fine, fine. Keep your secrets for now, but I will find out eventually. I'm no snitch, but I always get what I want. Anyways, I'll be your team's guide for the first few days to make sure you're all headed in the right direction. Double overtime, pay baby. He makes quick eye contact with me, clearly excited about his extra pay, then turns to keep walking through the crowd. I let out an exhale, feeling a little bit better. Trip is not hostile, but definitely a bit annoying. He leads me over to a door at the back of the lobby and opens it after scanning his ID on a pad above the handle. As I follow him inside, he starts giving me a lecture. So, first things first, this is the entrance to the Hunters Trade Center. There are 5 doors at the back of the lobby. They all lead to the same place, so don't overthink that part too much. I look around as we walk through a narrow hallway with a black-tiled floor and white walls humming with mana. Another door appears about 10 inside. Trip scans his ID again, and we walk through. Here we are. This is where you'll be getting your quota assignments, registering farmed materials, and buying or renting gear. As we walk in, my eyes open wide to see a large open room with tall ceilings. The floor is still covered in black tiles, and the walls still remain white, but there are neon signs and lights filling my vision from all directions. To my left, right, and center, I see multiple rooms remodeled to look like open storefronts. They have signs with pink, blue, and green moving text that give general prices for buying and selling loot. There are clear walls and floating shelves that hold shiny swords and various potions. Crystals and trinkets fill my vision, along with thousands of questions filling my head. There's a credit exchange system that isn't gold-based, and it's a bit hard to understand. I open my mouth while turning to Trip, but he cuts me off before I can even get a word out. I know. It's a lot to take in. We'll go through everything with your team very soon. It'll make much more sense. Trust me. I just nod, wide-eyed taking in the view as I continue to follow Trip through the mini shopping center. We make it to the other side, and he scans his ID on yet another door. We walk through. This here is our final stop of the tour. We call it the lounge. The 2 of us enter the last room, and I quietly take in the view. The name definitely suits it well. The black tile floor is a common trend now. It stays the same. Surprisingly, the walls in this room are not mana reinforced, or at least they don't seem to be. There are 2 small-looking merchant stands built into both sides of the room. The one to my right seems to be a cafe selling drinks and small food items. The larger setup to my left is a medium-scale restaurant. It looks like they sell a variety of foods. The center of the room is filled with tables, couches, odd-looking beanbag-shaped chairs, and about 3 dozen hunters to go with it. Everyone here is reading, sharing casual conversation, and, well, for a lack of better words, lounging around. Trip grins as I scan over the private resting area for association workers, then speaks up as a group of 3 starts walking toward us. Looks like the rest of your team has come to greet you. I turn my head to see who he's talking about. Then, let out a light gasp. Ari, Maria, and Abby come walking toward me in full Hunters Association uniforms. This day just keeps getting weirder.